Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
PepTalk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Monday edition of High on Politics. This is definitely a Monday. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you stopping on by. Alrighty. Real quick, why am I late? So I had a situation where I had a friend in distress. 1v1, please. Today is my birthday. Januva, hey, happy birthday. I appreciate that. Appreciate you stopping on by, and hey, happy birthday. I was about to cover something. Just let me get through that, and then 1v1. Are you trying to like have a debate? I really prefer. I'm not in a mood to debate at all. Actually, today I was helping a friend navigate some pretty heavy stuff today, and I don't mean like moving furniture. Yeah. So my buddy kind of called me out of the blue. Told me that he was having a really rough day, which immediately I kind of knew something was up because it's a Monday. He never really does that. So yeah, went to grab a bite with a friend, and then spent about an hour in traffic trying to get home. But yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm just happy that I could be there for him and put him into a little bit of a better headspace. So that was pretty cool. Yeah, everybody, just check on your friends. Make sure, and when your friends reach out, make sure that you're there for them if you can be. Because yeah, man, things suck out there. Things really do kind of suck out there. I know that I discuss this stuff on the show a lot. And this had nothing to do with politics. This had everything to do with just the life side of things. And it is crazy how you can really feel like you're doing well, and then all of a sudden, oh, what the hell? Dude, my description didn't save again. Okay, yeah, well, as I'm talking about something bigger, but dude, this is not what that's it. I'm gonna just delete this. Hey, Natch, what up? Also, yeah, everybody, welcome into the stream. I do appreciate you all being here. As I was just finishing up here, yeah, if you guys do have the opportunity to help a friend in need, please try to take that extra step and just know that, yeah, you can make the difference. So, but yeah, this sucks. Let's see. What is conflict in the stray? That is not what any of this is about. What the actual? I am getting tired of this. Also, yeah, when I started the stream, it's what else we got? I don't even freaking know. Spaces. All right, sorry about that. Had to fix that on the fly. Yo, bro, I hope you reach 5,000 today for your wife's cancer fund. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're getting close. And we're at... What the hell happened to my counter? Okay, there's just like apparently all sorts of effery going on. Trying to start this stream. Okay, that's wonderful. No stress. Pep, take your time. I'm not stressed. I'm fine. It was that hour in traffic that really got me, where I was just like, dude, I would have been able to start on time had I not gotten into that little jam. What the hell though? Yeah, the decimals. What is? Okay, yeah. here, I gotta figure this out. I'm thinking that somebody sent me a donation with a very specific set of cents to it. Because usually when it's like a dono that has like, yeah, 63 cents. There it is. All right, let's do this. Round up. Okay, well that sucks. I just realized that, yeah, usually when I reset this. There we go. That fixed it. You might donate if I can ask my mom. Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, I'll always make sure that, yeah, it's done with approval. Or if you are married, that is also done with the approval of your significant other. I do know how that goes. I don't want to start any fights between people. So, what's this random donation from YouTube? It's just this guy PepTalks. Why are you donating our money to PepTalks? Like, yeah, let's not have any of that happening. So this kind of sucks. I just realized that I have to go look at my last stream to figure out, is that the actual dono goal? Shoot. Because, yeah, I couldn't see what it was before. All right. Jeez. Yeah, I took a full weekend. All right, so yeah, because I took a full weekend, she said, don't worry about it. Listen, I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Okay, so apparently this was just wrong altogether. Whatever. Leading cause of divorce, PepTalks. Oh no, I'm that stream, huh? Oh no. Kyle, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Thank you for being here today, man. Also, Januva. Is that Genova? Like, I don't know. I had a special. Actually, right now, as I speak, I have it queued up upstairs where I have the last phase of the Sephiroth battle from Final Fantasy Rebirth, and it's very annoying. I've probably attempted it like 22, 23 times at this point, which, if you guys don't know, when you go to beat Sephiroth, he has 4 different phases. I'm on the 4th phase, which I hope is the last one. And yeah, it's not fair. It's just, it's so stupid. Having like a boss that has the ability to one-shot you when he has one hit point left is infuriating, but apparently that's just how it goes. But I also think that I would probably be a little disappointed if he wasn't the most difficult boss in like the history of all video games. So I spent a solid hour on that news app I go to trying to tell people the difference between first and second degree. I got so many people telling me I was wrong. I definitely wasn't. It's so... You know, I had this moment where I was going back and forth with, and this is going to age me, with someone on Facebook, and I can just say this, I kind of felt like I was wasting my time. Thank you for the flowers. I appreciate that. What kind of jam? Blueberry? Final Fantasy. Yes, I'm talking about Final Fantasy. Can we not today? Can we not? My cat literally just walked down here, and he's already starting to really be annoying. What do you think about the Virginia trying to get rid of their own Supreme Court? I think that, hey, fuck around, find out there, homie. You know what? If they're going to subvert the will of the people so brazenly, and it was like kind of part of the plan, and then they're also going to ignore the fact that there's other southern states doing just as dirty shit, fuck off. Cry me them crocodile tears. I don't care. I don't want to hear about it. And if it works, then good. Good on the Democrats for actually playing ball for once. maybe I will be excited to vote in the next election, but until they actually show that they do have some balls, yeah, I'm just gonna go to the polls, with absolutely no enthusiasm, just trying to unfuck what Donald Trump is fucked, because at this point, now I'm one of those guys where I'm just like, okay, yeah, ideologically, I want all these changes, but yeah, I also want things cheaper now. Now now I'm one of those what do you call them, like average Americans that looks at everything that's happening and goes, oh, this ain't good. But yeah, you don't think it'll happen? The thing is, it could. Like, it's for as much as they want to overplay their hand, it could easily happen. I think that's kind of copium there, Roy. I think that, like, you didn't think that this was going to happen regardless. You didn't think that the Supreme Court was going to do anything. You thought that, the will of the people was going to be upheld. Because realistically, without a independent commission to do this redistricting thing, kind of like the Democrats are trying to do before, it's almost like you guys had an out on this one. But, hey, whatever. Your team, your side, whatever, like you want to call it, the red team, started this with Texas. You guys all could have you could have stopped this by, like I said, voting to have an independent commission that takes care of gerrymandering and redistricting all across the federal system. But no, we couldn't have that. Couldn't have that. It's okay. Now you just want to complain about when, you see what California's doing? Just, like, here's what I hate about right-wingers, is they try to feign outrage on behalf of the people that are, like, the blue voters in these areas. Like, I get this all the time living in Chicago. But yeah, you guys, get fucked. I think that's the proper term, is get fucked. I thought Illinois started the gerrymandering? No. What the fuck are you talking about? No. They were mad that we rewrote our districts, which actually, hey, numbnuts, we did that to include a bunch of Republicans who were being bitch boys and bitch girls because they felt like they were not being, they felt like they were being disenfranchised. Now they have more representation, ironically. You have a bunch of people that used to live in Southern Illinois that actually have representation in Chicago. Weird how that works. Now, here's the kicker. There's still not enough of them to really sway all the votes to bring in a red candidate. Like, this is what they're, like, by and large, they're just mad because they don't have popular ideas within the actual framework of Illinois. Most of our people live in a little tiny space. I know, when you guys look at maps, it breaks your little fucking brains because you're just like, look at all this red space without looking at the fact that it's, all land. Land doesn't vote. Odd. Illinois did gerrymandering when? When was the last census? It was 2021, I think we drew up our new maps. Republicans are crybullies, always. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're the worst. That's why I don't take them seriously. That's why I like Roy. I just laugh at him, just like, whatever. Roy's a jackass. Most of them are. They all want to pretend like they actually give a shit. But the only thing they really give a shit about is just having the fifis. I don't want to have my fifis hoit. I don't want to think about gay stuff because then I might get turned on. Come on, dude. We all know. Did you just diss what I said? Rewatch the movie Wag the Dog. I didn't just diss what you said. I just thought what you said. Madonna Conte, welcome to the show, by the way. Wag the Dog. It's with Dustin Hoffman, right? God, I saw that years ago. Nah, I'd rather watch, what was it, Bulwark? Yeah, it's the one with Warren Beatty, where he hangs out with rappers. Or hip-hop artists, I should say. Grow up, bro. Why? Because I'm bringing up the fact that you guys are, like, lame assholes that always do the same tactics. Whoa. Oh, no. Oh, we're going to troll the libs by, I don't know, getting the Supreme Court to just get rid of Article 2 of the fucking Civil Rights Act. Yeah. Totally also not playing into that racist trope. Whatever, homie. Yeah, he's the president. It's kind of what you guys did for the last 4 years with Brandon, you know? I'm pretty sure that you were one of those guys. Oh, shit. Echoplex Media. Hey, look at that. Getting a raid over on Twitch. Appreciate that. Shout out Echoplex Media. I don't think that we have ever interacted before, so that's kind of cool. Appreciate that. Appreciate anybody coming on over from Echoplex. And a quick shout out. Also, Hermit, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Keeping up that streak, I see. Shout out. There we go. Oddly well. Nice. Yeah, actually, like, I had, despite, like, my friend going through, his stuff and all that, I was, it's kind of weird. Like, I was in a weirdly good mood. So, I hope everything's going well. I also hope it's not one of those moments where it's just like I'm expecting, you know, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I'll be honest. It's because I had such a bad day yesterday. You guys know what's up. So, for anyone that's new here, and this is different than politics, I'm gonna just let you guys know this might seem like I'm dropping something kind of heavy here. My mom died last year, and it was unexpected. I was very close to my mom, and yesterday was not great. I thought I was doing very well, and then I went out and I bought some flowers to honor my mom, and I had me a fucking solid breakdown. I actually, like, I started crying. It was kind of weird. I had a stranger offer to give me a hug, and I took it. I was like, I kind of needed that. So, shout out to the random lady that was in the flower department that kind of recognized that I was going through it. That meant a lot to me. So yeah, it was actually really cool to have a perfect stranger do that for me. Faith in humanity was definitely got a little bit of a restoration. 4 years now for my mom. I feel your pain, dude. It's the second. This is the second Mother's Day that I've had to celebrate without her, and it hits, man. And yeah, Dan. Thank you, stranger. Yeah. Shout out, Pat Mom. Yeah, thanks, guys. I appreciate that. My mom was the shit. And I'm happy that I could honor her memory. And I honor her memory just by doing this every day. Trying to bring joy to you guys, so it's hard. It is super, super hard to deal with when you're processing loss. It sucks. And yeah, I thought that I was processing it like a lot better than I actually was. But yesterday was that day that I can say that I hit a like a goal, or not a goal. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, it was it kind of felt like I was in a video game, and I kind of like hit I guess a goal. But it's so weird to say it that way because it wasn't my goal. But a hurdle. There we go, a hurdle. I felt like I got over a hurdle because honestly, man, like a milestone. That works too. Thank you. I was having a major brain fart. But yeah, man, it hit. You're human, man. No, I know. Thanks. I appreciate that, Roy. I know we disagree on a lot of shit, but I do appreciate that. A save point. Yes, it was definitely a save point. Breaking point. It was a breaking point, but like, again, with every time that, like, with all that happened, and like when I broke, god damn, I felt so good afterwards. I know this feels weird to say, but fuck. It felt like super refreshing, where I was just like, oh my god, I'm good. Like, it felt, yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna just wrap that and just say, rest in peace, Mom. Happy Mother's Day to all you mothers, and if you guys celebrated Mother's Day with your moms, you guys are lucky. I know that some of you guys understand that, and it's kind of weird to also, like, I tried not to be, like, jealous, you know, like, of, like, seeing other people with their moms. I'll tell you what, thank Mammoth Milk. I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Yeah, all you Raiders that were over from Echoplex. Also, yeah, here I've never actually watched any of Echoplex's content. I need to check them out. So, like I said, do appreciate you being here. But yeah, catharsis. Yeah, it was very cathartic. It was good, man. Like, I had a solid cry. I'll admit it, man. Like I said, broke the fuck down, and it didn't really stop until I got those flowers planted. But once I did, I don't know, man. I just, yeah, I'm like, you know what? But I'm also very lucky to have a mom that loved me so much that every time I feel that grief, it's just a reminder of how much my mom loved me and how much I loved her. So, but grief isn't linear. That much I do know. Yeah. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding at all. Because, yes, it hits me. Dude's hair is nicer than my ex-wife's. Thanks, Gabe. Appreciate that, I guess. Take the compliment. Take the compliment. Just roll with it. All right. But yeah, guys, sorry. And now I'm going to bring it back down because I'm just about to say, hey, you know, with all the personal stuff, I know that this is like a kind of weird structure of the show, but yeah, we're gonna be talking some politics. That's where Roy's just like, we were having a nice moment here. We were talking about, you know, we were talking about our moms and kind of you know, made a connection there, but now it's just like, oh, we gotta talk about politics again. Gah. And that's how I feel about it. Gah, just gah. I hope you guys all feel that way. Can I just say, though, for real, like, I was kind of saying this at the beginning of the show. I really am just feeling it, though. Like, holy fuck, dude, everything sucks as far as, like, the economy. Everything sucks. And I can see it. Consumer sentiment is not high. Holy crap. This is, like, usually when it gets warmer like this, like when I was at the garden center would be packed. I was shocked at how little, like, how many people just didn't do anything with their yards this year, how the parking lot was pretty much empty when I got there. Like, that was wild on a Mother's Day too, and it wasn't like around church time either, so I was just kind of like, wow, definitely kind of feeling it. And then yes, the gas prices again spiked. I watched it happen on my way home. I was sitting in as I said, I was sitting in traffic, which you got a whole lot of nothing to do. I'm not one of those guys that looks at his phone while in traffic. You know, stop doing that, by the way, if you do that. Like, really, stop doing that. And yeah, I was looking out at the gas prices. I was just like, oh, no, because I watched it, like, change in real time. That was not great. But Madonna Conte said hi. Hey, welcome. I think I welcomed you before, but Madonna, thank you. I appreciate that. November, we will impeach him. It's not going to happen that quickly. And also, I don't think that the Democrats should impeach him. I think that would be politically very stupid right now. What they need to do is they need to try and tackle the actual affordability crisis. As much as, like, dude, I would love to embarrass Trump and see him impeached and all that, but I don't know, man. I want things cheaper, and I kind of have that thing now where I'm just like, okay, if that means that he's doing good things and it just happens, sure, fine. I mean, I would even give him credit on it, but yeah, no, it's too expensive, man. It really is just too fucking expensive. Yeah, real-time gas going up is a killer. That was crazy. It was like it was a significant like jump. It was like a 30-cent jump. Like, it was, yeah. I watched diesel go from under $5 to like over $6. I was like, what the fuck? Or not under $5. It was like sitting at like $5.60 something. I just watched it jump over to fucking $6, like over $6. I was like, what are we doing? Also, thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that, Squishmallow Dragon. You have gifted. Oh, thank you for all the gifted subs over the time that you have watched this stream. I really appreciate that. You bought a house? You bought a house this year? Really? Oi, oi, oi. Also, Televani. I'm not sure if I said hi to you guys. I just realized that my multi-stream is not picking up my Twitch. What is going on with that? No one is to go. No one is going to file the 25th. No. No, they're not. Plus, you need the fucking. You need a the vice president. Listen, I want practical things that we can actually obtain. And honestly, I'm sick of performative politics, and that's what the impeachment is. It's all performative. It's going out there, your fifi's out, just making sure. Okay, well, we need to condemn him. Twice impeached, and he's still our fucking president. It didn't do shit. If anything, it got a whole bunch of people who wouldn't have voted for him before to rethink it and just go, yeah, you know what? I do kind of feel like the Democrats are trying to sandbag him. And then it got a whole bunch of people thinking, oh, you know what? Oh, crap. Maybe it was a conspiracy against him. Oh, the Democrats. Realistically, it's nothing like that. He's still a lying sack of shit. He's a lying sack of shit who didn't win the 2020 election. And he didn't win it because he did pretty poorly with COVID. Like, he really did, dude. He had a bunch of people stay home because they felt betrayed because he did the jab, which was him. Remember that. That was him. Joe Biden didn't just magically say, hey, Mr. Fauci, we need that. We need that thing. Operation Warp Speed. I made it up. Warp Speed. They never said Warp Speed. I said Warp Speed to Gene Roddenberry, and then he was like, sir, that's a great name. I'm going to have to take that. And then I told him, every time it shows up on Star Trek, you got to pay me $1. Worst deal I've ever made because I thought I was making a joke because it was a stupid sci-fi show. Nobody was gonna watch it. What the hell's a Vulcan? Tell Unimoogle I said hi. I think she might be in chat right now. I'm not entirely sure, but I will make sure that she knows. I do appreciate you guys always checking in with her. That does make me happy. I know it makes her happy to see you guys in chat. I just know that she was also like in nap mode. You know what I mean? BRB. Cool. Appreciate you saying so. Make me Make me weenie functional. Free Adrian Vixen. Yeah, dude. I'm surprised that her appeal didn't work out through Twitch. I saw that they were going through people like appealing their bans. Although I kind of get it if she doesn't want to. Like, honestly, if it's working out on Kick for her, yeah, then I think that she might want to keep up with that and try and get her YouTube out there a little bit more, because, yeah, it sucks. Dude, it sucks. Doing this type of content, especially when you are a little bit more controversial, it definitely affects you. So, it is not great now, Trump not doing it for you. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. The fact that they don't even recognize that they're saying, "Whoa, make America great again." Yeah, okay. Trump has been president for over 1.5 years. You're telling us that you're admitting that he's doing a shitty job. Yeah, you know what? Make America great again. Get Biden back in office. Even jokingly, that kind of I didn't. Ooh, that's not great. What's Trump's war plan? Literally, when does it end? It won't. It won't. The thing is, somebody, and I'm pretty sure it was Stephen Miller. I can't really say that with full confidence, though, because there's other people that are like, stop, yet. Come on, yet. Yeah, there's definitely some war hawks in there that are, they got his ear. That's how it's going, man. don't know what else to say. And they convinced him to do this thing that is not working out. Now, do you want my conspiracy take on it? You're going to get my conspiracy take on it. I don't care if you want it or not. I think that he was in bed with the Saudis, Russia. Like, I think that all the world powers kind of came together on this decision. And they wanted to spike the oil they wanted to spike the oil prices. We actually saw a TikTok the other day where, I mean, dude, they already did this during like COVID, like with the food prices, and they're doing it again. Stop. Quit it. Okay. Get the arm jail. You must pay the tax. You must say hello to everybody and explain yourself why you are distracting me. Say I am a pain in the butt. A cute one. Yes, you are. Is this what you wanted? You just want attention. Oh, jeez. Okay. He made money for himself and fooled all. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was kind of the thing. Like, now they're saying $1 trillion for the needs to be added to the war chest. What are we doing? We're also needing we need another $1 billion to build his ballroom because, you know, private companies were going to pitch in and do it. Now, you know, the price skyrocketed because the Democrats stopped him from building it. So now he has to take it from the taxpayers. I'm not sure how retarded you really have to be to listen to that and go, yeah! What? Like, come on, man. At what point do you go, hey, I can't afford gas, like... Now you want to charge us for your stupid fucking ballroom? What? Okay. Waste, fraud, and abuse. Look no further than the ballroom. At this point, you don't have to. He makes it so obvious, but hey, whatever. Keep loving the guy, dude. You are only trolling yourselves at this point. Like, you can't troll me. I'm pretty sure that you can't even troll the people in chat here because we all kind of, like... see through the bluster and just like you guys it's all fucking fake. It's all like this Hollywood like idea of like magic and just he's you know what, he's just trolling you guys. The prices aren't actually that high. I got my taxes, my tax bill gave me the monies that I would have made up for all the money I'm paying at the pump, and he did things better for my business and my family. Do you know how many people I've heard that from? Where it's just like, okay, and then I find out it's like, okay, so what your business is based on consumerism, right? Okay, so when people cannot afford to participate in this blatant consumerism, then their business is going to fail. So then, it's almost like you're not feeling it now. But then what? Like, I also think they're full of shit. I think that a lot of people are feeling it a lot more and they're just in denial about it. I think a lot of people are living off credit that are out there acting like they're they got it from Trump, like where it's just like, yeah, you know, my tax return was great and Trump gave me all these benefits and blah 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 blah. Then you're going home. I have $30,000 of credit card debt. The best is when the chuds are complaining about how much gas is. Oh, I love that. I do love it. Like, actually, like I spent the weekend looking for videos of it, and it wasn't very hard to find. Whole bunch of people just going, He did say that he was going to make it cheaper, and he did say no new wars. Like, that's all you guys have to do. You understand how badly he fucked you on this one? Like, you guys always want to bring up how, oh, well, this person in the Democrat Party said they were going to do this for you guys, but did they do it? Here's the mirror, number one. Like, and number two, you're in power. I don't give a shit what the Democrats do right now. As an American, the referendum is, or like the entire world's eyes are on you as the people in power. And if you guys cannot make life better, that just means that we're going to have to vote to get you out and to do better, I guess. I don't know, because like I'm also one of these, guys where it's just like, yeah, I don't really think the Democrats are as effective as people hope they are. But maybe they will be this time. Who knows? Maybe. With higher gas prices, there's less chuds on the road driving there. Look at my tiny dick trucks. I have noticed that. I've noticed that there isn't a lot of people going, like with their freaking, anytime they're sitting at the thing. Look at Spencer Pratt. Dude, okay, I just figured out who Spencer Pratt was, like, this weekend. Because, like, we watched the debate, and I was kind of like, man, he looks familiar. Like, why does this guy look familiar? And I'm just like, I don't know. Like, and his name's Spencer. I never, like, put it together. Like, that's the guy from the fucking hills. And yes, before you guys make fun of me, yes, I used to watch The Hills. That was my trashy program that I used to watch with my, actually, this was pre all that. That was shitty MTV viewing when we got home from school, and my sister controlled the TV, so I had to watch The Hills. That's how we did it in my house, by the way, is whoever got to the TV first got the, like, the main viewing area. And then, yes, whoever was watching, that's what you were watching. God forbid that my brother got it, because he was really into Caillou, which... Fucking Caillou. Caillou sucks. I liked Bob the Builder. At least Bob the Builder, when I got high, I would literally just be like, they would do, Bob the Builder, can we fix it? And then I'd be like, Bob, and I would just be like, yes, we can. I need to have a conversation with my brother. He's like 26 now. I have to talk to him about this, and maybe I can get him on at least, like, if not camera, at least audio, so I can just be like, hey man, I got a question for you. It's like, you remember watching Bob the Builder? Like, I got a secret. I was high as balls when I was babysitting you. It's like, but who was your favorite babysitter? It was a good time. I sat there literally fucking enjoying the shows with him. It's just like, yeah. And that's also where I did kind of, like, I got him out of Caillou because I started making fun of him. I was just like, Caillou's a whiny bitch. You don't want to be anything like Caillou. And if I catch you being anything like Caillou, I want to slap you, like, across the head. It's just, well, why? It's just like, I don't know. Have you seen the way he treats his parents and how, like, they don't do a good job of saying, like, you see what he's doing there? You don't want to be that. Snack time. A lot. Yes, there are lots of snacks. Oh yeah, Gushers. It was the I do remember that because my stepmom wouldn't really let him have, like, tons of sugar, and I was like, you get me that box of Gushers, I will go bag for bag with you. And then we just say, I don't know who ate all the Gushers. We'll blame our dad. It's all planned. Wait, Martian, what are you saying? Fed will, wait. I mean, I do think it's all, like, a farce, man. I think that it's, yeah. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Kind of stun locked there. Also, hey, Rebecca. Welcome in. Good to see you. The Gushers with the actual gushy, with the actual gushy center. Yeah, dude. Like, I remember, like, there was not too, there was something where I got to eat a pack of Gushers. Like, somebody had, like, packed, like, a little lunch or something. It was like one of those, like, campaign events where they, like, made a, like, little lunch for you. It actually had a really good ham sandwich too. But yeah, they had a pack of Gushers in there, and I was just like, oh shit! And I was disappointed because they did not taste the same. Like, there was something about them. And then it was kind of like that, where it's like, got the gushy, what is it? Gusher. The gushers don't gush. I'm just starting to realize that gush is one of those words. It's like, oh, mark that one up there with moist. Okay. Gusher, that's what I used to call my ex-girlfriend. Yeah, man humor. I sort of got that as a joke that would have been said in one of my locker, like in one of the locker rooms. Oh, fun times, fun times. Goosh. Well, I mean, let's put it this way. If you say it like goosh, that could be okay. I watched a stream where they were showing videos of what was called canaglers. There's one that sells for $50,000. What the hell? I have wait, a canagar? What is that? I don't want to have to hey, I see you. You pull that monitor down, then we're going to have a problem. And you need to I don't know why you keep going after the freaking monitor. What is it about this? You know what? We're going to figure this out in real time. What is it about the monitor? I have two cables hanging down from the desk here. Obviously, one of them's for the monitor. The other one is for my Switch. For some reason, the monitor cable is the one that he's just obsessed with. He wants to take down stream. I mean, dude, he's done it once. He jumped on the computer and he freaking he turned the computer off. That sucked. God, that was one of the first. Yeah, I think that's. That wasn't enough to get him banned the first time, believe it or not. What got him banned the first time was I caught him while, like, I went upstairs to go to the bathroom. I come downstairs and he's ripping the shreds out of my comic books. I was just like, what? I was only gone for like a minute. Too much catnip? Maybe. I don't know, man. He is acting weird. I don't think we gave him any catnip, though. I'm wondering if he got into something. Is it extremely thin and spindly, or is it braided? Oh, shit. It is... It's not braided. Maybe you've got an addict. Do I have an addict? Is that what's going on? Here, let's see. You know what? We're going to reward bad behavior. That's what's happening. All right, so you see the stand cam here in the corner, right? All right. I'm going to put some catnip on the bed. Let's see what happens. Ooh, actually, I just realized we got new treats for him. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, you smell that, don't you? Ah, look at that. You can't knock this one over. Ha ha. We will give you some catnip. Okay. Then, there you go. A little bit of catnip for you. Oh, goes right to the nip. Uh-oh. Yo, what up the pucks? How you doing, bro? Good to see you. Yeah, by the way, guys, if you didn't already see, I do have my horizontal backup. And if you guys are joining over on Twitch, I am on YouTube. Please consider following on YouTube. Oh, shit, I just realized I have every link there but my YouTube link. Yes. please consider subbing over on YouTube. I have a vertical and a horizontal stream. Trump is an incompetent fool. Will? Yeah, ain't wrong. MAGA went down a rabbit hole following Trump's BS. All right, so real conversation here, man, and I know that we have a few MAGA in chat. Do you guys know some people that like voted for Trump that are so ashamed of it that they do not want to talk about politics, but you know why? It's because they are doing not too well. Okay, so that backfired. He is now climbing the carpet. Hey, that's why? Hey, don't. All right, that really backfired. And he didn't eat all of his treats. Yeah, but welcome to chat, Will. I appreciate you being here, by the way. Also, if you guys are just joining us, hit the like button by double tapping and subscribe. Appreciate it. I really do, by the way. I'm one of those guys where we got to say this a lot, and it is annoying. As a YouTube consumer, it is very annoying. I get it, especially when you're watching it. Like, is there anything worse than when you're watching like a quick video and then they spend like 2 minutes on that? Yeah, no, I get it. So, but I have to ask, Les, if more people did it. Catch 22. Anyway. Oh yeah, several in your deep south. Oh jeez. Well, okay, so yeah, then you see it then, because I've noticed it. I've finally there was that moment where I was just like, am I aligned too much, and am I just like seeing like TikToks of this shit? But then I thought about my own like block, which I do live on one of those where we got a lot of shithead Trump supporters. It's what the worst is when you see a MAGA flag and then a Cubs flag. I'm just like, oh no, I don't want to. No, it's like I don't want to share a fan base. Why can't you be a Sox fan? We literally have another team that I hate where you could just go, no, you go there. Also, that's got to be how some MAGA or like non-MAGA Republicans feel about MAGA though, where it's just like, dude, listen, I want like fiscal responsibility, and realistically, yeah, okay, I don't like LGBT people. So, but how come you has to like go and do all this other shit? I have a feeling that's where they're at. Which, yeah, I hope trolling the libs and just being like, oh, transits in sports. I hope that really, translated for what you guys are going through in your lives. God, has it? Because let's really think. What's the number one issue? All right, if you're MAGA in my chat, just try and don't be a jackass. Like, be honest. What's the number one issue you voted for Trump for? Like, that you were just like, you know what? I know he's going to do well on this. Although, if you're not already like a cultist, like if you didn't like him and you voted for him, that's who I'm most curious about, are the ones that just kind of, bit their lip and just went for it. Also, Madonna Conte, if you haven't already subbed, please do. Feel like you're vibing with the content. Oh, jeez. Oh, my stuff just fell. Great. That was your fault, wasn't it? Yeah. It wasn't his fault. It was totally mine. I've never voted for this wannabe king. Me neither. I'm a lefty. I'm a lefty that just also that I recognize, like, I'll vote for the Democrats, but goddamn, they gotta do better. Like, see, this is where I'm at. I'm not fooling anybody into thinking like me withholding my vote from any Dem when we're in the general is going to help in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not gonna not participate. So I'm just being honest with everybody and myself. You can call it blue no matter who, but sure. But that's just how it is. I'm going to vote for the most progressive candidate going into it, and that's that. But you're not teaching anybody any lessons outside of like, okay, so you're just willing to capitulate to fascism and MAGA to teach, in theory, the Dems a lesson? Like, you know, I saw a lot of that with the deconstruction of the last one. Which doesn't mean that, yeah, the Democrats, they should probably learn from it. It does suck that they don't even want to look at it. Cold turkey economic warfare is not the play. Wait, okay. I think the most infuriating thing about Trump is how close he is to having good takes on some things. Like, he is right, we need to regain industrial independence from China, but holy fuck, cold turkey economic warfare is not the play. Yeah, okay, so that's actually fair. That's actually very fair. You know, I kind of like the way you put that. Because there have been a few times where I was more worried that he was going to do something that I was like, oh shit, there's no way I can, like, I can't hate on this. I can't. And anytime that I saw somebody kind of like preemptively hating on it, where I was like, I remember the marijuana reclassification one was one of those. Before I did learn that I hate being right about this, where it's just like, oh, you're telling me that this is going to benefit like a few people in this industry? Cool. I mean, the bottom line is the rescheduling is good. So when people are just like, okay, can you name one good thing that Trump has done? That. In theory, the keeping private equity from buying up homes, that would have been great had it been true. He just made it a little... He didn't even really do anything differently. Like, he kind of minced words, where he just put his crony out there to be like, all right, just go tell him I did it. And you know how technically it's a little different, but technically it's still the same, because he's just like, we got to help the mom and pop, the mom and pops who buy up like 12 houses. It's just like, that's not. Okay, so you're still going to allow, these big businesses to still buy up all this land and all these houses. Okay, so nothing really changes. It does not benefit anybody that actually wants to buy a home and doesn't want to be like a forever rent situation. Because, dude, I talked to one of my buddies that was looking at one of like what I call the Trump mortgages, the 50-year, and I'm like, so you're just willing to do that because you have no other choice? I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not sure if I would want to sign a 50-year mortgage or just fucking rent forever at that. Like, can you guys chime in a little bit on that one? Because I really am having a hard time conceptualizing that. Because I think that it would probably be just better off to rent. At least you can go somewhere. A 50-year mortgage is insane. And that's going to be almost impossible to offload. I mean, I suppose if you have enough people on them, where it is essentially like you guys just kind of like are, trading, but yeah, 50 years defeats the point of buying a house. Yeah, there's no way, that's the thing, there's no way to make that investment pay off for you. Like, God, yeah, just paying off the principal. I mean, you're paying off, yeah, then you're stuck in interest payments forever. It's insane. Gotta say, that's a crazy concept to me. Yeah, but I was talking to one of my buddies about this, and he even said, he was just like, but dude, that's like the only way I can afford to get a home. And he's got kids, so I guess that makes sense, but it is horrifying. It's to make a slave class inherited from your parents. That's what I thought. Yeah, because like, yes, you're gonna end up inheriting that debt. It's a trap. That's what... Fucking Akbar in this shit. It's a trap! just have pictures of Admiral Akbar with every door that closes when they go to, like, close on the house. It's like, don't do it! Supreme Court shouldn't be dabbling in the economy. Oh, well. Donald Trump probably shouldn't have single-handedly fucked us. We're still not talking about what he owes us for our tariffs. Like, dude, those tariffs were illegal and they're paying back businesses. We're the ones who got fucked. Do we get any protections? No. Did he send those fucking stupid checks that he kept lying about? No. Does MAGA actually give a shit about, like, consistency and having the truth told to them? No. MAGA is actually the worst because they don't hold him accountable. At least, this is where I will say, hey, at least the left does kind of hold, they hold the Democrats accountable, at least in the way where it's just like, all right, fuck you. We're not going to keep going to bat for you. I don't see a lot of people just, you know, fucking throats out for the Democratic Party. Like, yes, there are some defenders, but they stop pretty short of, like, when you bring up, hey, well, they didn't do this and they didn't fight for this, and it seems like they're more than willing to just back off on this. Chuck Schumer tweeting about the UFO thing is the first time that I think I've seen, like, real party movement where everybody in the Democratic Party just, like, finally went, like, what the hell is he doing? You had establishment, like, you know, friends of his coming out and just be like, nah, that's enough of that. That is definitely enough of that. The businesses didn't pay. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. That's how tariffs work, Todd. I'm not gonna fight basic econ with you. Just because you have a fucking weird understanding because, like I said, you put your trust in Trump over just basics. But whatever, man. It's on the, well, it's not just on the consumer. It gets passed to the consumer. No, it goes to the company. The company then has to pay the tariffs when they bring it in, which a lot of these companies got fucked over because of the way he was doing it too, where it was like so willy-nilly that, trust me, you know how I know about this? I have multiple friends that work in an industry that is based on tariffs. So, Todd, with all due respect, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You bought the propaganda when you could have gotten the pepaganda. That is true. You guys could have had some pepaganda there. By the way, guys, I am going to be going a little bit over my normal time-ish, just because my show got kind of screwed up today. So, yeah, don't worry. We're still covering the news. Oh, look at the kitty. Took over the dog bed. See, that's why I gave him the catnip, is because he has this weird thing where, like, he'll get, like, this random burst, but then catnip chills him out. So, dude, they are lying. It's all CHKR. What are you talking about? The supplier, not the manufacturer? It's not even the supplier. The supplier doesn't know. They're not paying the tariff when they ship it here, dude. You are wrong. You're just wrong. Oh my god, it's on the fucking people buying this shit where it's like, then it falls on them because it's an added cost to import that good for them. So, when they have to pay that, then they put it on the consumer. That's just how it goes, man. And realistically, what ended up happening here is we got fucked. Now, Costco, being one of the companies that is actually getting paid back because they sued the Trump administration and won, I have to say, man, like, I kind of like what they're toying with doing, where they're gonna give it back to the consumers one way or the other. That's why Costco really does actually. I think they will have my business pretty much forever at this point. If they keep up with those business, like that integrity in business, then I don't see why not. Also, them hot dogs ain't bad. The pizza, leaves a little. It's not great, but from Australia, and Pep is right. Yep. By the way, Rebecca, if they completely random, but if your McDonald's gets like the Gundam Happy Meal, you're gonna have to get one of those for me. Number one, you can tell me how the food is. Number two, I have a P.O. box. I want the special Happy Meal Gundam that comes with it. I know that it's going to certain countries on that hemisphere, so I think Australia was one of them. We'll see. Anyway, I'm a dork. You have the Huntrix meal? We got that. Yeah, the Huntrix meal was actually pretty good too. Like if those ramune, did you actually like get the like ramen powder? It's like a cheese powder for the fries. Pretty tasty. Dude, I want to get some of the Gundam collectibles. I know! They have two. They have two special Gundams of the RX-782, which is, we call him Grandpa here. It's this guy. You like how I have a Gundam, literally, right? I also have a Zaku. I got my, I got Char. I got my Char Zaku. Oh, wait. There it is. And what was that? Oh, that was his ammo. Where's the ammo go? I think right here, right? That's a stupid place for it. Yeah. Man, I did that to my Lego Piranha plant the other day, where like I was trying to adjust something, the entire like bottom piece just like fell apart, and I was so disheartened. I had to go get the booklet to just be like, okay, how do I rebuild this? No, Todd, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. I'm sorry, Todd. You need to get your head out of MAGA's ass, or Trump's ass. You need to think for yourself a little bit. Because honestly, I kind of, like, I pity you. I genuinely kind of, like, pity you here. You're the only one who is fooled by these numbers that you're spewing here and convinced otherwise is you. Everyone else has come to understand how tariffs work. Even the Supreme Court has kind of admitted where they were just like, yeah, America kind of got taken for a fool on this one because Trump, he kind of played you. You believed someone who was blatantly wrong about how the tariffs work, and you know his cabinet, they're not as retarded as he is. They knew what they were doing. They knew they were screwing you. Like, plain and simple, man. I don't care. You are, whatever you are, is you're a contrarian who doesn't understand that you're just wrong on this very, very specific subject. Like, the global economy doesn't work differently just because Todd Gack thinks that it should. And just because you listened to Donald Trump, who, you know, he totally has no reason to lie. Why would he lie to you? That's crazy. Trump lie? What? No way. What do you mean Trump lies? That's not... Trump doesn't lie. He's the president of the United States. He doesn't lie about anything. Jesus. Nene Goblin, how's it going, by the way? Stick with me now. A company makes a product for $20 and then ships it to the U.S. where we charge them 100% tariff. Then, when the manufacturer sets the MSRP, they set it at $40. So, yes, exactly. Actually, speaking of Gundams, I like it. I mean, I had to pay a tariff on something that I forgot I bought. You ever done that? So, I bought a, it's like a special edition, like card holder for Gundam cards. And I bought this over a year ago, because I pre-ordered it. But this was one of those ones where it's because it was international. When I pre-ordered it, I had to pay in full. So I just kind of went, meh. Yeah, and then I saw that I could, like, the reason I couldn't get it is because I had to pay the tariff duty on it. Where I was just like, oh, what? Oh shit! So they said, they're like, oh, we can't ship this out unless you pay that extra bit. I was just like, that's bullshit. Like, I had already prepaid for. It's the only time I've ever had that happen, and it's probably the only time it ever will happen because I don't plan on buying anything internationally for quite some time. No, it's not just because I hate Trump, dude. The thing is, I know how to take, like, Todd. Just because I hate Trump doesn't mean I'm going to lie about how the world works. That's not how this works. Yes, I know some shitheads out there do that just because they hate him so much that they don't want to look at just objective reality around them. I don't do that. I look at the fact that, yeah, I may hate the guy, but I also know how tariffs work. You know that ABC, CNN, and CBS is owned by Disney? No, they're not. You're wrong. Rhonda, you're wrong. ABC is owned by Disney. ABC is a subsidiary of Disney. CNN is not. CNN is now about to be owned by Paramount and the Ellisons. Well, it's always going to be owned by Time Warner because Time Warner owns CNN. CBS is owned by Paramount, actually Viacom. Rhonda, you're messing with somebody who knows way more about this one. I went to school for this, nothing's changed on this one. The biggest change was when Time Warner bought Warner Brothers, which was still a mistake. You're just wrong. I don't know why you're so wrong, but you're very, very wrong here. Also, the New York Times does not have anything to do with any of this. It's not democratically owned. The New York Times is actually, you could argue, has a very right-leaning slant. Holy shit, is this how they are? They just have to lie about everything? And, this one's embarrassing because Rhonda's trying to act like she knows something that she just does not know. That's insane. That's a degree of confidence and, stupidity, in a mixture that makes me go, holy shit, no wonder you're a Trump supporter. Damn. Do you anti-Trumpers realize our other countries have tariff? I'm not arguing for the concept of against the concept of tariffs, numbnuts. I'm arguing what he did with them and weaponizing them the way that he did and fluctuating the market the way he did was blatantly illegal. And yes, it hurt businesses and it hurt the consumer. This is why the Supreme Court that has handed him win after win finally kind of went, yeah, no, we can't let you do that. That's illegal. Sorry. Yes, they are. New Times has endorsed, supported, founded 32 Democrat presidents since 1850. Rhonda, why are you trying to prove yourself as the dumbest chatter? I don't give an award for that, but I might need to. Because you're earning your special sticker tonight. Holy crap. Whew. What about that? If you're asking about semen, you should probably watch the clip of RFK talking about, I don't even want to say it, but he said some weird shit in the Oval Office. Just look at, I against my judgment here, I'm saying you should probably, you should really Google it. It's kind of moron. I thought it was actually more on. I think the dash would be where the R is and then the O-N. Moron. That's how you're supposed to say it. So, nice try. Plunger award goes to the Plunger award. There we go. Next we can give it to Salmon Tender. Then we can tell him sit on that plunger and twist. That's man, you remember the first time you brought that banger out? I was probably in third grade. Or I was just sit on it and twist. That was a good one. That was one I learned from my mom. She said that she flipped someone off in the middle of traffic and shouted that. Yeah. My mom was very Midwest in that way, whereas she was the sweetest lady. But goddamn, if you cut her off in traffic, she was yeah. She used to call people kumquats. To this day, this is actually one of those painful ones where I'm never going to be able to ask her because I never really did. Do you know that's not what you think it is? I never had the heart to correct her because it was always kind of adorable when she'd just be like, this kumquat. It's I don't think you know what that means. Yeah. Hey, you guys should adopt that in your life. In honor of my mother. You gotta, yeah. Yeah, I know. It's like a gore. Yes, I know. I'm not sure if she was calling him that because it's shaped like a dick. I don't know. But she used to call people kumquats. And like, often enough for it to definitely not be a mistake. All right, what's this Rhonda person saying? Because they are certifiably just so stupid. I don't need to Google it. I know this, Rhonda. I went to... So, here's the thing. They have these... They have this course in college. Most colleges have it. Community colleges. I'm not sure if Ivy League colleges have it. Do they have a communications program? I don't know. But, yeah, we had a communications program. And in said communications program, we have a media literacy course where we learn about this stuff. Specifically, who owns what and how to track it. Like, anytime that there was, you know, what we used to call it an antitrust sale, where it's just like, this should literally be why antitrust is a thing, but whatever. You know, now we just have mergers after mergers. We also have no, like, real cable companies anymore. Like, this is why, Rhonda, I know for a fact that, like, when Trump is going to wants to try to revoke ABC's license, they have a very high standard of proof of it not being in the public interest to have a Jimmy Kimmel on there or anything like that, because technically what they're trying to do is they're trying to apply this to the news portion of ABC. What they want is to take away their license for misinformation, that kind of thing, which also very, very high standard of proof. But these are technically protected under, like, where they are able to be enforced by the FCC. They also have constitutional protections that other stations don't. So, whereas like a CNN, there's a reason that Trump isn't going out there saying, I'm going to revoke CNN's license to broadcast, because he can't. He just can't. They're not that type of entity. There's just no way to do that. It's actually ironic. Like, now he's going after Fox News, but yeah. That's how I know this stuff, though, is I was trained to. And also, just in general, like, nothing has changed significantly since I learned this. So, Rhonda, I don't need to Google this. I don't need to Google, like, number one, you're just making this shit up where, like, the Democrats own the media. You're fucking stupid. Like, you're genuinely fucking stupid. Like, keep believing whatever you need to believe to keep yourself in that bubble, because ironically, now you only trust one source, which is the government. Rhonda, good job. They worked you that hard, where you used to be like, don't tread on me. Don't tread on me. The government doesn't know. They don't know what they're doing. They're trying to take away my rights. Don't tread on me. Meanwhile, here you are. Tread harder, daddy. Fuck. It's funny. I saw, not a Trump flag, but I saw a dude on a bike with a helmet. Like, he had a helmet thing that I've never seen, where it was like a side view mirror on his helmet. Like, dude was smart, but he was I'm sorry. I'd rather not look like that much of a dork in the name of safety, but, who is this leftist billionaire that is funding these journalists? You're wrong, numbnuts. No. These entities pay their journalists through the same way that most of them do, ad revenue. And funny enough, you're ignoring the elephant in the room, which is the Ellisons. Ironically, two billionaires who are father and son are now about to own all these stations that you're talking about. But you know what the weird part about this is? They're Trump supporters. What's up with that? So now I'm assume that you don't have a problem with billionaires owning a whole bunch of news and media, do you? Or is it only when you think it's one side, even though you have no proof of it? You just have a bunch of conjecture and just fucking, feewees. I was told this by Fox News and a bunch of people that totally have no agenda. Dude, think for yourselves. I know it's hard because you have to do this thing. You have to read. I know that that's a challenge for all y'all. You also have to kind of, do this thing called critical thinking, applying the scientific method to even some of like the political information that's coming across. Know something, a little something about, political science. Just trust me, we know that you're all fucking but too confident to go making fun of somebody that took political science without knowing jack shit about it. Are you talking about football yet? Rowdy? I'm actually genuinely pissed at the fucking Bears right now. I don't want to, no, honestly. You actually might see me with a fucking green jersey on. Green Bay is owned by the fucking people that, there's something about it, man. Having these billionaire fucks try to tell us like, oh, well, we're gonna leave if you don't like use some of your tax money to help us build this stadium that we totally are gonna just rake in all the profits from and not give us anything for it. Like, fuck off. You can't bear to talk about it. Not even kidding though, man. Rowdy. Fuck. Yeah, then go. That's what I was just like, then go. Fuck it. You know what? That'll make me a Green Bay fan. That'll finally do it. My mom, you know what? My mom was Wisconsin. She was born in Wisconsin, moved to Chicago, so nah, I got ties to Wisconsin that I can finally just be like, no, I saw the error of my ways. Dude, I'm so sick of the Bears. I'm so sick of their bullshit. Ugh. Sorry. McKinley, 1901. What are you talking about? Oh, that's your stretch? Wow. Rhonda's really dumb. Dude, Rhonda, is this for you? Gonna be a cheesehead? I mean, hey, technically, I have a Julian Peppers jersey, so I don't even have to really do much. I could just be like, hey, Green Bay. Scorpion, what's up, buddy? How you been, man? I know that you were having kind of a rough go recently. I hope you're doing well. It's really good to see you. Yeah, it sucks for the Bears fans on the border, so I doubt the name will change. They're not going to the border. They're not going to Hammond. No, they're going to go to Arlington Heights, but the thing is, somehow, some way, with them moving to Arlington Heights, I am still going to be on the fucking hook because of their tax burden. I'm fucking so pissed. That's another thing that they're not talking about is how we already pay for this bullshit. Like this is in our fucking Cook County taxes, which the entertainment tax. Yeah. If you guys live in Chicago, we're fucking dealing with that on top of paying the bullshit that we have to pay on like getting tickets to something. We still pay those fucking stupid entertainment taxes. Like this is what drives me fucking bonkers. If you're going to have the nerve to ask for our money to build these fucking facilities, then you better at least give us a okay, I'm trying to think of the logistics of this. Find a way where we can prove our residency that we are in the town, like in the county. Because if we're paying that fucking the entertainment tax twice, fuck you. Like seriously, fuck you. Bunch of billionaire assholes going out there like, yeah, but don't you want your sports team? Get fucked. As I said, take them. I don't care. I don't care that much. It's so dumb. You want to fucking do that shit. It's the same with the fucking Sox. The Sox are toying with going to like Wisconsin or some shit like that. It's like, yeah, you know what? Screw them. Plus parking, gas to get there. Well, yeah, I mean, when they, well, okay. The United Center is actually pretty easy. No, you know what? Nah, it's not that hard. You just need to know the trains, but yes, parking. Oh, okay. If you're driving in from the suburbs, yeah. No, that can, oh, dude, I didn't even think about that. Wait a minute. Yeah. Shit. I told you so, you get what you vote for. It's not what you vote for. It's not the vote that did this. J.B. Pritzker had absolutely nothing to do with this bullshit. I'm sick of people trying to say otherwise. That's as dumb as, like, I don't know, what I used to think before, where it's just like, oh, yeah, it's like blaming the gas price on a president. Weird. $25 piss water. Yeah, it was. As long as the Blackhawks stay. Well, the thing is, the problem is, like, they're all owned by the same shithead. Well, actually, no, wait. The Blackhawks are owned by the Wirtzes, which now you got the Wirtz grandkid in there, and he's not great. Yeah, I agree. Fuck the Bears. Well, right now that's where we're going to agree on this one. I'm not okay with this. I think that Brandon Johnson put more than a fair proposal together. You know, they would get their stupid dome. They would expand, I think, to house like 20,000 more fucking fans because they would knock out the entire lakeside, and then they were gonna expand it like into the parking lot, and then McCormick said that they were going to fucking cede some territory. But yeah, that's whatever, man. I think it's so dumb. It really is. It's just so dumb. Anyway, Space Ghost. Holy shit. F the Bears. You know what? I'm right there. I'm right there with you, Space Ghost. Hey, Space Ghost. One question. Have you taken your daily dose of Shambrain? Shambrain. Yo, I'm not getting Space Ghost in my chat without having a completely out-of-pocket fucking, or just a random Space Ghost reference. I don't care. I just saw some people, like, bail on that. They're just like, this guy's weird. It's like, yeah, I am. I watched Space Ghost. Trust me, you had to be a little weird to enjoy that show. Poor Bears fans. Yeah, I guess. I'm just... This is kind of like it's a broader thing with sports with me, where I'm starting to realize they really are just... It's late-stage capitalism at its best, man. Like, they screw us so hard. All of them. You got, and I don't care what your sports team is, and I don't care what your sport is. Every time you go see a live event, you guys are getting fucked. Dude, I was drinking a beer the other day, and I realized that, where I was just like... Because I was kind of pissed. Because, again, beer prices have also gone up. So I was looking at it, and I'm doing the math in my head, where I'm like... Okay, so I guess it's not bad for, a 12-pack. But then I was like, but it is technically still a lot better than if I went to a live event, because if I went to a concert, just this one little can would probably cost me $10. So, support the work freely. Hey, what up, how you doing, Groove Dragon? The only one that gets to skate some of my rules. Checks notes under 30 viewers. Oh, yeah. No, I know. Hey, I'm over 20. Well, watch it roll back to 18 just to spite me. Why so mad? What's up with that, man? Like, you like to do this a lot. Like, your chat history is kind of always... It shows that you come in here saying the same shit. Where's the hair comment? I'm waiting for that one next. He's gonna call me bald. I'm pretty sure it's a bot. Beep boop, beep boop. Beep boop. Oof, only 5 at the moment. Slow day. I have 2 streams going. It just showed up somehow in both of them. Odd. We in the groove with the smooth. They're the hometown team. They don't suck. Well, again, man, like... Even being a fan of the Cubs right now, like, dude, we're on a hot streak. Like, I will say, but I can't watch them. How the fuck am I gonna watch them when it's all exclusive to their stupid platform? Where, dude, they took it from the working man. They took baseball from the fucking working man. You want to tell me that I don't care if you're MAGA, I don't care if you're fucking Democrat, leftist, I don't give a shit. But if you're a working man and you're a fucking Cubs fan. How are you not angry about this shit? And how, like, I'm so sick of like how many people just bend over and just take this. And then they're like, whatever, cost of doing business. No, it's not. Not when it comes to the fucking Cubs. That was something that was always fucking free to view. It was always on basic cable. You could walk into any bar and see the Cubs playing. Now, it's very rare to see it. Because on top of that, I found out that, like, you go to a sports bar, they have to have one marquee account for multiple, or like per fucking TV. That's insanity, bro. Like, I hate this shit. I genuinely hate this shit. Like, God, I can't imagine. Like, anybody in here, well, statistically probably not, but if you were a bartender like back in the late 90s, early 2000s, god damn, you probably saw it, like where the owner had one cable hookup, and with that one cable hookup he was able to fucking broadcast on each TV the game. And like, damn, dude, it is so dumb, and it's all greed. It's all fucking greed based. And like, what are you guys like paying fucking $20 a beer? You guys like paying fucking $300 per fucking game? God forbid you have kids. Holy shit. Yes, I was. Hey, see? I'm sure that you guys got something similar in Australia there, where you got at least one team that went to like a subscription only model. God forbid. Actually, no, God forbid. Like, I'm kind of hoping that you don't have that. Ticket vendors like Live Nation and Ticketmaster are fucking parasites. Yeah, but you know what? Trump made it so they don't have to make the payouts. Trump made it so they could fucking settle some of these cases instead of actually getting, enforced. Whatever, man. This is the stuff about, like, the Trumpers and, like, the economy that I can't stand these assholes. They're such class traders that they would rather they'd rather bitch about all this stuff, blame Democrats wrongly, and that's why I can't stand it. Like, number one, why do you even fake paying attention like this? Like, you might as well not. You might as well just leave all politics alone. Like, trust me, you're not doing anything here as far as like coming out and supporting Trump. Nobody gives a shit. Not in this chat. I don't give a shit as a creator. Good for you for being an idiot. Most people are angry at you, and I think that you feel it. There's a lot of cope that comes through here where it's just like, holy shit. Like, you guys gotta know that it's bad. But whatever, man. You're just a tool for the deep state? Yeah, paid for by one of them billionaire lefties, that's right. Oh, you're saying that for them. Yeah, no, they are. They literally are. Like, they're tools for the deep state. Like, they weaponize these people's stupidity against them. Ebru, hey, how you doing? Welcome into the show. I don't know what you said in your last comment. Inglés or English, please. Appreciate it. I'm not going to take the time to translate your stuff, so, and honestly, because of that, I'm also not going to always allow that. So here, I'm actually going to remove that. But appreciate you being here. I really don't care, man. Bless your heart. Okay. Have fun. It's FOMO politics, not the IQ of it. But they're afraid to miss out. Well, why, though? Because it's not like they do anything with the information. It's not like they're actually, like, gonna act on this stuff. So, I hardly habla español. 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 Chirping Homestead. Oh, hell no. What? That's a hell of a lead-in. Oh, hell no. What? Based on title? Based on just streamer? What you responded to? Ugh. We are rising, Blue Dragon. I say hell no a lot. Oh. Okay, is it like a wrestling thing? Or that's like that's your catchphrase? Like your friends know, it's like chirping. They call you Chirping Homestead. I'm assuming that your friends call you by your screen name on YouTube. So they're just like, "Hey, Chirping, say the thing. Can you say the thing? Come on, Chirping. We can't get the day started until you say the thing." And then you do the, "Oh, hell no." It's like, "Oh, now the party started. Let's go. Yeah." Or it's like a sitcom where it's like, it's just, you walk in, you gotta get the woo claps, and then it's just like, "Aw, Chirping, what's that thing you always say? Oh, hell no. Aw." I took that bit and I rolled with it. Did it work? Maybe. No. They just use it to act holier than thou, like the insufferable MAGA boomers have always done. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I'm watching MAGA boomers kind of like coming into the realization that, number one, they don't have the retirement that they thought they would. Dude, watching my dad finally, like, he figured this out. Now, my dad, he soft retired. Like, he retired for a hot minute and then realized that he's one of those guys that he's like, "Oh, I would just probably die if I quit, like, doing just, some kind of work." So, went back to just doing, like, small gigs. But then he kind of was talking just how he's like, "Oh, shit. I'm kind of glad that I was doing that." He's like, "Because now that I'm getting my Social Security," he's like, "I'm not getting nearly as much as I thought I was." And then he kind of not so nicely said, he's like, "Yeah, I think your generation's fucked." It's just like, gee, I wonder whose fault that is. I love these conversations. That's how we created those billionaires, so that we are going to tax for all of our free stuff. Well, we should. Why should we have to pay for it all? Why is the corporate tax rate fucking so stupid, where Amazon can pollute our lands, cause fucking a lot of damage just in general, like between car accidents and dude, we've all been there. We've all been there, because I know for a fact that even in like some of the rural areas, you've experienced a shithead Amazon driver, but then you don't want to say anything to him because you are just like, "Yeah, you got a shit job, my man." But I have had it where it's like, dude, I almost had a guy straight up hit me because he did this thing where he pulled to the other side of the road, which you're just not supposed to do, and it looked like he was coming on, like, head on, parked in a bike lane, jumped out to like do the package thing and take the picture, but he did this in like rush hour traffic, so it caused problems. And that was one of those moments where I was like, "Oh, I want to be really mad at you." But that's where I checked myself, where I was just like, yeah, but this is a guy that has to piss in a bottle, and like they do threaten his job, so yeah, it's fucking okay. This is America, loser. We don't get that here. Yes, we do not. I don't know what you're talking about, but we don't get that. Yeah, it tends to be this thing where in America, we find out that like Europe and like all these other countries get like healthcare and shit, and then we're just like, gay. Healthcare? Who needs healthcare? Fuck. Bunch of gay Europeans, that's who. Man. Sitting over there with your socialized medicine and frickin' got some stupid happy people over in Norway. God, Norway. They got them hoity-toity, fucking hurdy-gurdy accents. Yeah, so happy over there. Todd Schreisenhausen. Yeah, you got names like that. How can you be happy when you have Tom Freischenhausen? And you're going out to, again, playing the hurdy-gurdy. By the way, this is a character. This is my my arrogant but very stupid American character. I know, I'm very convincing. Smoke some. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you for permission, Todd. Appreciate that. If their job was that bad, they'd quit. No. If their job is tied to insurance and they need that insurance to live, then no. I'm sure you're getting to that age, Rowdy. I know that you're no spring fucking lad. You're more in the middle age territory, such as myself. So I can tell you right now, brother, you know it ain't like that, and that's bullshit. Come on. Like, I know that sometimes you get like a little, cheeky. But sometimes, man, like you gotta know. You start getting fucking old enough, and then it's tied to your fucking job. There's just no way. And then on top of it, you have an economy like we have right now, where it's just, okay, you're supposed to quit your job. Yeah, those jobs numbers, dude, they're lying to us. And I'm saying that with confidence. They are lying to us. This is what happens when you let him, like, take over and then just be like, I need to put in my own person. Yeah. The thing is, Democrats allowed it. Democrats voted for that shit. Like, these people that are in their positions of power right now were voted, like, and confirmed by Democrats just as much as they were any MAGA shitheads. So, that's where I can at least reserve that anger for all of them. They all suck. Oh, yeah, right. I just realized what time it is. Yeah, this has been a fun hour and a half. Damn. They're totally blind to the situations on the ground all around the country now. Yeah. Well, and that's the worst people in America right now. Speak for yourself, want to race? No. I'd probably die, like, getting winded. My cardio sucks right now. You can still kickflip? I can still kickflip. I can still kickflip. But that's how, hey, I'm going to say to you what my wife said to me about the kickflip thing. That's how I know that's your midlife crisis. Yeah, don't get back into skateboarding, trust me. You will thank me and yourself. Bloodstone, what up? Also, thanks for joining the chat today, folks. I do appreciate having you here. Remember when Facebook accidentally docks profile locations and something like 80% of MAGA accounts are from India and Russia? Yep. Oh, trust me, I know how to look for them now, too. Like, yeah. You gotta fucking, one of those black flags with the blue bar, and, like, that's just your profile tag, and then it's just like, I support Donald Trump and the troops, and blah, blah, blah. It's all fake. It's all fake. You gotta be kidding me. Sorry, guys, I gotta reset something. You... Come on. Sorry, my chat froze again. How many push-ups can I do? I don't know. Probably over 100. I don't know. Do you do your push-ups right? You know how many, like, times I was doing push-ups and, like, I'm seeing everybody, like, they're using their shoulders and, like, gotta use your chest. It takes so much strain off your shoulders, so it makes it much easier to do. Was there a poll yet? No, there wasn't. Give me a second. I was going to start one. I think that's what froze my my chat. All right, jelly bean sandwich. Hello. Elephant. Is that like? Oh wait, did I just say a word than a... Oh, God damn it. Am I training AI? I remember hearing about that, where there's this thing, they were doing it with phone calls, so when you would say hello, not only was it taking your voice, so they could use that for, I guess, like a different scam or some shit. I gotta learn about that. I used to know, like, all about it, but now I'm like, I think I'm missing some details. But yeah, that's kind of how they do it. Where they'll get, like, a streamer to just say whatever, like, word they were trying to get. Gotta be careful out there. Oh yeah, there's a site cloning streamer voices using their clips. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah, you do have to be careful with that shit. I do have enough hours out there that I have also kind of, I'm aware of this. It's something that, not lost on me. Oh my god. Okay, I'm doing the thing. So dude, I do appreciate y'all hanging out, like, while I get to the news. So let's get to the news. That is not the news. Man. I am having all of the problems today. This is so much fun. There we go. Oh. You know what the saddest part is? None of this is because of my computer. I wish I could just, like, bitch about having these issues because it was my computer having the problems. Nope. It is specifically the programs. And then their response to getting a fucking Windows update. Like, prove it? What, you want me to do 100 push-ups? You pay me $100, maybe I'll do that. Watch, I do 10. And I'm just like, I'm tired, I'm having a heart attack. I don't know. I'm not going to go into the details of what's going on with my my OBS, but yes, it's still fucking OBS. Okay? Greg, have a good night. Have a great night. Ignore the idiots trolling. Oh, thanks, Greg. I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for popping on by, and I will. Dude, it's... God, I think there's only been, like, one or two, like, actual streams where somebody did get to me, but it wasn't, like, trolling. It was just the fact that they were so dumb that I was just like, why are you even here? Like, it just finally... That got to me, Rose. Get a hobby. Anything. And it wasn't, like, we did, like, the bot test, and it wasn't a bot. And I was like, okay, whatever. All right, so... If you guys are just joining us, welcome to the news portion of the show. I do appreciate you stopping by and checking out the channel. My name's Pep. Nice to meet you. Yeah, if you guys are also my returning crew, I'm always happy to have you guys here. You really do make my days that much better, especially when when you got the work days. Like, I love doing this. I love coming here and vegging with y'all. So, okay, but. That being said, all right, guys, we got some news. We're going to use ground news to kind of show us what's going on, despite the fact that, yes, there are better aggregation platforms out there. I will be using those on stream a little bit more now that I do not have ties to this company. So. Trump calls Iran response to U.S. proposal to end war totally unacceptable. President Trump officially rejected Iran's latest diplomatic response on Sunday, characterized the counterproposal as a continuation of games. It's all these games they're playing, despite the fact that I play games with the economy. I mean, come on, dude. Every Friday. It's like clockwork. You can literally every Friday just be like, okay, so it's either late Thursday night or Friday. He will say some shit about there's talks. We're having talks with them, people. We're going to have a negotiation. Listen, we're keeping the ceasefire. We're keeping... Like, it's always something. And the market then closes. And he's just like, all right, let's get those futures up, baby. Let's go. Let's go. So it opens really high. And then, boom. Just craters. because then he has to eventually tell us on Monday that it turns out, you know what, these guys are a bunch of meaty bobinis. They don't know how to do anything in good faith. So we are not going to be making a deal, and I'm okay if gas goes up to $8. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Like, fuck it. He said just as much. Just, I don't care. Like, gas is gonna go up. All right, so gas is gonna go up. I'll get the direct quote, but because I don't want any MAGAs freaking out on me, thinking that I'm just making this up. Yeah, dude, this is insane. All right, so this is just the latest iteration. Although this is on a Tuesday, or it's not Tuesday, it's Monday. God. All right, that's starting to happen to me, folks. Well, according to some left tube, or not even left tube, like if the I've had it ladies were watching me, they'd just be like, "Pomps, did you see PepTalks? He just slipped up and he just said something wrong. Did you know that he's got severe cognitive decline? I think he's going to be gone at any point." Like, goddamn, dude, they quadrupled down on that kind of talk. All right, anyway. In a statement posted on Truth Social, not ironic at all, the president dismissed the formal reply by Tehran as totally unacceptable, asserting that the Iranian government has spent decades using delay tactics and would be laughing no longer at the United States. Ooh, someone's getting pissed off at the TikTok videos. Iranian counteroffer delivered via Pakistani mediators sought to pivot the negotiations towards a comprehensive end of the war on all regional fronts, including the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, while demanding the immediate lifting of U.S. economic sanctions. The U.S. proposal reportedly included ending the conflict, reopening the Strait of Hormuz, scaling back Iran's nuclear program, while Trump accused Tehran of playing games with Washington for decades. It's almost like, I don't know, we used to have a deal in place. This was crazy. Oh, Rebecca, take care. I will see you later. Thank you for being here. The U.S. proposal reportedly included ending the conflict, reopening Strait of Hormuz. Oh, I already read that. Iran has continued restricting traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, as the U.S. military says it has blockaded Iranian ports and struck Iranian oil tankers, while Tehran warning of retaliation and pledging to protect its uranium facilities. So no deal. We still have no deal. What did Howie Mandel used to say on that program before? It was on before a wonderful show. One of the best shows ever on NBC Network. I believe it was called The Apprentice. I forgot who was on it, but he was very handsome and devilish, devil-may-care. He was a great guy. Maybe one of the best people to ever exist on the planet Earth. I don't know who that guy was. Was it me? Could you imagine Trump being cheeky? I'm still doing the hair for, I don't know. I almost look like Frankie Valli from this one. Anyway, no deal. No deal with Iran. Look at this asshole. He has better hair than me. I just flip my hair back like that. It's just like, how about that, bouffons? All right. Totally unacceptable. Yes, we actually have two stories on this one, which this elaborates a little bit on why he called it totally unacceptable. President Trump officially rejected Iran's latest diplomatic response. We got that one, blah, 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 blah. Wait, is this the same stuff? It is the same stuff. It's because I didn't click on the new story. Because, yeah, apparently you need to do that. All right, Iran delivers a war and shipping security response to U.S. via Pakistan. They kind of said that a little bit on this on that last one. Iran has sent its response to a U.S. proposal aimed at ending the more than 2-month war. Which, what happened to the 6 weeks tops? Like, they said 5 weeks, by the way, and like that's me being generous. Where I was like, oh, you can't just have 5 weeks. We go in like 2-week spurts, so you gotta have it 6 weeks. That's just how it goes. Come on, man, you gotta at least give them the 6 weeks. Fucking 2 months later. 2 months later. Mir, Pakistan, we got that. Initial focus of this proposed plan is to end the war, maintain shipping security by allowing traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Got that. While negotiation a fuller deal, including disputes like Iran's nuclear program. Peace efforts seek a temporary memorandum of understanding to halt the war. Now, mind you, this was a day ago. Which, here he goes. He rejected it. All right, Trump rejects Iran's counterproposal on Strait of Hormuz and nuclear dilemma. Demands. That's what happens when you stop reading and you see just the front, I'm giving you guys a play-by-play on kind of how my dyslexia works. Where it's like, yes, also, overconfidence. All right, so, official release from the White House. At real Donald J. Trump. Oh, wait, it's just at real Donald Trump. Damn, okay. He's got Donald J. Trump at real Trump, or Donald Trump. Huh. Iran has been playing games with the United States and the rest of the world for 47 years. 47, there's a reason I like that number. Delay. And then finally hit pay dirt when Barack Hussein Obama became president. He was not only good to them, he was great. Actually going to their side. Jettisoning Israel. And all other allies, and giving Iran a major, very powerful new lease on life. Hundreds of billions of dollars and $1.7 billion in green cash flown to Tehran was handed to them on a silver platter. It was money that we owed them because we took it from them illegally. Every bank in D.C., Virginia, and Maryland was emptied out. Dude, I never have to ask where his supporters get this shit. Like, he really does just say some wild shit. Again, Biden says this, you would just be like, pop. All right, we need to get you another ice cream bar because you're starting to get you're doing your weird thing. Huh? Let's go talk about trains. Come on, Jack. I love trains. You like trains? I like trains and ice cream, Pop. Corn Pop. He's coming with me, right? Yeah, sure thing, Pop. All right, anyway. Let's remind everybody, I was reading this. Every bank in D.C., Virginia, and Maryland was emptied out. It was so much money that when it arrived, the Iranian thugs had no idea what to do with it. They had never seen money like this and never will again. What the fuck? It's just objectively weird. It was taken off the plane in suitcases and satchels. And, dude, I gotta do the hair for this. This is just too out there. Suitcases and satchels. And the Iranians couldn't believe their luck. They finally found the greatest sucker of them all in the form of a weak and stupid American president. He was a disaster as our leader, but not as bad as Sleepy Joe Biden. For 47 years, the Iranians have been tapping us all along. Tapping us along, keeping us waiting, killing our people with their roadside bombs, destroying protests, and recently wiping out 42,000 innocent, unarmed protesters, and laughing at our now great country. They will be laughing no longer, President Donald J. Trump. Okay, what the... All right, let's break that down just a wee bit. 47... This is how you know he's lying, because it's this shit. It's just this... Okay. Yes. So, you're telling me that it all started post-Carter, right? Yeah. Yeah. No historical context to add to any of that. None at all. Also, the $42,000 innocent unarmed protesters is a lie. Just the idea that he's like so focused on Obama being so bad. Dude, he's so jealous. He hates the fact that he's doing so poorly, and like everybody hates him. He hates the fact that, like, everything is going poor, like, the opposite of what he guaranteed everybody. And it's almost like some people, no matter how stupid they are, they can at least go like, oh, you did say no new wars and you said you'd get prices down. I mean, even like the ones that are pretending like that come into chats like this and they're like, it's always nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. They deep down inside are also just like, yeah, dude, what the fuck? You know, I know this because, yeah, we had to do a little bit of that with Biden where I couldn't admit it to some of the fucking MAGA chuds just because you don't want to do that. You don't want to cede ground. I didn't realize how stupid that was. I don't owe Biden anything. I don't owe the Democrats anything. They owe me. And that's how this goes. Anyway. Pap, you're on fire. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Jesus, hearing his words from your mouth makes me feel dumber. Trump is gone. There's nobody standing there, but it's empty. Can you tell me if it's normal? I would take 17 different types of suppositories for all my medications. I mean, listen, I'm not a doctor. You might want to talk to a doctor about that, but that's not, that sounds, yeah, I mean, you definitely got something going on there. That's a you thing. Yes, the pool guy who was overpaid by three times what it was quoted during Biden's administration. Yeah, the pool guy. The fact that we're even doing this where it's just like he's painting the reflecting pool. We had to clean up the goose crap. We had to clean up all this stuff. Now this will make it look a lot. No, it still has an ear. No. You understand that he's gonna make it smell like chlorine. He's going to make it a chlorine pool because he's a rich guy that doesn't swim. So he thinks like, I love the smell of chlorine pools because it makes it smell like makes it smell rich. It's like, yeah, like rich person pee. Anytime you smell that overwhelming chlorine smell, dude, do you know how many germs are getting killed? Like, you want to come across a pool that's nice and clear, but also does not have that overwhelming scent, because, yeah. Yeah. Now, sorry, I don't know how I got on that, but yeah, the reflecting pool, I can't believe he's actually doing it, too. And he's charging us. That's another thing that he's charging us for. They said that, he was going to pay for. You know the drill. It's Dino Nuggies and Chucky Milk. All right. Take care, Rowdy. It was good seeing you, brother. Mickey, hello again. Hope you're all having a blessed day. Hey, appreciate that. Always appreciate some positive vibes. I picked from 50 colors of reflecting pool. We still went with blue, but not sky reflecting blue. It's just whatever. This guy making it an above ground pool is just, again, yeah, it needs dark bottoms, so I guess paint will do. Yeah. Yes, the reflecting pool, which symbolically it was clear water because if there, was cloudy, like a cloudy day, or you were looking at it, it was supposed to reflect you. Now it just is going to be a dark fucking pit, which ironically, because he's painting it blue, is going to gather more algae. Which, whatever, man, because he knows so much about me. I know so much about pools. They're trying to treat the algae buildup by painting it black, which makes it worse. Yes, that's what I was. Yes, he doesn't understand this. He doesn't understand just basic science. Nor do his supporters, which, cool. Oh, yeah, dude, that was hilarious. Yeah, 541,000 pre-orders for that cell phone scammed. Yep, that was pretty funny. Flag blue, how stupid. Yep, but you got a lot of fucking this is where, again, man, MAGA, the ceiling is where we're at with MAGA. Like, how people keep talking about the floor? Well, I'm pretty sure that we're there, so now we can call it the ceiling. Because, yeah, man, it is kind of pathetic that, so many people still have to fight like the just basic facts of life. And I hope that this turns on them the same way it did the Democrats. And I think it will. If there's one thing that we underestimated, it was just how bad it was for Biden and for Kamala Harris to go out there and just constantly tell everybody how good Bidenomics was and how it was working out perfectly for you, even though statistically it was actually working out a lot better for us, especially than it is now. Now inflation is fucking insane. They're not giving us the real numbers on the jobs numbers. I'm telling you that right now. They're probably not giving us the real economic reports either. So like our inflation could be even higher than they're willing to say. But hey, who am I to mistrust the government? Because now, once Trump takes over, it's an institution that is on the up and up. There's nothing wrong with it. What are you talking about? That's crazy. No, it's not. It's not. You do this thing where you grade it at the peak. The peak was insane, hands down, but there was also these weird things like there was this world spanning situation. Oh yeah, Russia and Ukraine, which Biden didn't do. Oh wait, there was also this weird thing. Oh yeah, COVID. Which, if you're not going to acknowledge COVID as a problem, then shut the fuck up about why Trump lost that fucking election. Like, seriously, man. You have to understand, he lost that election and it was because he mishandled COVID. I know, it hurts. It really does. You guys think that he lost the election because it was stolen from him. It's so crazy. This thing that we never had a problem with before. Well, actually, I mean, the ones that really started calling election fraud and, like, remember the birth certificate. It's always something. It's never just like, yeah, you know what? This guy's American. He was black. He won. Yeah, this old guy won because Trump was also, not doing a great job. Told us to put bleach in our... Maybe you can inject the bleach. Yeah, that definitely did something. That got a lot of people talking. Also, ironically, the lockdowns. The fact that he had to do it. The fact that we had to go into lockdown. A lot of people were just like, no way. And then somehow, some way, they have done this thing where they shifted it in their brain where they were just like, but that was Biden that did the lockdowns. It's like, no, he continued the lockdowns. Trump started the lockdowns. And ironically, had he locked us down a little bit sooner, we could have bent the curve a lot quicker because there were other countries that did it a lot better than us. The thing that Joe Biden ironically did a lot better than other countries was bring our fucking inflation rates down. Surprisingly, from that peak. Weird, I know. Facts just don't really they don't fit your weird fucking narratives that you guys like to have. But okay. That's the difference. I'm admitting where Biden did fail. I'm admitting that, yes, there were some things that were fucking totally stupid as far as the Democrats doing it. But this is where I think that you guys don't understand that you're not doing yourselves any favors by just trusting Trump all the fucking time. You guys are kind of dopes. You need to think for yourself sometimes. You know how you do your own research and it always comes back to that one guy being right? That's just not how it works. Like, statistically, you would find something to disagree with him on. But you guys don't understand it because you're that far gone in the cult, which is fine. Just understand that you're in a cult. Like, that's how this works. Like, you guys trust him more than you do your intuition, which, I'm sorry, I know. Everybody that talks to you that is anti-Trump has TDS. That's just not how it works. Like I said, statistically, it's not how that works. Not everybody follows this stuff in that way, where they're just admitting like, hey man, this is crazy. It's also weird how you guys are attacking your own now. Anybody that says, I voted for Trump because he said no new wars. Now you're just like, well, we got to do that. Like, you're constantly running defense for this guy. It's got to be exhausting, by the way. Cults end well. Well, we've never really seen it on this scale. I'll say that much. That's the scariest part about Trump's rise, is the fact that he has so many people that are just willing to follow him without thinking. It's scary. I'll admit it. So you think everyone that voted for Trump is MAGA? No. Todd, I actually make that distinction here. 3-time voters, I think, are too far gone, especially if they're now just catching up. It's almost like they're embarrassed by the fact that, oh, yeah, yeah, he really did fuck us. But they don't want to say it because they don't want to lose their friends, too, that still believe. Like, they got to riot. Now they're kind of fucking playing this, like, weird game because at some point, you guys are going to end up in a argument with each other where you both voted for Trump, but these people had something happen to them where they don't make as much money, they're paying too much at the gas pump, and they objectively are just like, hey, he was the only one going around saying no new wars, that Kamala would take us into Iran. I don't care about this nuclear thing. He did it. It was him. You have people that voted for him that are coming out and saying this, which good for them. Good for them for having a backbone. Good for them for also kind of like figuring it out. Like, it's like, okay. Like I said, I don't really hate anybody that thought that, Biden was doing that bad of a job. Listen, he didn't sell it. Kamala didn't sell it. They didn't have a primary, which that was bad. That was all he had to do was not run again. But they thought that the incumbency, this is where a bunch of old fucks, a bunch of old school old fucks thought that we were still playing this game. And they truly believed it. They thought that we were in this post-Trump era. They couldn't conceptualize the fact that enough people would lead us back down that road and it could get worse. But here we are. I mean, I'm not lamenting it. That's why it's funny when people come in here and they're just like, oh, Trump's your daddy. He's the president. I'm like, he's not my daddy. He's your daddy. I mean, you're the ones who have this weird fantasy attitude about him. I just acknowledge that, yeah, he's the president. Yes. Yeah. Weird where you don't have to do this oh my God, no, Kamala totally had the election stolen from her. The voting machines, it's almost like you guys kind of agree that, the elections were fine. Because by your logic, the same election implementations were still there in 2024. Nothing changed. So why is it okay then? Why is it all of a sudden that it's like, oh, no fuckery could happen then because Trump fixed it? It's like he wasn't the president. Yeah, Dems would rather have Trump than primary somebody. Yeah, no. Jack will actually kind of agree with that. I think at this point they are just they would, Chuck Schumer, it's almost obvious that he doesn't want Democrats to win because he thinks that it's much easier to be able to say, what do you want me to do? They wouldn't let me do anything. My hands were tied, man. Fucking ridiculous. Hey, bud. Hey, you. Gonna be good? Please don't kick Trump out of here. It's not for you. I'm a little worried about him. You're starting to be able to feel it. Yeah. James Tallarico for president. Calm down. Seriously, calm down. No, number one, we do need to start kind of getting behind somebody unilaterally, but not Tallarico. Don't put somebody up there that's going to get this is like the AOC thing. And you know what? Dieter made a really good point about this. No, we need AOC to take over where Schumer is. Plain and simple. We need to get Schumer out of there. Fuck him. And also Tallarico, he needs to stay in Texas. Nah, dude. We need somebody that can win with charisma, number one. Because, yes, we need somebody that is charismatic. I'm not going to do another fucking old man Biden bullshit. Fuck the Democrats on that one. They need to figure this one out. And not Kamala. No, I agree with this one. She's not great. She doesn't know how, for everybody that has been talking about how AOC isn't a great communicator, I also have to say, it's well, she's better than Kamala was, and Kamala got close. I mean, despite her losing, they were 50-50 in the polls, and exit polling, he only won by like 1 point something percent. He didn't win by this landslide that everybody thinks he does, or did, because he won the what do you call them? The fucking swing states. You know, let them have their own shit with that one, because realistically, like I said, just that's not a sweep. But yes, I mean, Jon Stewart, if you guys have been paying attention to Jon Stewart's like show and then just in general, like his demeanor, it really does kind of seem like he's starting to kind of consider it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for it, but all right, let's get some updates on this proposal. Sorry, went on a little stomach there. That's not what I was looking for. There we go.
Let's bring you now MS Now contributor Inzamam Rashid in Dubai, former Assistant Secretary of State and former Ambassador to the UAE Barbara Leaf, and retired Marine Colonel Mark Kansian of the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Inzamam, another Iranian proposal lands with a thud, essentially, with the White House. What are the major sticking points at this time, and what happens next?
Yeah, well,
it's
this classic case of moving one step forward with potential step towards peace, but then
this isn't a popularity contest as far as like, I like this celebrity, so they should do it. No, it's the fact that Jon Stewart has actually kind of shown that he could do this.
Taking 2 steps back when there is a rejection, and then there's rhetoric as a result of that rejection. So we are in a situation, as you mentioned now, where Iran and the US, yes, they both want to get a deal. They just both don't
really
know
hate how the new closed
to
captions
get there.
go to the corner and the middle.
Well, as you mentioned there, Iran responded to that US proposal over the weekend. And in retaliation, President Trump said that it was totally unacceptable. And what was inside that Iranian response? Well, there's some reporting from Iranian state media which suggests that Iran's demands for US war repatriations, its recognition of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, and an end to American sanctions were amongst those conditions that President Trump has deemed totally unacceptable. Now, I don't think it's those that are actually the particular issue in all of this. It's the fact that the nuclear talks will not be front and center of any negotiations. Because remember, this was a sort of pre-proposal to actually the two sides sitting down and negotiating within 30 days to bring a conclusive ending to this conflict. The Iranians want to see the blockade, the US blockade in the Strait of Hormuz lifted. They want to see a ceasefire in Lebanon. Then they said they will have discussions around the nuclear issue. And in an interview over the weekend as well, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel said that the only way that they can get hold of that Iranian-enriched uranium is by putting boots on the ground, is by sending in troops to go and get it. He's ready to do that. I don't think President Trump is at a position where he wants to send in US forces. That's because he wants to try and get a deal to get out of this conflict. For now, though, Iran feels like it can withstand this US blockade for the next 3 to 4 months. So we've got that period of time which they could spend negotiating, pushing the US as far as they possibly can. But we're in a situation now where no one of the sides holds the answer, and at any moment the fingers are on the trigger.
Shut up, dude. No, this is where we constantly have to remind everybody. It's like Trump started this.
Fighting could very much resume. Ariel.
This wasn't a 47-year thing. That is the biggest like fucking weapons of mass destruction lie that I've ever heard. It is worse than the WMD lie because it didn't work. Nobody believes it.
Inzi, so
the
much
only people going out there and saying like, but they almost had a nuclear bomb are the biggest idiot like orange Cheeto suckers out there.
Back there, Ambassador Leaf, the two sides seem to be going around in circles, stuck in this loop of sorts. These terms sound a lot like the ones that were floated early in the war. What does all of this tell you? And does it seem like at this point a return to the conflict is inevitable?
Well, Ariel, this really feels like
Why are they? Because I've noticed this from 5 a.m. to about noon. They are trying to get the Fox News audience, so that's why they did the rebrand. That's why they kept on guys like Joe, because they're like, we can speak to like the disenfranchised Republicans.
A round of shadow
That's who they're
boxing
going for.
with neither side.
Whereas the later shows with like Chris Hayes, Rachel Maddow, they are, for lack of a better term, allowed to be more progressive.
Really being terribly serious in terms of the demands they're putting on the table, and both continuing to operate from a sort of giddy kind of confidence, overconfidence in my view, that they can outlast, that one can outlast the other. But it does seem that at least the estimates that the Trump administration was going on in terms of Iran's ability to sustain this economic attrition were way off. That doesn't mean that the administration doesn't have any cards to play. It does. But honestly, this sort of at a distance, leisurely approach to negotiations, which I can't even call negotiations at this point.
This one was double, like...
is quite astonishing given the
Ew, I know.
global economic crisis that we are heading into.
So, Ambassador, given the bravado on both sides, President Trump keeps defaulting to social media with the big proclamations about the U.S.-Iran negotiations, about what the plans could be in the future. The Iranian regime tends to do the same. How does all of this public bluster from both sides impact negotiations?
I always appreciate that there's people who actually like hit the no. So no matter what, I get that little bit of just like
Negotiations, if there are negotiations, as you mentioned.
Well, neither side has a lot of credibility, and the president's assertions every week that peace is just around the corner certainly are playing less and less credibly, but so too are his threats to bring down all sorts of, perdition upon the regime. The regime seems to be very confident, and that's very distressing, frankly.
Colonel, President Trump, as we've been talking about, has...
Unfortunately, Christine, you're doing that thing where you're like, you're fooling yourself into thinking that you got what you wanted.
Declared victory over Iran.
He's worse. You understand that you got a system that is so much more corrupt. Like now, yeah, okay. Oh my God, he came in and he took away some of the red tape, not for you. It's not like you can just. Do you understand that? Like you, cannot just go and build anything on your property still. It's not like that. Like your libertarian wet dream, which has always been weird to me, because no, we need some regulations. Trust me. Have you ever been to a restaurant that, I don't know, without regulations would be more than happy to fucking, sell you some chicken that was on the floor? Like, come the fuck on.
Times now. Last week, his top cabinet officials declared
you'd be clamoring for that type of shit if it was gone tomorrow.
The military options seem to be over, but we heard yesterday from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says not so fast. Here he was on 60 Minutes. Let's listen.
It's not over because there's still nuclear material.
Removing corruption and adding more
enriched uranium that has to be taken out of Iran. There's
like
still...
I said, only the dumbest people.
Officials that I've spoken to in the past week or so insist that Israel and the U.S. are still on the same page here. But how do we reconcile?
Of course they are, because Netanyahu even just came out and said that he's in charge.
The messaging that we're hearing from the administration, the war's over, victory's been declared, with what Netanyahu is saying.
Well, the Israelis would like to do a more thorough job of what we've already done, and we heard that from Netanyahu. They would like, to further degrade the nuclear capabilities, the ballistic missile capabilities. But we've done a lot, and Netanyahu acknowledged that, and I think that where we are would be enough for President Trump, and I think he can bring Netanyahu along. There may be a quiet agreement between the United States and Israel that if the Iranians...
Oh, wait, Christine is an actual bot? Yeah, we've established this.
...do start to enrich again or rebuild their missile capability, that the Israelis can go back in and take it out.
So speaking of the enriched uranium, Netanyahu proposed going in, taking it out, possibly under a negotiated agreement. But if there's an absence of one, potentially by force, he didn't specify exactly what that would look like. From your experience, what would an operation like that to extract the enriched uranium entail?
I think that's a non-starter as a military operation. The United States was able...
Yeah, that was sovereign citizen, Christine.
...to capture Maduro in Venezuela, but that was a much easier operation. Caracas is much closer to the coast. It's The Venezuelan forces are much weaker. They did not have the kind of warning that Iran does.
Honestly, yeah, I'm getting closer to banning her because she's like training AI based on off this stuff.
The nuclear materials are deep inside Iran. Iran has very large forces. Their ground forces number 1 million and another 1 million militia. This isn't a question of a quick move in and snatch. The materials are guarded. They're deep underground. It's really not viable. There might be some agreement to move the materials. I don't think that the agreement would include U.S. or Israeli movement, but there might be some third party that would move it or safeguard it.
Seems like we're ways away from anything that looks even remotely like that. Inzi, Iran has demanded that Lebanon be included as a factor in any future agreement. Israel has said the two different disputes
Thanks, Mouses. Appreciate that.
should remain separate. Where does that leave things as far as Israel and Lebanon are concerned when we see the return of negotiations later this week?
It's key for Iran. Iran have said all along that they want the fighting to end in Lebanon before they can get to the negotiation table. Remember that back and forth in the initial ceasefire proposals that were put together. Iran were pretty clear, and the Pakistanis, the mediators, were clear as well, that Lebanon was included in that ceasefire. The US and Israel said it wasn't, and then there was a whole separate ceasefire discussion taking place. Whilst that ceasefire has been going on, it hasn't necessarily been stuck to. In fact, I don't think there's been a single day since that ceasefire has been implemented between Israel and Lebanon or Hezbollah, and that just simply hasn't worked out because Hezbollah has been targeting many parts.
I didn't ban her. I timed her out for 5 minutes.
Of northern Israel, and then Israel has continued its airstrikes inside of Lebanon. Over the weekend, again, we saw an increased number of strikes in Lebanon. At the back end of last week, we saw them target Beirut for the first time since this ceasefire was implemented. What we know is that in the last 24 hours, the Israeli military have killed 51 people and 2 medical workers. That's according to the Lebanese health ministry. And the Israelis have issued a number of evacuation warnings to 9 areas inside of Lebanon. On the other side, an Israeli soldier, it's believed, has been killed in combat near to the Lebanese border. Now, in terms of potential talks, which could happen later this week, today, the Lebanese president briefed the U.S. ambassador inside Lebanon on this third round of discussions and said that we need to get a conclusive ending to this conflict. That's the wish.
Tinkerbell, I mean, you can check the person being gross, but at the same time, it's kind of like, all right, maybe I should change the poll.
From Lebanon, but any sort of conclusive ending, not just to the issue there in Lebanon, but the wider issue seems very far off. And of course, those discussions will be held in the US later this week. And I think there will be a lot of hope from the people inside Lebanon to get an ending to that war, because we know so many have been displaced as a result of this conflict.
Yeah, and also on the Israeli side of the border, you know, both sides looking for an end to all of this. Ambassador, you know, there's been a flurry, or there will be a flurry of diplomatic activity, as Inzi's mentioning. We have Lebanon and Israel set for talks. We also have President Trump heading to China in 2 days from now. Netanyahu has signaled that Israel believes that China has provided material support to Iran during this conflict. That's not insignificant. Do you expect any kind of breakthrough on Iran during this summit with Xi Jinping?
No, I don't. China has historically kept well aware from the sort of the sticky nature of security and conflicts in the Middle East, political conflicts, military conflicts. I think Xi Jinping will say nice words, but he will do absolutely nothing. And indeed, even China's public statements have been very muted and have generally hewed away from any direct criticism of Iran. And it's no coincidence
back at 0 days.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi just a few days ago in advance of this summit. It's a very crowded agenda, and unfortunately, President Trump...
The thing is, if you guys think for a second that this is not going to be an exercise from China to strong-arm America right now because they have a pretty good position...
Going into this set of discussions will be
come on now.
in the position of seeking
For
Chinese
all those
help.
people that are usually afraid of China, like doing their, their fuckery, like this is the most blatant fuckery that I've seen just out in the open.
Even as he has a list of domestic economic issues to tackle with Xi.
Certainly very high stakes discussions across the board this week. We will keep an eye on it. Inzamam Rashid, Ambassador Barbara Leaf, and Colonel Mark Cancian, thank you all so much.
We are learning new details about Iran's demands to end the war. President Trump says the latest Iranian proposal is, quote, totally unacceptable. The Iranians today are calling it reasonable and generous. Iranian state media says the counterproposal calls for recognition of sovereignty over the blockaded Strait of Hormuz, among other demands. There was no mention of nuclear weapons. Let's get to CNN's Julia Benbrook at the White House for the latest this morning. So totally unacceptable, the president says. Now what?
That's the big question. We have reached out to the White House here for more details on what exactly was in this response. What does it cover? And like you mentioned, does it address Iran's nuclear capabilities, the highly enriched uranium, the things that we have been discussing for several weeks now? But what is clear is that President Donald Trump is not happy.
So it's still just under the Obama deal. Cool. Thanks for the update.
With this response, he called it totally unacceptable. I want to pull it up for you now. This was a True Social post that came Sunday, and in it he said, "I've just read the response from Iran's so-called representatives. I don't like it. Totally unacceptable." Now, according to Iranian state media, that counter proposal, it included sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, as well as demands for compensation for war damages, which have been non-starters here at the White House. And the response, it also came later than those in the administration were expecting it to. On Friday, we heard from Trump, we heard from other administration officials who said that they expected to see a response from Tehran sometime that day. And even then, Trump was asked about the timing. Did he believe that Iran was slow rolling this response? And he essentially said, we'll soon find out if that is the case. And then just yesterday, speaking with Axios, Trump did confirm that he had had another conversation with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He said that it was a good conversation, that they discussed a number of things, but Iran's response here was part of that. So the big question remains, what's next? How does Trump see next steps? We have heard him threaten escalation multiple times when things have fallen through in the past. It's really unclear at this moment, though. We do expect to at least see him a couple of times today. There should be reporters in the room with him at various events, so hopefully we'll get an update at some point.
You know, I want to put up a picture of the Strait of Hormuz, which is still very much closed.
Dude, when he gets these questions, too, he handles it just so, like, flippantly, just like, what'd you say about the war?
Morning.
Whatever. We're dealing with it.
President Trump says that Iran's offer, a counter-proposal on peace, is totally unacceptable. Admiral, you've been at this a long time. How surprising is that? The U.S. waited and waited and waited for the Iranians to respond. They thought it was going to be Thursday, then Friday. It didn't come Saturday. Finally, it came yesterday, and the president didn't like it.
Iran invented the game of chess, and you can see them playing pretty cleverly. They don't actually have a great hand of cards here, John, but one of their true life skills in Tehran is negotiating. And so they're going to string it out as long as they can. Look, I think President Trump has three options very quickly. He can kind of walk away from this, throw up his hands. I think that's tempting, but not the right move, since it would leave the strait in the hands of the Iranians and all the nuclear material still.
Also, that's a hard sell on his base.
Probably at the bottom of a shaft.
Again, there are a few things that, like, even the deepest, like, sycophantic MAGA head would not accept from this one. And just, like, blanket leaving, no deal in place, that's a hard one, because they'll just get owned at every debate, that's how they get their fifis, like, going. That's where they get their, the feeling of validation from themselves, I guess. I don't know.
So, not a good option. A second option, he can resume massive bombing campaigns. And, I think that is increasingly a possibility here if his frustration level.
Yeah, but if those CIA reports that came out are any indication, we might not have a lot to use.
And then number three, where I think this probably
We can't spend it all on Iran because, I mean, he's going to China. He's about to find out why. That might not be a good idea.
plans better than even chance. You continue that blockade, you put more economic pressure on the Iranians. Maybe you do some targeted strikes to eliminate the, shall we say, intransigent elements in the Iranian Revolutionary Guards that appear to be driving the train from Tehran. Some combination of all of that, but it's as unsettled as it's been since we started dropping bombs a couple of months ago, John.
Yeah, it is interesting because the United States, some officials were indicating they thought the blockade would have worked weeks ago
sharp on my tooth.
at this point, but still hasn't forced Iran's hand, at least not yet.
Oh,
so the
shit.
president this week, a fascinating
Crap,
trip,
I
right?
cracked my
The
tooth.
president is going to China to meet with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping. Now,
You got to show us where Beijing is.
there are some people who say that Iran will be a major subject of discussion here, but my question is Xi,
use
is he
it
mostly
or lose it,
concerned
right?
about Iran over here, or does he have his eyes glancing south to Taiwan right there, Admiral?
Well, first and foremost, recall that President Xi is a strategic thinker. He kind of plays the long game from
Hey, son
everything
of Dora.
I've seen. So I
Doran, son of Doran.
think the short answer to
I appreciate you following. Thank
your
you.
question is both. He sees Iran as
It's Duran. I know.
a prime source of hydrocarbons. He's getting oil at a
It was an excuse to use the
significant
Lord of the Rings.
discount. He'd like that to
Ism.
continue, but he would also like the opportunity to put more pressure on what he regards as the rogue province of Taiwan. So I think both of those are going to come up, but I'm not looking for any geopolitical breakthrough in Beijing, John. What I think we're going to see is two leaders who will pretend to like each other a lot. There'll be some minor deliverables, maybe a little less tension on the trade and tariff front. No big breakthroughs one way or the other, but it'll be great theater watching the two of them on the Great Wall of China, in the Hall of the People, in the Forbidden Palace. Look for some great photo ops, not a lot of substance.
With me now to discuss is CNN politics and
Great.
global affairs commentator Sabrina
Yay.
Singh. Thank you for being here. Look, where we are right now, where does this leave us in this war with Iran?
Well, I think where it leaves us right now is both sides looking at each other and determining who can outlast each other longer. And I do think right now Iran has more of time on its side. Iran is willing to endure the economic pain and doesn't really care about its population. I mean, obviously, we've seen that from the crackdown of protests within the country versus the United States and this administration. I mean, every single day, Americans are seeing their gas prices going up. I think in 49 states right now, gas is over $4. So the economic pain and pressure is really being felt here at home. And this administration is going to have to make that political calculation as well as how long they can withstand this war. I think both sides.
No, Xi doesn't have to pretend. No, I have a feeling that he's going to, I don't know, man. I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to big dick Trump.
Really don't want to resume
and succeed.
Kinetic action. But obviously, the president has said multiple times that he is willing to take that action. And that remains to be seen on what his latest response to this Iranian proposal will really bring, and if that brings a U.S. response. I don't think this week, but in the coming weeks, potentially.
Okay, stop. Stop with that. The American people are getting really tired of that. I'm one of these American people, and I'm tired of this. Stop telling me that it's going to just be a few more weeks. Dude, we're 2 months in.
Iran, as part of one of the things that it's demanding, is asking for sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz.
Like how close both Clinton and Harris got, despite being atrocious.
Something that proves the idea that this war made it crystal clear to Iran that power over...
Yeah, just imagine Democrats were actually even fucking trying to sell something to the world class.
The Strait is almost as valuable as their power in the region as their nuclear ambitions are.
I think that's absolutely right. I mean,
hey, Eric. Hi, we're screwed.
Iran used its own nuclear option by closing this strait and then just crippling global
oil futures for what? I think August.
markets everywhere around the world. And so by doing that, that really put the United States on its back foot. But no matter
if it goes into September, we're so
or what, I think
boy.
The idea that Iran would control the Strait of Hormuz indefinitely and charge some type of toll, I mean, that just goes against everything when it comes to freedom of navigation. And so the United States really, and this administration in particular, now has to force Iran back to the table and say that is a non-starter for us, but we have to get this strait open. And I think potentially what you could see this week is Trump is going to China. And is this something that he discusses with President Xi? I mean, we know President Xi and Iran have close ties to each other. Can China help potentially open this strait and get it open for all countries around the world so that, you know, global markets can essentially potentially reset, you know, over the next few months and years too.
CNN's David Goldman is with us this morning. A silver.
They're not going to flex their muscles and use the benefit that's been coming to them from this. No, not at all.
I think if you're talking about the macro decades-long evolution here.
That's right, John. I mean, we've talked so much about the negative consequences of this war and what could happen in the future. But I thought it might be good to take a look at some of the positive things that could come out of this war way down the road. We're certainly not talking about right now, but if you figure that the Strait of Hormuz could no longer be an energy supply chokehold if they start routing oil around it, well, that could be a net good. And that seems to be what is happening, where Saudi Arabia and the UAE are already building pipelines to get around that strait.
Good luck.
It could be in 10 years that, there's no
10 years. Cool.
Way for
cool. After everything, settles for who's this for?
Iran to choke off a fifth of the world's energy supply. That would be a net good.
The fact that you got assholes like this smiling while saying it, I don't care if he's a teacher or what the fuck. Like, just can the whole demeanor here
for the world. Also, OPEC is already.
Is there anybody more slappable right now? Like, what the hell?
To fray at the edges. The UAE left OPEC, or it's about to leave OPEC. That could be a net good as well, because OPEC has put pressure on prices higher. Now we could see some pressure lower again down the road. And the last thing is the shift to renewables that is inevitably going to come out of this.
The funny part is CNN broadcasting this to who?
Already, Asia and Europe have started to
146,000 views, and I'm sure that a lot of them are people like me, where we're doing this just to get the information from it, but we're looking at this and going, no, you guys are handling this way too flippantly.
Demand more renewables like solar and wind from China, which makes all of it. And that could be.
That's not going to happen unless we have a Democrat in office. Dude, come on. We got fucking president, but the birds, we got to make sure the birds and the windmills.
A net good as well. So it is possible.
The whales and the windmills. He said, I forgot about that. The whales.
That a decade from now, we look back at this moment as a shift, as a real fundamental shift in the energy supply, and it could be, intended or not, a good thing.
It requires that.
Oh. The thing is, if somebody from the left came in here and said, hey, taco's kind of passe, bro, I might think about that and be like, yeah, I guess you're right. But the fact that it pisses you off shows me it's working. Thank you for that.
Right. I mean, it requires adaptation. When you
just did a massive disservice to everybody that's like
face a crisis like this, things do change. We ended up with compact cars in the 1980s because of the oil embargoes, of the 1970s. So people do adapt and try to shift to face the consequences.
I don't think that was the outcome you were shooting for.
But it does take time. And ultimately it could remove power from Iran to push things politically. But not today.
No. We're certainly not talking on a short time scale. We're talking on a very long time scale.
But it does bear watching. David Goldman, great to see you. Thank you very much.
I just gave a knowledge. Oh, my God. It's like, in 10 years from now, it might get better. Hey, that's something, right?
And with that, do you have any questions?
Mr. President, you mentioned that you were going to be meeting with the generals on Iran. You rejected a deal from Iran over the weekend. Can you tell us anything about that proposal and what, if any,
Well,
effort will be made to break this down?
Yeah, it was just unacceptable. You know, a lot of people said, well, does he have a plan? Yeah, of course they do have the best plan ever. I mean, Iran has been defeated militarily, totally. They have a little left. They probably built up during this period of time. We'll knock
he keeps repeating it. I mean, if he wants to believe it, okay.
in about a day.
His own CIA has come out and said something different. Now, I tend to trust them, but
I have a plan.
ish.
You know,
I
it's a
mean,
very simple
over
plan.
him.
I don't know why you don't
Trust the CIA.
say it like it is. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
He can barely like keep his attention while saying it. He's just like, I've said it so often. Maybe they'll bite this time.
They're very dangerous. They're very volatile. It's a terrible thing that's happened over there. They've killed 42,000 people in the last 2 months. 42,000. At least that's what we know of. 42,000 people. They killed numerous people over the last week, but they killed 42,000 people a month and a half ago. They were unarmed protesters, not at all violent protesters. And they started taking them out.
If he says it enough, his sycophants will believe it. Yep.
So we're not going to let them. That's
to be that way.
People say, what's the plan? The plan is very simple. The blockade, first of all, was a part of military genius, just like Venezuela was military genius. We have the greatest military in the world by far. And we're stocked up with great ammunition.
I'm going to just say this to the commenter, the DD. I mean, I'll just say it doesn't surprise me that you guys would have a rally around the flag effect right now.
Much better stuff than we did 2 months ago when we first did the attack, which knocked them for a loop.
MAGA or cattle?
But
that's putting it gently.
Very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They can't have it. And if they did have it, the Middle East would be gone, Israel would be gone, and then hit Europe probably next. We're doing the service to the world. And this has gone on for 47 years. Other presidents and leaders of other countries that have the power should have done it, but they didn't do it. But it's a very simple plan. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't want to go that far. If you can believe it, they didn't. How stupid. Are they stupid people? They didn't want to believe it. They think that, well, I'll get tired of this, or I'll get bored, or I'll have some pressure. But there's no pressure. There's no pressure at all. We're going to have a complete victory. We've already in theory.
Oh my God. This is what's even scarier with this is like knowing that he's dumber than George Bush. Like, God, man.
Complete victory from the military standpoint. The military, look, their Navy is dead. They have 159 ships. Right now they have 0.
I don't know, man. At this point, I really am just like shocked that he hasn't gone on an aircraft carrier and just be like, we're done. We did it. Mission accomplished. Look at my smart jacket.
Little speedboats that go around that got
Look,
taken
they put
out
me in the
8 a day
camo.
by us. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. Now, they probably put the shoulder jobs into service over the last 3 weeks, probably. But essentially, they have no anti-aircraft. They have no radar. And frankly, their leaders have been killed at the first level, second level, and half at the third level. And then they come back and they want to negotiate, and they give us it's a stupid proposal. And nobody would take it, although Obama would have taken it, Biden would have taken it. What they took was far worse. So we stopped him twice. We stopped him when I terminated the worst deal probably ever made in the history of our country in terms of defense. That was the Iran nuclear deal penned by Barack Hussein Obama. That would have given Iran a nuclear weapon within a year. They would have had it years ago. I terminated that in my first term. And then when that beautiful plane right there hit them hard, we really hit them hard.
Dude, he really is losing his, grandpa, man.
And they told me
he's got that grandpa energy that Biden had before. Like, y'all, MAGA, you might as well, start getting used to that little pit in your stomach where you're just like, man, shit. You're making this hard, man.
I want to just tell you this because they like to say
he's gonna say some really stupid shit coming up.
Maybe it wasn't.
I mean, it has been getting progressively worse. I mean, for me, it's hilarious, but it's also jarring. You know, it's kind of like that's the president, and that's kind of the guy that's responsible for us, having a good quality of life, which is scary as shit when you know that that's not his. That's not what he's trying to give us. He doesn't care, man.
That hard ahead.
And it keeps showing that he doesn't care. What's scarier is the fact that these people are just going along with it. Like, this is what gives me the vibe that he ain't leaving.
Iran told me very strongly, because
I think he told them that
they intend to
too.
give us the nuclear dust, as I call it. It's easier than talking about other terms, because it's a term everyone knows. But the nuclear dust, which is what we hit, they told me, number one, you're getting it.
The nuclear dust is what we hit. It's still there.
But you're gonna
and it's still, I don't know, being cultivated or whatever.
Have to take
I
it
mean,
out
they just had satellite images from like just not even a few weeks ago showing that they had movement there. Like,
the
what are you
site
talking about?
was
It's
so
it's kind of a bitch when you have like other people that have access to satellites that have great, images of these types of things, and it's just like, wow, let's go check in with this.
obliterated that there's only 1 or 2 countries in the world that could get it. It's so deep and got hit so hard that there's no way they have the equipment to move it. You and China
He's just lying
are the
because they do.
only 2 countries in the
It doesn't
world
benefit
that could
anybody.
take it out.
Whatever,
so we
man.
talked about it, and they said you'll have
You
to
guys
take
will all
it
be
out
shit
because
shocked when they keep this war going on. I don't know how they're doing it without any munitions or any military or any strategy. I don't know. It's crazy.
we don't have the capability of doing it.
You know where we heard shit like this? There's almost like this precedent for this.
So for those people that
Iraq
like to
war,
say that those
Afghanistan.
great pilots in those great planes, well, we just ordered 22 more of them, new and improved, that those
Oh yes, on the taxpayer dime, by the way.
great pilots didn't do their job. They did their job. At 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon, no light, no nothing. Every single bomb hit its targets. And then, as you know, we shot.
That's dude. Every time that he's proud of something and he says something so definitively, I'm not even joking. It is just like, oh, okay, so that's not true.
Some incredible
Oh man.
things that
Once you
nobody
get
else
trained
has.
in Trumpy,
Nobody has a military
or like
weapon.
Trumpisms,
We
you just
shot the
kind of know how to
Tomahawks
listen to this guy and
from
just
a
be like,
submarine
oh.
200 miles away.
Okay, so this
And
one
that
he
went on top
actually
of it.
believes.
But
So it might
every
be
one
true.
of those, including the
Some
Tomahawks,
of, and
every
then
one of
there's the
those
ones that are just like, oh, that's not
weapons
true
and
at all.
Shots hit perfectly. And they said
Not
to
true
me,
at all.
just to put it
They
on the
hit
record,
perfectly.
They said to me,
Yeah.
there are only 2 countries in the entire world that could ever get that stuff out of there because we don't have the equipment and nobody else. They said China and the United States. So I just want to let you know those pilots did an unbelievable job, very dangerous job.
Very
at 1
dangerous
o'clock in the morning. Think of it. No moon, no nothing. We had no light.
This is also where I'm gonna just say it. His like off the cuff shit doesn't hit the same way anymore.
And every single one of those bombs were right down an air chute.
Yeah, he looks so tired
in a
all the time
granite
too.
mountain that
Sleepy
exploded.
Don. Damn,
And
is they got
they are
stop calling me Sleepy Don, even though he's not talking about me. Hold on, I need to shut down for a minute.
Able to get it, even if they wanted to, but we're not going to take a chance. So that's
When he closes his eyes, though, he always does look like he's looking down. So like I was just looking down.
part of the deal.
So, sir, are you saying the Iranians agreed to allow the removal of all their enriched uranium?
Yeah. Well, they did it 2 days ago. They didn't. Okay, they did 2 days ago. They said you're going to have to take it. We were going to go with them, but they changed their mind because they didn't put it in the paper. So when they sent us this document that we waited 4 days for, that should have taken 10 minutes to do, look, very simple. We get that. They guarantee no nuclear weapons for a very long period of time, and a couple of other minor things, but they just can't get there. So they agree with us, and then they take it back. But they said to us that it was so badly obliterated, was the word they actually used. That was my original word. Then it got challenged by some of the fake news. And it was
You can call us sheep all you want. We are very aware that you're the only one following a shepherd. So have fun with that.
challenged with any knowledge. It was just challenged like
You're literally the only guy, like the only people that look to one guy. This dude, and you don't see how weird it is. You also don't like just see how. Yeah, that's a little problematic. In that you don't really think for yourself.
to a hoping.
You found somebody that hates the same people you do, that pisses off the people in your life that you do not like. Just admit it.
That this wouldn't have been
God
so
damn.
successful. No, it was obliterated. We have the greatest military in the world. I built it largely in my first term.
Okay,
And I didn't know
saying
I'd
it.
be using it quite this much
Very
in my second
true.
term. But very simply, when they say, does he have a plan? Yeah, I have a plan. The plan is very simple. You know, in war, you have to change. You have to be flexible. You have a lot of plans, but you have to do different plans in different days. But I have a great plan. But the plan is they cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they didn't say that in their letter.
Mr. President, given the leadership changes that you've talked about in Iran, is this still a leadership that you believe you can negotiate with and ultimately reach a peace
I think
deal
so.
with?
Well, you have two. You have the moderates and you have the lunatics. And I think the moderates are more respected. The lunatics want to fight till the end. You know, there will be it'll be a very quick fight. But
you have said that for 2 months now, dude. This is what pisses me off about the media is that they're even like after wrapping with this stuff, they're not going like, yeah, you know, he keeps saying quickly, but it's 2 months now, you know.
I call them.
We're like 74 days into this.
You have, just like our country, we have lunatics too. We have.
It's not exactly quick
I call them
guy.
lunatics. I call them stupid people too. But in Iran, they have the moderates that are dying to make a deal, and then you have the lunatics, and I guess they're a little bit afraid of the lunatics, but and why not? The level of ferocity for protests. You know, the people are watching it. They want to go out on the streets. They have no weapons. They have no guns. We thought the Kurds were going to give us weapons, but the Kurds disappointed us.
Wow, even they just needed to cut from it, or they're just like, that's enough of that. All right. Bibi Netanyahu demands more wars. Trump rejects Iran proposal.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Breaking Points. I'm speaking extra loudly
You don't see this combo a lot
today because Sagar is not here, and I'm in studio, so I have to make sure Crystal hears me all the way out where she is. Crystal, good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you. Lovely as always, Emily. A lot of interesting
Sim Feliz. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate
stuff to get into in the show today. We've got Trump officially rejecting Iran's proposal. Bibi telling us, informing us that the war isn't over. So always have to listen to what the actual president of the United States is saying. There's a new estimate that takes into account the broader impact of the war and says it is going to cost trillions of dollars already. In Virginia, some major political news, those new maps that were just passed by voters here have been struck down by the Supreme Court. So now everyone is looking to see whether Democrats are going to just lay in a chalk outline of themselves like they typically do or try to fight back.
Outline of themselves.
That was actually that was good.
No, it's good.
No,
that's kind of their normal, that's their normal mode. But maybe it's a new day. We're gonna find out. We're also gonna take a look at the hantavirus. I know a lot of people very concerned. How much have you been following Hanta news, Emily?
I started following it closely over the last few days. Before that, I was ignoring it. Now I'm paying attention. How about you?
So I actually followed it very closely right when the news broke, and then I convinced myself just not to worry about it because there's too many other things to worry about. So I'm rejoining the Hanta conversation. But apparently bird watchers were vindicated. It was not contracted at the landfill, even though that seemed like a very likely suspect.
Yeah, huge dub for the bird watchers. We're going to get into it, but so far looking so good for them.
Yes. We've also got some interesting comments from AOC on Marjorie Taylor Greene and her views there. MTG also firing back. A lot of discourse. I regret to inform you, we're going to also have a little more Hassan Piker discourse in that block as well.
Oh, no.
So get excited for that. And then very excited to talk to retired Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, formerly the chief of staff to Colin Powell, a very important figure, anti-Iraq war figure during that time period, continues to be a really prescient voice on matters of war and peace. So we're going to talk to him about the Iran war. And I'm interested to get his reaction to a Mark Levin thought that Trump had tweeted out. Mark Levin telling us, we just need to arm these opposition groups because it went so great for us in the past, Emily. He specifically uses the example of arming the Mujahideen, which is pretty interesting.
And not just that, there are more examples. So you're going to want to stick around. He goes through the tour of all of our great experiences arming proxy forces. So stick around for that. You can't miss this Mark Levin thought.
Yes. All right. Let's go ahead and jump into the latest with regard to the war. As I mentioned before, Netanyahu was on 60 Minutes and was asked specifically whether he thought the war was over or not. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what he...
Feeling that if every drop or like every piece of dust was taken out of Iran,
Trump and Netanyahu had a call yesterday. There was some suggestion that it was rather urgent and unexpected. We didn't get a lot of details out of what exactly was said on that call, but Netanyahu there saying that Trump told him he wants to go in and get that uranium and that the war is not over. What do you make of that?
Well, he was asked by Major Garrett, basically, what is the timetable for this, as everyone just heard? And Netanyahu says, well, I'm not going to give you any information. I don't want to give away our military plans. And then Garrett, I think, actually pretty shrewdly asked him the next question. Well, first he asked, are you going to do it or can you do it? And then
I had to get creative on this one.
And Netanyahu said, oh, I'm not going to reveal anything. And then the next question was, what's your timetable? And Bibi was like, well, okay, we don't want to get into specifics. So he confirmed by the next question that, hell yeah, he's planning to do it. He just didn't want to reveal any details, which is juxtaposed with President Trump. Somewhat amusing in a very tragic way, Crystal, because Trump is out there talking constantly about what this could look like and what his plans are. It's such a strange contrast where you have the president and then Netanyahu
get ready for $25 gas
saying, I don't want to.
Dude, they're talking about like this being dead serious, that it's going to be over $10 just for like regular unleaded in California coming up here. And one, like, even with the federal gas tax suspended, we're still going to be paying over $5 on the national average, it looks like, by August if this keeps up.
Reveal too much. Well, Trump is constantly talking. Man. It's very odd to see that juxtaposed.
Yeah, well, Trump is constantly talking a lot of nonsense and saying sometimes contradictory things in the same sentence. He's loved this strategy of just calling random reporters who just reprint reiterate the garbage that he gives them.
I don't know who you are talking about, Crystal. I don't know who you could possibly
Actually, I'm not just referring to one in this particular instance. There have been a lot of people who've gotten those calls, apparently, and have, listen, if I got a call from the president, I would also indicate what he said, but I also give some context for how much stock we should put in.
Said that any ship got sunk, dude.
His words at this.
I said that a warship got struck, which it did.
Point. You have to look at the actions, and
it's also weird. They also found out that those strikes on U.S. bases were a lot worse than we thought.
So the latest words we're getting from Trump are that they have rejected the Iranian proposal as unacceptable. Let's go ahead and put A3 up on the screen here. This is from Trump. Rejecting the Iranian proposal. I've just read the response from Iran's so-called representatives. I don't like it. Totally unacceptable in all caps. Thank you for your attention to
the U.S. ship that was hit was
this matter. This came after, if we could put A2 up on the screen, this came after a different, lengthier Truth Social post saying that Iran has been playing games with the United States and the rest of the world for 47 years.
I'm just like, he's not as with it too, because like he can't get his points across so like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it's almost like marketing, where it's much easier to get through his older stuff, and that's where he was on it too. Like,
delay,
zingers in there.
Hit pay
now it's just a bunch of fucking long-winded tweets and just like, nobody likes me. Yeah, and this person sucks because they don't like me either. This person also, this is why they suck. And Barack Hussein Obama bringing out the hits. Come on, guys, laugh.
Barack Hussein Obama.
You guys love the Barack Hussein Obama.
Became president. He was not only good to them, he was great.
It's all
actually
old,
going to their side.
Stale. No one cares.
Israel.
The only reason that people even pay attention to him is because he's president. Like, god damn.
Oh my God, I wish. And all of their allies.
And it's also because he's such a bad president. Like, realistically, the sign of a good president is one that you don't have to pay attention to daily.
And giving Iran a major and very powerful new
lease on life. And say that.
Hundreds of billions of dollars and $1.7 billion in green cash flown into Tehran. No mention of the fact that was actually their own money, but whatever. Every bank in DC, Virginia, and Maryland emptied out. Don't remember that.
Really so bad news for us.
Yes, exactly. So much money that when it arrived, the Iranian thugs had no idea what to do with it. They'd never seen money like this, never will again. It was taken off the plane in suitcases and satchels. The Iranians couldn't believe their luck. They finally found the greatest sucker of them all in the form of a weak and stupid American president. He was a disaster as our leader, but not as bad as sleepy Joe Biden for 47 years. The Iranians...
That one you still might want to be careful with there, Donnie.
...have been...
literally fell asleep just what was it, yesterday?
Tapping us along,
dude.
keeping us waiting, killing our people with their roadside bombs, destroying
no, that's
protests.
today.
Recently
That was
wiping out
today. That was
42,000
this morning.
innocent unarmed protesters. The number is definitely not that anyway. And laughing at our
all
now
blending
great
together.
again country. They will be laughing no longer. President Donald J. Trump. And of course, you know, any deal, any theoretical deal that could possibly be struck, Emily, is going to result in some sanctions relief. I think the Iranians are committed to, you know, sort of full sanctions relief. They're also committed to reparations, although that could come in the form of being able to collect this toll, the Strait of Hormuz. So in any case, you know, the money, their own money that they receive back as part of the JCPOA is going to pale in comparison to the deal that would be available to Trump at this point, given the fact that the U.S. has flat out lost this war to them. So, you know, we're not really in a position to be making demands. And yet we continue to make demands and posture as if we did not lose this war, as if Iran does not have us checkmated in some very real and significant sense. Yeah. And that's why, as long as that persists, these negotiations are not going to go anywhere.
Well, or the alternative, I mean, that's where this is somewhat...
No, and nothing of substance is going to happen until we really roll over and just go, fine, take your fucking money here. And then, oh yeah, no sanctions. Here's the strait. Do your toll. We're out.
Chilling that Trump is going so hard in the paint right now against the handing over of cash. These are...
Think of it this way too. We're on what, day 70 something. He would have done like the, you know, his big move.
Some of the deals, obviously, it was actually a point
kind
of
within this time
disagreement
frame.
intensely between Trump and
why wait? What's going on?
Mark Levin, who he continues to tweet promotionally about.
He's threatened it so many damn times that you kind of go like, I don't think so.
Or truth promotionally.
Almost like he understands that would work.
Just last week.
Like, he uses the big boom. Goodbye, global economy.
Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin were really unhappy with the contours of a plan that were released that did find exactly this, sanctions relief, and I think unfrozen assets. Exactly. It's always hard to keep track of all of these plans, but I think that's pretty much stuck in just about, I mean, all of them that have come out so far. And that's where it gets to the point where, you know, you wonder, escalation trap-wise, if to avoid this type of consternation from Levin, the embarrassment of having people make this argument about him, Trump gets sucked into actually some type of ground operation, significant ground operation that escalates the war further to, again, avoid exactly what he's saying is so horrible. Now, it could obviously go the other way at the same time, and he could just not care and think that he's spinning everything as a win, which he's been doing already for the past couple of months. But it is a little bit chilling, Crystal, to see him dunking so hard on that part of the JCPOA, or I'm sorry, that part of the Biden administration, because is it indicating that he's moving further and further away from doing it himself, or is it just an outburst? You don't really know.
No, you don't. And let's put the next piece up on the screen here from Iranian sources to their state news outlets. They said they just saw the reaction of the so-called president of the United States to Iran's response has no importance. No one in Iran writes proposals to please Trump. The negotiating team should draft proposals only for the rights of the Iranian people. And when Trump is dissatisfied with them, naturally, that is better. So that is the way they're postured. I will say, though, based on what we know, the Wall Street Journal and some other outlet, I can't remember which one, had some details of what the supposed Iranian response was. And maybe we can put Trita Parsi as the last element in the block A9. Maybe we can put him up on the screen because he had an analysis of what the Iranians responded to Trump with. And essentially what he's indicating is on the nuclear file that they have compromised in some regards. They have walked closer to what the Americans are looking for, but they have not gone all the way. And Trump has put some relatively maximalist demands in there that are more in line with what the Israelis want to see than what his original posture had been back when we were, originally starting these negotiations long before the war. So he has placed his expectations in impossible position for the Iranians to accept, but that doesn't mean they're not willing to negotiate on that piece at all. I think since in particular, it's logical since they've demonstrated that they have this massive deterrent capability through their control of the Strait of Hormuz. In a sense, that gives them some more room to be able to negotiate on the nuclear file, because what's the purpose of a nuclear weapon? It's deterrence. So if you have this deterrent already established with the Strait of Hormuz, then you can afford to be a little bit flexible there. But it's also a matter of, their sovereignty and asserting their rights, and also reflecting the reality of the situation that the U.S. was not able to achieve its objectives on the battlefield.
Yeah, but that's something that's never going to be admitted to. Like, that's, again, a rarity on any of these news programs, let's be honest.
There's no expectation the U.S. will be able in the future to achieve its objectives on the battlefield. So any negotiated settlement is going to, in some way, have to reflect that reality. And Trump is going to then have to go out and do his best sales pitch job to convince people that this catastrophic loss was actually in some way a win.
Which, again, let the fools be fooled. Let MAGA buy all this, because realistically, the people that are not buying this are the independents that are feeling all of the fucking fallout from this, and they just hate him.
Of course, again, he tries to do something.
Especially the ones that voted for him, that dude, there's a large contingent out there that were just like, he said no new wars, and then he fucking started a war, and he said he was going to fix the economy. We had the gas was like, and that's also like another thing people aren't talking about, is how he kind of hurt himself by lowering the gas prices and then raising them again.
Something even bigger, and tries to escalate militarily to avoid the humiliation of obviously losing. I mean, he could end up, and this is obvious, he could end up in a situation quite clearly where the Strait of Hormuz is under Iranian control. They're getting money from the Strait of Hormuz from
his national approval ratings, dude.
Basically told.
His national disapproval is over 67%, dude.
They're not.
You might want to be scared of that.
Bringing the United States in on it, as he suggested at one point that we were.
And I'm not going to coddle your fucking nuts here and just give you his approval ratings at 30-something%. No, and I hate how the news does that, because they always go based on approval. They don't like hammering that his disapproval is at 67%.
Basically being.
You guys know this tactic. They use it on Fox News and with conservative media a lot, and I kind of wish that liberal media would wake the fuck up.
And we would potentially split toll fees in the Strait of Hormuz, looking less and less likely that that's what happens. And so you end up in a situation where Trump is forced to either massively escalate. We hear people in some neoconservative quarters still talking about potential tactical nukes or great escalation in one way or another. And again, I don't think that's likely. But when you're looking at the options for
that doesn't matter, though.
For Trump on the table,
the referendum's not on the Democrats at this point. I hate to say that, man.
Right now, it's either complete capitulation in a way that he tries.
Honestly, 32% is a little bit better than what it was just a few weeks ago.
To save
and it keeps probably spiking.
Face and spin this as a big win, or he escalates further. And so I don't think the latter is the likeliest.
The cope is strong. The fact that you're even here typing this right now gives me the reassurance that, yeah, you guys are in trouble.
Outcome.
You wouldn't have to make these defenses if you were that confident that everything was fine.
At this point, but I also don't rule it out, because it is so, everything that we're seeing play out is so bad for his ability to try to spin this as a win, which he desperately wants to do. And he has people chirping in his ear about the potential historic legacy building implications of escalation. So we're in a dangerous spot, obviously.
Mm-hmm. That's absolutely the case. And especially because the Iranians are unlikely to bend any further here in terms of the negotiations, because number one, again, they are looking at this like, y'all lost and we can bear a lot more pain than you can. And the global economy is going to continue to,
it's almost like we should have known that just based on how Iraq went. It's almost like they said the same shit during Iraq.
Totter on the brink here. And we've got some elements we'll bring in the next block about exactly what that looks like. But I know oil is up back again this morning because of the rejection of this deal, and there seemingly being no end in sight here. But, what else do you do if you're Trump and you're not willing to accept the humiliation that would be required for you to accept in whatever deal you could strike right now? You've got all kinds of people, like you said, who are going to be pushing him. Oh, let's arm this faction.
Ooh, he's going with the long-winded points. Ooh, someone's mad. Someone's mad.
Let's bomb that. Let's try for the uranium, whatever things he's being told. And he would rather take a gamble, I think. I mean, just thinking of his own psychology, he would rather take a gamble than have to accept the reality that has been revealed by this war. You know, there is one positive thing I would say here from the
I love that MAGA doesn't know what averages are.
Iranian side. This is from the Iranian president.
It is funny.
A6 up on the screen, just defending the idea of dialogue and negotiation. So Pezeshkian says, we will never bow our heads before the enemy. And if talk of dialogue or negotiation arises, it does not mean surrender or retreat. Rather, the goal is to uphold the rights of the Iranian nation to defend national interests with resolute strength. So a defense there of diplomacy and negotiation and talks and dialogue, that's positive to see that from obviously an important and influential figure within Iran. But again, the reality of where their position is and how far they're willing to go, it's still vastly different from what the American side, what Trump and the American side are willing to offer. And I continue to think, Emily, that is also a very dire sign that added to the negotiating table. Not that there are in-person negotiations happening right now, but that officially added to the negotiating team is this hawk from the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy, is very, very hawkish outfit that's been providing lots of the worst misinformation apparently to this administration. So the fact that guy got added to the negotiating team and seemingly JD
this ain't going nowhere.
Vance, who's seen as a more
if you put more extreme people in the that's not gonna bode well.
Reasonable figure, more.
Meanwhile, Trump understands that because he's like, yeah, some of them are moderates. Like he gave the game. Oh my God, he literally told us what they're doing.
Desirous of an end.
And now he's gonna try and blame the extreme guy, where it's like, I put this guy out there, and I thought, you know what, fuck it.
To this war was apparently taken
do better.
Off the team.
Yeah, great point. Secretary Rubio
too
did the
bad.
briefing
Turns out
last
he's a
week, I
little
think,
bit too
notably
extreme.
as
Not
well,
my guy.
which was you could read into it what you want, but to have him do that rather than VP Vance, who has been spearheading negotiations, I think there's probably something indeed to be read into that. And I just wanted to also make the point, Crystal, that on Trita Parsi's Substack, him saying, he has a line in there. He says, I don't think Americans fully appreciate what it means that Iran is coming to the table on enrichment moratoriums. And that, Ryan and I covered last week some of the Democrats, by the way, not just left-wing Democrats, but some people who are probably considered more moderate Democrats, pushing for the Israelis to be transparent about their own nuclear capability.
Hey, finally.
That is more important right now than it ever has been, to use that cliche that I think actually is fitting here.
With something that we really don't think about in all this.
If you want to make a deal with that actually achieves no nuclear enrichment in Iran or within Iran, that has just heard the President of the United States make threats about wiping out an entire civilization and ensure that there actually is no enrichment as part of the deal that will satisfy American presidents, you're going to have to be able to be honest. In order to enforce that, you have to be honest about Israel. There has to be transparency about Israel from our government and from their government. Otherwise, how on earth do you expect that to stick and hold without finding us back in this situation a year from now, 2 years from now, or whenever the deal is cut? Because the Iranians don't trust Israel and the United States in their nuclear capacity in Israel, or the Israelis' nuclear capacity. And they have just been pushed into a situation where many people politically, as Jeremy Scahill was explaining to us on the Friday show, are more interested than ever before in obtaining quickly their own nuclear capacity. So
that's right.
It's an important point.
Which it makes sense. I mean, think of it this way, too, where it's like Trump kind of escalated this.
I think actually from some Democrats right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why should they also believe, hey, yeah, he's definitely going to abide by the terms of any of these deals?
Very, very noteworthy. And not that it's going
Dude,
anywhere.
it's going to take one late night poop tweet where he's just like, I can't stand the fact that they got one over on me. God damn it.
Right now in this House, but the very fact that such a proposal was offered and co-sponsored by a lot of Democrats, mainstream Democrats, is a total sea change. Last thing I wanted to put up in this block is A7, just to show you how precarious this moment continues to be. There was a ship that was struck off of Qatar's coast, cargo ship that has caught fire. I've seen some indications that there are more ongoing skirmishes.
Rare for me to not hear about something over the weekend like this.
In and around this region than what is being reported in the media. So this is extremely volatile. and you've got Trump in a very desperate situation. You have the landscape for the U.S. so dire that even Bob Kagan, who is the husband of Victoria Nuland, who is the co-founder of an extraordinarily hawkish think tank, sort of dyed in the wool. Neocon is out in Atlantic magazine saying, hey, we're in checkmate here. Like, Iran's got us. This is a massive strategic defeat. We're going to be seeing the repercussions of this for years and decades to come. So the landscape is that dire on the American side, but the willingness to accept that reality from Trump, sublimate his ego, accept this humiliating defeat, and the reality that would set in once you've actually inked a solidified deal here. It's hard for me to see him going in that direction, which is why it continues to be so dangerous. And when you see him out there retweeting Mark Levin, sots calling for all sorts of insanity, and you see the sorts of people he's surrounding himself with and who he's putting on the negotiating team, it's no surprise that the Iranians fully expect that they're going to face renewed attacks from the U.S. and Israel and the UAE and Saudi and the other allies in the region.
Yeah, and by the way, none of this has to mean that things are going swimmingly for Iran. It's a question of whether the cost-benefit analysis for Trump, for the United States, is such that it's worth either escalating or, to your point, Crystal, Trump sublimating his ego and saving face and cutting bait at a certain point. So, he continues to say they have no cards. Well, they do have a card, which is obviously the Strait of Hormuz, and he doesn't want to make that one of his key concessions in a peace negotiation because it was obviously open before the war began, and that sticking point is not budging one bit, despite the Iranians obviously taking some real hits. But in asymmetric warfare, they continue to have several cards, despite what the president says. So, I mean,
massive geographic advantage, very low cost. Their weaponry, they have a much more effective, frankly, industrial base than we do. You know, we are still learning. Actually, there was a briefing, apparently classified briefing on Capitol Hill about how many of our munitions had been depleted.
Yes.
Senator Mark Kelly, who of course served in the military, came out and was horrified by the way that our stockpile has been diminished. And that can't be dealt with in a matter of days or weeks or even months. We're talking about years-long effort to rebuild what we expended during 40 days of warfare. It was pretty wild to see. So in any case, that's where things are this morning. Extremely volatile, very precarious. The Iranian proposal dismissed outright by Trump, and a lot of signs that we could be headed in a very dangerous direction.
Hey. Yep. We're in it for the long haul, it looks like. Yay. But Trump says that he'll put a temporary, he'll suspend the federal gas tax temporarily.
We see it, you see it. That means breaking news here on CBS News 24/7. Let's talk to CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. You just spoke to the president about his plans to ease pain at the pump. We say that all the time. It does hurt, especially starting a new week. What's his plan?
Testing stands patience.
Reid, I spoke to the president about the idea of a pause in the federal gas tax. The gas tax at the federal level is 18 cents a gallon, and I asked the president whether he was thinking about pursuing a pause to the gas tax. He said yes, he is, and he really seemed to warm up to the idea as we continued our conversation. He said, we're going to take off the gas tax for a period of time, and when gas goes down, we'll let it phase back in. But yes, we're going to be doing
it's not like a dog where you can have your hand
something on that.
kind of near.
Now, pausing the federal
DJX?
gas tax would take an act of Congress. There are Democratic lawmakers who have introduced legislation to either pause or reduce the federal gas.
Wait, back up. Democrats introduced the legislation. You want to say that a little bit louder? So this isn't President Trump saying that he wants to suspend the federal gas tax. It's the Democrats.
Gas tax. It does come with repercussions because this is money that goes to fund highway repairs, highway construction, other transit projects.
Yeah, which isn't exactly great right now. But, let's send another couple billion over to Iran, and then
so
also, we got to make sure that we just kind of ignore the fact that they already miscalculated this by $1 trillion. Oopsie poops.
At a significant hit to the funding for those projects for as long as this gas tax were to be paused. But with gasoline now topping $4.50 a gallon, it does appear that there is growing recognition that something may need to be done to ease pain at the pump.
You cite Congress needing to get involved, and of course, Congress has other big fish to fry.
CBS under Barry Weiss really is they're bad at this.
As well, this
because it is like this is for toddlers.
Do you have a sense of timing as to how long this could take? If
they have a weird cadence, like this is how you talk to children.
American public is to feel that little bit of an ease.
And look at her face. Like, look at their responses.
Well, if you've got the President of the United States pushing Republicans to do it, and you have Democrats in the House and Senate who have already introduced legislation to do it, it is the kind of thing that theoretically could happen rather quickly. It just depends on whether lawmakers are willing to put it at the top of the agenda and whether the House and the Senate agree on whether they want to pause the gas tax entirely for a specific period of time, whether they simply want to reduce it, how long this would last before they phase it back in.
She's talking to children, so is he.
That kind of thing would all have to be hammered out.
I've noticed this with CBS's cadence.
News that will be music to a lot of people who travel, especially going into the summer travel season. You know, last week we had the story of Spirit Airlines having to give up the ghost, as it were. They cited the impacts of the high jet fuel prices. What kind of an impact, if this goes into effect, could this have?
Oh, now you're actually like using the facts of the case? Okay.
It wouldn't have any impact on the airline industry, though. I did ask the President, Reid, whether he would also be open to a bailout or some kind of bridge loan for U.S. air carriers.
This is all our money, even the bailout. It's all our fucking money. Where is this revenue coming from? They're going to raise taxes, guys.
As you point out,
I keep telling you this, and I don't know why people don't want to listen, but the higher taxes are coming.
Hit incredibly.
And it's not Democrats doing it. This is the thing. I think, and I swear to God, I'm going to sound like a conspiracy-brained asshole here, but realistically, I do think that Trump wants the Democrats to win. Chuck Schumer knows this, so he's out there being like, aliens, you know, at the weirdest fucking time. Because realistically, they want to let him suffer. They want, like, they think that, oh, you know, if you think it's this bad, let him really suffer. Then they can't blame us for anything because we didn't have any power to stop any of it.
Hard by the fact that jet fuel prices have more than doubled since the
That's what it is.
war began. But at this point, President Trump doesn't appear to be.
But then on the other side of it, you do have Trump. That's just like, we can blame the Democrats. It's always the Democrats' fault anyway.
As open to that. He said,
this is in Illinois. No, this is federal gas tax.
This idea, the idea of a bailout, hasn't really.
No, J.B. Pritzker actually came out and said that this, like, that would be very difficult for us to do with our current budget because we are going into the summer where all of these projects are already funded up to a point, but they require us to, like, you know, have that money available. We can't just go into our coffers and take that money out and still expect these contracts to be fulfilled.
Been presented yet, he said, and he argued.
And unfortunately, yeah, we do have some like crumbling bridges. You know, we have a giant interstate like bridge fucking for the 355.
That the airlines are not doing badly. So that's something that he doesn't appear to be concerned about right now. I did also ask him, Reid, about his claim.
What, Trump delusion syndrome? Oh, Angelo.
Over
bro.
the weekend that the
every time that you like type just the TDS, I already know you got it.
Latest
You're delusional that Trump is doing better than he actually is.
Iranian proposal that he received was totally unacceptable.
Most Americans actually agree with me.
In his words, I asked him, what was it?
67% of Americans actually agree with me.
About the proposal that was unacceptable.
Possibly
Did it have
more.
to do with concessions they either were or were not willing to make when it comes to their nuclear program? And here's what he said. He said it was just a bad proposal, a stupid proposal, actually, done by people that have no clue as to the danger they're in. A very stupid proposal, badly written, badly delivered. So a big change in tone from a president who said just 1 week ago that he thought that an agreement was very close at hand.
Well, and the president also has on his mind
this guy,
China, and a very important meeting in the days ahead. How much will Iran figure into those?
Just remember, they're speaking like children, or like they're speaking like they are talking to children, because most of America kind of has the understanding of children.
Talks with China.
Like a sixth grade understanding of this shit is not exactly great.
China is Iran's biggest customer when it comes
Hey,
to
Robert, how you doing?
when it comes to oil. And so China has a big vested interest in this conflict coming to a close as quickly as possible. And President Trump had been hoping that he could come into this big summit with the president of China with a win, being able to say that he had locked up a deal with the Iranians. It now appears that that is unlikely to be the case. In fact, when I asked him about the deal, he said, yeah, they'll make a deal at some point. It's going to happen. But he didn't provide any sense of when. So, yes, there will be.
What? Jake is back?
Discussions.
He has a show schedule now?
About that, but there will also be discussions about trade between the U.S. and China and a lot of brinksmanship that these two countries have been engaged in over the past year. There will also be conversations about AI, about Taiwan. There's a long list of things that need to be hashed out between
Still
these
has
two
not
leaders.
told us.
Fresh from a conversation with the President of the United States, Nancy Cordes, at the White House, starting us off strong for a new...
Well, that's great news, but yeah, I don't know. Let him make that announcement on this space. But then again, if you guys got the notification, I would expect him to be doing that. 7:10? He's going live at 7:10? Sweet. Well, I might chime... You know what? I might chime in on that one. Say hello. Give him a little plug, because I've missed him, man. Fuck. Yeah, we're talking about what you can do with your old pal Jake from this space. All right, let's go into the next segment. Appreciate you guys hanging out this far. If you guys can hit the like and subscribe, that would be much appreciated by myself. Also, just a reminder, you guys can catch the show daily. Start at 4 p.m. usually. Today was a special day. And yeah, I also have Pepaganda on this space, actually. Speaking of this space, you guys can follow this space. It's a awesome little project we have. Where actually my pal Jake is also part of that, so. All right, let's get to this. You know what? Let's go back into watch mode. Let's do the AOC versus MTG bit. All right. Let's see. Gonna get this to work. What's up? Wait, Jake in chat? Wait, where's Jake? Wait, you scared me there. I was like, what? He's in chat? Yeah, definitely double tap the screen though, guys. I do appreciate all the support. Because, yeah, you guys have definitely helped. Despite the fact that, yeah, I have had to deal with some things. Oh, yeah, you know what? Real quick, I wanted to give the update on this. Shit. Okay, so I did get to... Oh, shit. My bad. I got to deal with the YouTube stuff that was... and shenanigans that were going on. So, quick update. It seems that YouTube is getting a little bit better about this stuff and at least giving us some contact, which is cool. So I think that they might have seen the writing on the wall with this, where it could have definitely turned against them at some point. You don't want to piss off almost every YouTube creator, because they were going after content that wasn't political. They were going after like just random gaming VTubers. I actually had a friend tell me one of his favorite VTubers got taken down. So yeah, apparently they were doing something, and I'm not going to go into too much detail because I'm not really sure what I can and can't say as far as this. I can just say that things are on the upswing as far as having somebody to deal with over at Team YouTube. And it sounds like the future is bright. Okay, so just keep your heads up. Also, look out for some other creators who have either gotten strikes or demonetized. They will likely see some action on their channel soon, which is it's good stuff. So, yeah, keep an eye out for that, man. I gotta say, a brief bit of good news. So, if JB could drop 49.6, that's not what the gas tax is. That's not what the gas tax is in Illinois, dude. Dude, even if Illinois were to drop the gas tax, it's only 28 cents. That's not, I mean, it's not nothing, but it is not like stop. Ay, 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 ay. They're chewing on the algorithm cables. Well, that's kind of one of the things that I have noticed. Good deal. Yeah, don't break TOS. Well, that's kind of a given, and that's kind of where I was like, I am making sure that I don't. Also, I'm gonna be not cursing as much. I have kind of gotten some details on this as well that they're not it's not like they're not gonna tolerate it, but they are gonna lock down certain things, from certain channels that curse a little too much. So I'm going to kind of cut that back as much as I possibly can. Yeah. So gonna try and be kind of good here, not necessarily PG pep or anything like that. We can still be rated YAR. Ew, the fact that I used the rated R joke. Come on, we're not into pirate movies. Anyway, so yes, that's the update. I do appreciate it, but also I appreciate everybody that stepped in last week when we had that little situation in chat. That helped a lot. I'm just going to say, whenever you see people saying that stuff and like going off about it, you know what to do. You guys did the right thing. I appreciate it. So, and anybody thinking of using the report button, you might want just, I'm not telling you what to do, but just know they're taking note on your end there. So, that is something I was kind of shocked to hear, and I was happy to hear, where I was just like, all right. But, I hate the self-censorship on YouTube. So ridiculous what people have to do. Yeah, the fact that I have to use the term grape and fretophile, like, ugh, it is stupid. It is very stupid. It makes me feel like we're infantilizing something that is extremely serious, that honestly, it's also like, no, you do understand that by covering this up and not talking about this, you're priming a society to not be ready for that. Like, for this society that is so hellbent on making sure, predators get caught and that we pretend to care about that kind of stuff, right? Well, it is kind of weird that they are also doing this thing where it's just like, yeah, but we can't have anybody learning about it. It's like, well, that seems problematic. I must not have been here during that situation. You might not have been. It was, I think it was last Monday. It was like either last Monday or Tuesday. It got bad, but we also are going to be saying yes, I am. I'm going to be saying the R slur less. I'm going to be saying a lot of slurs less. The C word is pretty much going on the outs unless I'm really upset. I'm going to try and do this to where, F word, who cares? I'm going to try not to swear in like the first, 10 minutes of the show. Like one of those things. You know how it is. Yeah, I mean, I do. I mean, I used it today. Like, I'm still going to, I don't know. I'm not going to promise anything, but honestly, if it bothers you guys that much, then let me know. Like, I have had people, like, tell me that they were going to have to leave, watching me because I was using it. And I'm like, but realistically, these were people that were already a little woke scoldy that I was kind of, like, willing to part with, where I was just like, you know what? I already feel like I have to cater, like, too much. We're not doing that, so. All right, let's get to the AOC MTG bit. Like I said, appreciate you guys sticking around for my little explanation there, because it was some drama, If you guys are just joining us, we had some chat drama last week. resulted in some shenanigans where people were falsely reporting the channel. And I learned that, yeah, YouTube is finally doing something about that kind of behavior. And it's not really going to impact the creators as much. It is nice, though. See you next Tuesday. Yeah, no, I know. I should get better about that anyway. To be honest, you using the R slur is why I don't recommend you more to people. Oh. Well, that could be problematic. But at the same time, yeah, okay. The thing is, if they are going to have a problem with me using the R slur, they might have bigger problems with me too. That, like I said, not trying to always play with everybody, and don't need everybody to like me. But, yeah, one of my own audience who I very much respect is saying that you don't recommend me because I say such things. All right. Then I shall clean it up a bit. At least I'm aware of it, all right? Okay. But I'm also honest about where I fall on this. We can come up with some we could. All right, so let's get to the watch portion of this. We're going to find out what the hell is going on with AOC and MTG. Got Breaking Points chiming in first. What are your thoughts on... I don't know who you're talking about. So
let's talk about a much more fun subject, I'm sure.
I'll be right back.
This will cause no controversy whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
Alexandria
People love when I talk about AOC.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, Crystal. What should we be thinking about right now when it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene, AOC, and Israel?
So AOC did do a few podcast appearances last week, friendly spaces, but still, she's getting out there a little bit more. And she did this talk at a university with David Axelrod and got asked a question about how she thinks about working in a bipartisan manner with figures like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's go ahead and take a listen to how AOC responded to that.
I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go. But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
So we got a response from former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. We can put this up on the screen. She says AOC refused to vote for my amendment to strip funding for Israel. She can run her mouth all she wants, but votes are the only thing that matters. Not a bunch of words and nasty name calling. And that is true.
I'll be honest. Sam Cedar had a pretty good take on this where it's like, yeah, but Marjorie, you kind of lost the high ground on this one. You quit Congress. You could have still been effective, but you quit. So shut up.
True.
Nobody cares.
And in fact, I recall, if I recall correctly, the reason AOC said she did not vote for that amendment is because she wanted to protect
479-gallon gas. Absolutely ridiculous. Yep. Normal person. Hey.
Funding for Iron Dome,
normal
quote
person
unquote, defensive funding, which of course is not a position that I agree with or really find acceptable as something that I pushed Alyssa Slotkin on when we had her on last year to talk about this as well. I have so many thoughts on this, Emily. So I think, first of all, one of the ways that this conversation is kind of fallen apart online.
All right, Sylvie, you got me to concede. I'm going to get better about this.
Is when people.
I wish you would have said that earlier, because that would have actually been the one to fucking light the fire under my butt.
People talk about Marjorie
Look, I even used the B word.
Taylor Greene, or talk about Tucker Carlson, and what the left's
I have
relationship.
to tell myself
to
it's
them
just like,
should
remember, this is like when you're babysitting. You gotta,
be.
There's
I
been
feel like
times
there's
where
a
it's
lot
just like, oh, I'm about to kick your eye.
There's a gulf between expectations of what that sort of
One of my favorite things that has
allyship
happened
would
though.
look like.
This was kind of like one of those movie moments. Me and my nephew, like he was like making me be the bad guy, right? And he's got like these, lightsabers like any good kid should have, but for some reason he uses like one of the cheap ones that is like one piece. Dude, he hit me so fucking hard with that. And like it left a nice welt. And I just, motherfucker. And like he stops dead, drops his sword, and he just looks at me. He's like, Uncle Charlie, you used a bad word. I was just like, what the fuck?
It's one thing. I agree with AOC. Like,
chastised by a 7-year-old. There's something to that.
A lot
where
of
you're
reasons
just like,
to continue to be skeptical of Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'll get into some of the things she's said and done.
And we had to have a talk about, hey, you don't use full force when you're doing this.
Been an explanation for, hey, how did you completely change your views 180 degrees? Have you changed your views 180 degrees, or do you still hold these incredibly bigoted Islamophobic views that you espoused in the past? Like, I think there is a lot of explaining to do still. I think there are a lot of amends to be made still from Marjorie Taylor Greene before people are just going to go, oh, yeah, welcome to the cause.
Pap, you do know why it can be hurtful for people, right? Yeah, no.
You're our ally. But do I think it's incredibly useful to be able to show someone like her, someone like Tucker Carlson, someone like Thomas Massie, others who are on the right, who have been strident Trump supporters, who now have this very aggressive criticism?
I have like a weird stance where it's like, yeah, like I try to depower words, but yeah, I guess like when you really break it down, what am I gaining from it? Nothing.
Of Trump,
in that brief moment, it feels better for me to say instead of dummy or
specifically
fucking
on the issue of Israel, and specifically on the issue of Israel and the U.S. committing a genocide. Do I think it's important to say thank you for agreeing with us on this?
That would have been nice.
This is very important and uplifting.
If it was blatantly against TOS, then I'd be a lot better with it.
Trump. Yeah, I think that's very useful. I think it's something the right does all the time, by the way. I mean, if you look at the last election, Emily, part of how Trump was able to succeed was by taking people who were former Democrats or former liberals or seen as being, in the center, independent or whatever, and finding the places where they agreed with him or supported him and really uplifting that. And that was part of how he built a coalition together. Now, again, do I think that means you should trust Marjorie Taylor Greene, even from the perspective of how do
you can recommend the stream now.
You change your views so wholly and completely in 1 year? Is there just like a petty motivation here? And what would keep you from then switching your views again completely to the other side? That's a really good question. But the other thing I would say is, MCG has more
apologies
sort of
to anybody that I might
have
offended
to make.
by my use
AOC
of the R word.
Some...
I like how I'm doing this through the segment. I should probably stop that. Again, if you're a part of my audience and I did me using the R word was problematic, I appreciate you guys coming forward and hey, I'm sorry.
Amends to make here. And in particular, this is something Jasper Nathaniel pointed out, and it's not an
more
original
about
thought, but look, she went on
my
the stage
audience
at the
and,
DNC and said,
just getting that quick, who
was working tirelessly for
edgy.
a ceasefire. That was really...
I'm not 14. I don't need to use that to get my point across.
It was not true. First of all, I think that's important, that was just a lie. And second of all, it came at a time where they were trying very hard to maintain a position.
No offense at all. Super entertaining.
Support for genocide, but get progressives and leftists and people of good conscience who were worried about being complicit in that genocide to get them on board. AOC being a person who has a lot of credibility.
The thing is, I can also see where it's just as cringe for somebody to really fight to use it
with the left.
Like Destiny when he was doing it. That kind of what was doing. I was kind of thinking about it on my way back down, where I was like,
going out there and carrying water and propagating that
What is the R word?
lie at the very DNC where they would not even allow a Palestinian American on stage to speak.
What are you, retard?
Yeah, that was very harmful. People aren't just going to
I'll stop myself there every time.
let that go, nor should
Like
they.
I stubbed my toe.
So I would like to also see her. That's not to say she's, like she can never be forgiven for that or anything, but
Yeah, still
I
didn't
would
say
like to
it.
hear from her why she said that. I would like to hear from her that that was a
I
mistake.
used to work with some brickies who I have literally seen them send grown men home in tears because of words.
I would like to hear from her that that was damaging. And so I think that she also has some amends to make. I think she also has some, explaining to do on how her position
Republicans, that's the word.
has shifted. And if
There
her
you go.
position has completely shifted, because you do have
God, you're such an R word. What, a Republican? Yeah, I guess that fits.
recent votes where she still was doing this, defensive weapon, offensive weapons, etc.
Right, and we have that shot, right, of her at the DNC. We should roll it because I had actually forgotten how, I don't even know what the right, how aggressively pro-Harris that speech was. So we should just roll this here. It's going to be E3.
She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed.
God, if only. If only it was all true.
And she is working tirelessly
Oh, Robert, you didn't actually know? Oh, God, I thought we were doing a bit.
to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
Aggressive. I mean, that is an eager message in support of Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I buy that corporate greed aspect either, given the way she walked back from some of the originally very powerful proposals she had with regard to corporate greed as she moved more into the arms of Mark Cuban and some of the other advisors who pushed her in a more corporate direction and to de-emphasize some of those.
By the way, horizontal chat, for some reason, your chats are not getting prioritized the same way that they usually do in my multi-chat there here, so... apologies if I missed any.
Positions she had held originally. But yeah, I mean, the other piece here that, just to back up AOC, and also we should keep in mind here, these are human beings, and Marjorie Taylor Greene has been viciously nasty and harassing of AOC.
Yes.
And those are very hard things to get past, because you look at someone and you're like, oh, this is your true character. Whatever you're doing now to try to position yourself as some moral actor is an act, because I've seen your own vindictiveness to my face. But in any case,
by the way, that's the argument MTG makes about Trump. Just to keep those two things in the same space for a moment. Like
That's true.
It's exactly the argument she's making. Like her break with Trump at one point is she texted him saying her son was getting threats, and if he could dial down.
Well, it's like any good Republican. Once it starts affecting them, then all of a sudden they start to care.
Some of his attacks on her, and he basically went and said, "No, it's your fault."
The
blah,
libs
blah,
when
and
the
she tells
gas
that story
prices
a lot
affect
about
them.
how it kind of showed his character in a moment of test after she had gone on the line for him for so many years, which is all true. And so that character argument does, of course, go both ways, to your point, Crystal.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and so we could put E4 up on the screen. Marjorie Taylor Greene really pushed this condemnation of...
You really thought it was Republican?
Rashida Tlaib. She said that this one, proud to stand with Israel along my Republican colleagues, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley, Cori Bush, the Jihad Squad openly support Hamas terrorists attacking Israel. Okay, that's what she said. Again, there should be no apology for this.
And that was
no
2021.
for that.
And if you see the press conference, she's behind a giant Israeli flag.
Yes.
So this is
correct.
pre-October 7th. Yeah.
Right. So, when MTG says, well, votes are all that matter. Well, if you stack up the voting record between her and AOC over any length of period of time, outside of that one vote, AOC comes out on top, head and shoulders. It's not even close, right? It's not even close. And then we could put E5 up on the screen. This is after Zohran Mamdani is elected mayor of New York, and she posts this. I guess this is on Instagram. It's the Statue of Liberty cloaked in a burqa. So, this is the sort of Islamophobic content that she was posting. This was quite recent.
Just copy and paste what Sylvie said.
Right? Zoran was not
That was
elected
June of last year. Yeah, it was.
That was not that long ago. I guess this was after the primary victory, but still, yeah, this was not like ancient history. And again, we haven't we have seen Marjorie Taylor Greene grapple with some of her positions, talk about, for example, how she got sucked into QAnon. I have not personally heard, maybe she said it, and I haven't followed all of her content, but I have not personally heard her grapple with her own hateful bigotry when it comes to Muslims.
No, not
and
once.
I think that would be very important. And that doesn't mean either that would be sufficient to completely trust this individual.
No, but this is like what's disgusting about the way that TYT is just whitewashing everything that she's done.
But, you know, I do think that would be an important thing.
But they're kind of playing this game with like, well, we can't like close off, you know, to the people like MTG. Like, we need to build a cohort with her. It's like, no. Which is ironic because Cenk and Anna were so vocal about how fucking Kamala was going for Liz Cheney and just abandoning the left. Like, how are they going to be that hypocritical where it's just like, wait. So you trade the left for Tucker Carlson and MTG?
Here.
Because vibes, and you're just going to ignore all the other weird shit that they say just because they said like two good things that you agreed on Israel? Weird.
If you want to be someone,
you have to like the video, and then it's in your
that's taken seriously as
list
actually defending human rights.
You should. It's where your history is.
Point in a universal way, and not just picking a new racial scapegoat that you find to be more evil than the previous racial scapegoat that you were pushing. So
it's actually
you know, from
that little trick. I've been using that on other horror or vertical streams.
Perspective, I understand where AOC is coming
from.
I would just say,
figured that one out.
If you're just looking at like my ideological lens
Thank you for that.
Trying to elect progressives and trying to have a better place with regard to our relationship to Israel and opposing genocide and supporting human rights, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is very useful. I think that, you know, the things she said have been important. I have appreciated the things that she has said with regard to genocide in particular. You know, I feel very similarly about Tucker Carlson, who I also do not trust, who I also think has a Christian nationalist view overall. So it's not like
playing the audience capture farm game. I saw fans from Tucker and MTG in their chat. That makes sense.
I'm going to make common cause with him, but do I find him useful?
Yeah, I've noticed that John Adirola has been taking more vacations than he usually does.
Politically useful in this moment, when I think we need to rethink our approach to the world and certainly our relationship with Israel, and need to get back to—
Hey, Cassandra, good to see you. It's been a minute. Yeah, I was about to say, been inactive for a while. Well, I'm glad to have you back.
Universal human rights are
How you been?
Something that we can talk about and something we can aspire to. Yes, I find them useful
Hope you're,
in that regard.
Taking care of yourself.
This is a really interesting, like, just the quandary that the left has found itself in over MTG is, I think, really useful in the way that it blends the personal and the political, and that's kind of what you're getting at. Is like, there's so many people who have personal skepticism of AOC's character as opposed to like her utility as a leftist in Congress, and that's where you saw them kind of comparing AOC's votes on Israel, some people comparing AOC's votes on Israel to MTG's, and the way that MTG, like, actually, as soon as she changed her mind, went out and started voting on this stuff. And I actually think there are a lot of people on the right who changed their minds about this. It's quickly in the scope of kind of the history of the conservative movement and positions on Israel, but it happened over the course of a couple years, and it was a buildup. You know, for me, it started before October 7th, and you guys gave me a lot of grace on that. We've talked about it extensively, but for a lot of people, it started in the last couple years of that war, and it was because people on the right became really skeptical, obviously even more skeptical as they had already been, of what was coming out of the media. And when people started to see the rug get pulled—
leftist? I mean, they're not leftist necessarily, but TYT, Cenk Uygur, and Anna Kasparian
out from under them with these narratives, people started questioning everything, basically. And so I don't necessarily, like, I think she's had a
25 minutes, by the way, until the 420.
Pretty normal transition from point A to point B, that a lot of conservatives, especially conservatives who are like kind of America first, people who were motivated by MAGA to get involved in politics, exactly like her, to start paying attention to politics. I think it's pretty normal and consistent with what a lot of people experience, and I do think she put herself on the line and like has been fairly brave in pushing back against some of this stuff. But just as she was brave, you know, to be as pro-Trump as she was in Washington, even when I disagreed with her and many people disagreed with her, it was uncommon.
Wait, your wife's cousin is Buff Bagwell?
To be
wait. Your wife's first cousin is Buff fucking Bagwell.
Like that,
Dude.
just as like the sort of like rally going MAGA voter. It takes some bravery to do that in Congress, because even the ones who act like it for the cameras don't do that behind the scenes. They don't believe any of it behind.
How is he? He just had his leg amputated because of health reasons, and apparently he's doing a lot better.
In the scenes, many of them. So I have some respect for her. I wish she hadn't quit.
I saw Buff Bagwell in an indie show in like 2019.
Genuinely wish that she hadn't quit, because then we would get to see where some of these votes and pieces of legislation that she was introducing would go going forward. But Crystal, this actually makes me think we should perhaps invite her to talk about what she thinks on some of these questions now.
God, Gangrel was at the same show.
Would be interesting.
I would be down for that.
Because
I would absolutely be down for that.
She had a really interesting interview on The View where she actually apologized for her rhetoric and
for real, from Atlanta, Georgia.
Her actions.
That's crazy.
And she stepped back from some of it and said she felt like she
That's cool.
contributed to a lot of the tensions that had escalated in Washington. I do think it would be interesting to hear some of that from her, because her tactics and rhetoric actually is kind of an interesting part of the picture here. So we'll see. I mean, but it is a quandary for the left, and I think I don't blame anybody for being skeptical. But the political utility I think is fairly obvious. It's just the personal questions that remain unresolved.
I know I get this feeling that Emily snorts when she laughs, like every time that she laughs.
Absolutely. And the point you raised about I wish she hadn't quit is a really important one, because if she was in Congress right now, there's a lot she could be doing. She could be
honestly, not enough people are making this argument. Thank you, Crystal.
An ally for Thomas Massey. She could be an ally.
It's kind of crazy. Like, she just kind of left
for Ro Khanna. She could be taking votes that actually matter.
And for what? It's not like I'm pretty sure that someone paid her, man. I don't know, because I can't think of anything. It's not like she's positioning herself to run for president, which that wouldn't work.
In a very closely divided House, that could be making a difference. So, one place where
I wish I was a cat chilling on a huge dog bed right now.
I slightly disagree with our beloved Ryan Grimm. Is he said she paid a political price.
If you guys don't know, that's my cat on my dog's bed.
There's no doubt that it was going to make it more difficult for her in her district. She also quit before.
Yeah, Emily's kind of dorky, but aren't we all? No, dude. She's like uncomfortable dorky. Like, I don't know. There's cute dorky where it's like it's quirky. But hers is like it's off-putting.
Or she really paid a political price.
Where like you cringe every time that she like she's one of those ones where she thinks she makes a really funny joke and she like slaps you, and while doing that, it's like
she didn't find out if she could withstand the onslaught.
God, what was the name of that creepy chick? The one from like all the Office memes where Jesus.
Whereas Thomas Massey
that's who she is
still in there in his seat. He's up against a very well-funded primary opponent. He has got Trump backing, strongly backing his primary opponent and attacking him all the time. And he's in there fighting the good fight and taking it and doing his best.
Leave Emily alone. No.
So I do think that is very unfortunate that she decided to quit rather than try to hold on to these newfound principles in a body where it really makes a difference. The other thing that I would say is,
no, I'm saying that it's possible that she's looking for a run, but I also don't think that she understands how badly that'll backfire on her, because she didn't even finish out her term in Congress.
He called her and
trust me, that was the death knell for fucking what's that? I could see the moose from Alaska.
Anti-Semite. And
fucking Palin.
I think at this point, because of the way that term has been so used and abused, that you really need to offer concrete examples of what you mean by that. When you say that, why, how did you come to that conclusion? But I also will say that some significant chunk of the newfound Republican antipathy towards Israel is about anti-Semitism, is about Groyperism and Nick Fuentes and noticing and just direct anti-Semitism. It doesn't come from a place of we believe in universal human rights. It comes from a place of, we decided the Jews are actually worse than the Muslims. We decided that the Jews are the real problem in this country, not Israel, not our policy towards a foreign country, but quote unquote, the Jews. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, who trafficked in some anti-Semitic conspiracies in the past, the Jewish space laser thing or whatever that was, it's a reasonable question to say, is this where you're coming from? Are you coming from a place of we're all God's children and participating in this barbarism is horrifying? Or are you coming from a place of, I have a new ranking of racial superiority and I have a new racial scapegoat? I don't think.
I mean, it kind of seems like both.
It's out of the question, given her
weird, but
previously stated views.
she really is trying to have a cake and eat
her
it too on
very
this one.
clear Islamophobia from the past. I don't think that it is out of the question to push with her where
Sarah Palin shot a deer on a reality show. Then we come to find out that they set the deer up so she get the shot more easily.
These views come from. And, so I think that skepticism is fair and is warranted with regards to her, with regards to Tucker Carlson.
Lord bless bless that deer that was shot by Sarah Palin all them years ago, where we really need.
With regards to
we need
others on the right who have
take
made a very quick pivot towards being anti-Israel and who have flirted or overtly embraced bigoted narratives, racially charged narratives in the past.
I wouldn't say it's out of the question. I do think Tucker has sort of started to his, he is getting slammed by the right for this now, for even saying that he thinks he was suckered in by some propaganda campaigns on Islam. And I don't know where MTG, it would actually be interesting to see MTG get on the record about some of this stuff, but from him, from MTG, from like Carrie Prejean, some of them are leading very heavily with this religious argument, saying that nobody should be treated like the people of Gaza were treated for the last several years. And Tucker said,
so they're doing it to Lebanon right now. What are you talking?
Last week, he thinks that actually Israelis are less safe. Jewish Israelis are less safe now than ever before. I feel like they've definitely led in with that aspect of this, that it's just destruction of human life that's really enraged them, and so I feel like I feel pretty comfortable. I don't think you're wrong that it's out of the question. But I feel pretty comfortable, at least personally, that they're coming from a place of horror and disgust at what transpired over the last several years, and not attributing that to anybody for purposes of immutable characteristics and the like. But we'll see where this goes from here. I mean, obviously Netanyahu was on.
I don't feel comfortable just simply because, again, to stick with the case of Marjorie Taylor Greene, it would mean that she's not only broken with Trump and she's not only changed her view on Israel, but truly some of her foundational views of the world have changed.
No, but that's the thing. I don't trust that.
Right, because she was obviously in the past not coming from,
oh my God, the Riz is non-existent.
From a place of we are all equal and everyone deserves equal rights.
From her confused listening face to her thinning hair to her giant forehead to her weird, like I try not to, man. I try not to, but I stare at her weird face all the time now, and I'm just like,
So.
No, and the thing is, she was one of these people that sold like MAGA to normies. So no, she kind of deserves this.
Is she in a different place on that? I'm open to that. I'm open to it, but I don't know. And so, that's where I am. Again, do I find her politically useful? Absolutely. Do I think we should embrace and encourage the things that she said in opposition to genocide and in favor and, in opposition to this horrible barbarism?
I think I made the joke before, but I hold to it, man. She's either like the biggest fucking like dead fish in bed, or she is like wild.
Yes, 100%. Do I think we should also embrace?
I don't do that type of speculating a lot, but this one again warrants it.
The genuine outreach that she has made for sure, but
that should be a poll.
Do I still have some deep concerns about what her underlying ideology is and what sort of things she could easily push in the future? Yes, those concerns certainly remain.
Totally fair. I actually think that's one of the big fault lines in the left-right foreign policy coalition right now, or emergent coalition. I think one of the fault lines is even probably some things that you and I would disagree on.
Which one?
Or Sagar and Ryan, all of us would potentially disagree
about
things down the line that might come up on foreign policy questions. It might not be that much. It would probably be more between Marjorie Taylor Greene and all four of us, to be honest. But I think it is actually one of the fault lines. So we'll have to see. But Netanyahu was just talking about on 60 Minutes.
Who knows? She could have a hot.
We'll probably play that.
You wouldn't be able to tell under her wearing her dad's blazers.
The clip tomorrow, how support for Israel,
I am being just blatantly disrespectful.
He says is directly declining in course or in correlation to, I don't know if you use
I feel kind of bad now.
that exact word, but to
He
the
said
rise
in
of social
geometric
media.
relation to, which I don't know if that's really the
I think I don't think she looks that weird. She'd be kind of cute if her soul wasn't sour and bitter.
Yes.
the right language. I don't know.
And,
I'm imagining triangles and.
But the point he's really making is that people have more access to information, and the more access to information people have is making them less favorable.
She doesn't deserve this disrespect. I'm sorry.
Towards Israel, and so I feel like there's.
Yeah, we're getting ridiculous. Sorry.
For a lot of people,
we are.
Well, it's very real. I don't know. I don't personally know MTG, so I can't speak for her. But I think some of the good news is that there has been a very real and sincere questioning of some of these first principles that conservatives always bought into.
Oh my God, she's going to go through She Is All That. She's going to meet like her own Freddie Prinze Jr.
by people on the right, certainly young people on the right.
There she goes.
Who are saying we can't support. We can't just automatically support a country that is going.
She does the thing where it's just like, wait, Emily, I didn't know your eyes were that beautiful.
Be willing to engage in some of what we saw in Gaza.
And he just grabs her head and just does this. Have you ever heard of volume?
Over the last few years, and Crystal, at least that is something to be optimistic about.
Oh, dude, I bet she's good at beer pong and actually like would be kind of a fun. Yeah, let's put it this way. Okay, all right. I'm gonna say that she's wild. Like, all right, I'm gonna do the speculative. She's wild in the sack, good hang, good at beer pong, like surprisingly good at beer pong.
In the future, when it comes to hopefully.
She does the thing where she's just like, suck it, noobs!
The rupture and this unquestioned and reflexive alliance.
She refers to her private spaces as her chaunch.
Between the United States and Israel.
Yep. All right. Well, we've got Colonel Larry Wilkerson standing.
Oh my God, lost the plot. We were talking about MTG. Oh God. What? Does this not like fit within the parameters of me being like behaving myself? This has gone off the rails. What? I'm behaving myself. I didn't say anything that out of pocket. What do you mean? I mean, yeah, I was kind of insinuating that Emily's kind of a fun hang. Damn. Their faces on pause. Hey. Oh, no. I mean, the saddest part is I have one more breaking points bit. Let's go.
The economy certainly headed in a very dangerous direction as well.
All right, we can keep the Emily speculation up just for one more bit. Let's go.
No question about it. Republicans right now saying bombing might have to begin once more, but the American people are obviously not on board with the war, have not been on board with the war from the beginning. And the question is to whether the American people are making up their mind on the war with accurate information.
I don't know, man.
Is now
she's got like
front and center because of
just about
some new reporting. There's been some.
She's got that attitude that if she saw like four dudes pissing on a wall, she'd be like, "Oh yeah, you think you got that?"
Significant new reporting actually on this front. Do we know how much the war is actually costing? Let's put this New York Times tear sheet up on the screen as a headline. Hegseth says this war has cost $25 billion. I tallied up the true amount. This is from Justin Wolfers, obviously professor of public policy at the University of Michigan. And
I actually think that she kind of looks like like she's Emma Viglin's doppelganger if like Emma didn't know how to, use volumizer, have a little bit of Riz, and in general didn't raid her dad's closet.
Wolfers wrote in the Times, quote, "The Defense Department says the conflict with Iran has cost $25 billion so far."
Like, seeing Emily in the White House, that was like,
He says this tally significantly
she really
understates
does like wear a dude's large blazer.
True cost. Okay. By my calculations, the bill for a typical American household likely runs to thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. He says, yes, that's a wide range. Blame the economic fog of war. But man, Crystal, these numbers right now, as they become more and more pronounced and obvious in the media, and the American people are paying more at the pump, and then looking at exactly how much more debt we're going into to fund the war per person. So it's not even just
as a blossom.
I think first and foremost for most people, it's about prices.
Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup. So that makes so then Ryan Grimm is Buttercup, right?
Increasing, and what you're seeing every day on the table.
Or Sagar.
But then just the long term.
Oh, wait. We're talking about her, Crystal, and then Emma?
Ramifications for your own budget as an American family because of
Hey, Avatala. I'll be driving home momentarily, but figured I'd say hi and listen in. Awesome. Appreciate that. Welcome
this
in.
As that
Oh, yeah, Francesca's Buttercup.
becomes
there you
more
go.
and more obvious. I mean, let's put B2 up on the screen.
Sagar's Buttercup.
It becomes more
Sagar's Mojo Jojo.
obvious in people's everyday lives. This is the
Oh, wait, no, Sagar's him.
Kraft Heinz
That'd piss him off.
CEO who said
it's him
in an interview this last week, quote, "They're literally running out of money at the end of the month. We're seeing negative cash flows in the lower income brackets where they're dipping into
All right, all fun aside, that in the bit for real. So Heinz saying this, big deal. Costco is also saying it. They're saying that they're not moving meat, and it's not just because of the beef prices. People are going to poultry. They're starting to do canned chicken, which is always a bad sign when people are buying in excess of canned goods.
So just about what you're already seeing in
lipstick sales are up.
Consumer patterns. We're 2 months into this thing, 2.5 months into this thing. And even if it were to hypothetically, someone waves a magic wand and today, the economy is not just going to get better. It's turning the Titanic around at this point, Crystal. So heading into the midterms.
Every time I think of Ryan Grimm, he punched Jesse Waters.
Trump is poised to lose what little support for the war he has left. The more we see of this, we haven't really even seen the beginning.
God, he just got so much more respect from me.
Here in the United States. Or I should say we're probably just
but...
seeing the beginning, just the tip of the iceberg. This is about to get much, much worse.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And Americans famously, already don't have a lot of savings, don't have a lot of margin for error. So when you have the specter of gas prices going up and up and up, day after day, week after week after week, with no end in sight, people in elites in DC, policymakers, they may not be feeling the pinch yet, but I can promise you, ordinary Americans, for them, it's already crisis. And that's what you see reflected there in the comments from the Kraft Heinz CEO. I always pay very close attention to those things. We've covered before. McDonald's CEO saying, hey, people are just skipping breakfast now. And not that we're celebrating people getting breakfast from McDonald's, although I am personally a big McGriddle fan, but we'll put that aside.
But
sausage, egg, and cheese for me, but all right, whatever.
When people are just
I gotta get me 2 hashies, though. I love them hash browns.
Saying, I'm just not doing this at all. That's a very dire sign. I wanted to go back just briefly.
Also, hangover cure is 1 large Coke and a large fry.
To that estimate.
Trust me.
From Justin Wolfers, because I think it's so significant. He says not only does the cost directly to each American family total.
Oh, Jesse took his phone at a media showing and he wouldn't give it back. Ooh.
Thousands to tens of.
Those hash browns are the shiz. If you want a little secret, if you have an air fryer, they have the Walmart brand ones. They taste almost exactly the same.
Thousands of dollars.
Just add a little bit of salt.
But when you look at the total cost of this war and you factor in, as you said, the increase.
Oh, sausage and cheese. My bad. No, Josh, my bad. Not biscuit. No, I like the English muffin with the sausage and the cheese, but yeah, I don't like the egg on that one.
The cost to service our debt, which has already gone up significantly. When you factor in new disability benefits and mental health problems for veterans who are serving, God forbid, if we do go in some sort of a ground invasion, those sorts of costs are going to escalate. When you think about repairing all the damages of those bases that have been obliterated, destroyed. If we even decide we're going to go back in there and fix them and take up those positions in the region again, which I think is a big question, but those are huge, huge costs. Then you think about the economic cost day to day of the oil markets, the gas prices going up, the way that fuels inflation.
How much I hate.
He says
I love
$25 billion is an insane low ball. This is his quote. The best any economist can do right now is get the order of magnitude right. And my math suggests the Iran war will cost hundreds of billions of dollars and very possibly trillions of dollars. for this folly, for this, so far 40-day and counting folly. He says, war is hell, and hell comes with a hefty price tag. So that is what this president had.
Can you tell that there's certain people in this space that I am more worried if they were to like hear a clip of me saying some stuff that I'm like, yeah, great.
Signed us up for.
But like Emily, I'm just like, let it fly. I don't care.
Yeah, and
although that'd be wild. I go to like some fucking YouTube conference and she's like, hey, you're that guy. You said some really out of pocket things about me, but you were right.
I wanted to go back to Wolfers just on another point about what's happening in the market. So before we go back to Wolfers, let's put up this next tear sheet. This is B4. This is a quote from a Financial Times article.
This is crazy.
Where you have a banker speaking anonymously to FT saying, quote, does anyone
eating White Castle slider? Yeah, Pep. Fast food.
Really care if the Strait of Hormuz is open? Now,
oh my God.
In the Wolfers article,
White Castle.
He writes, quote, Wall
White
Street is
Castle
worried, despite the market touching new highs. Every time the president takes a more belligerent stance, stocks
My wife hates White Castle, and I love it.
tank, suggesting that investors think this conflict will undermine the value of leading U.S. companies. My estimate...
we're just making fun of Emily like we would a friend. True.
Based on
I mean, this is how I make fun of my friends.
the movement of oil prices along with the S&P 500 is that stocks are about 5% lower than they otherwise would be, suggesting that the war has wiped out about $3 trillion off $3 trillion off the value of these companies. And Crystal, the contrast between
we're pretty brutal.
Wolfers, I think, reading what's happened in Wall Street pretty accurately, and one banker just talking about how Wall Street is riding this AI boom for now, is pretty interesting because it kind of depends on your vantage point. If you're,
let me know when Jake goes live. I kind of want to check in with him.
Like if you're worried,
I'm probably going to stay live, even though, you know what, the golden rule would be to give my boy some support, rate his channel, and then dip for the night. But
about the market as a whole, or what it means for average Americans, or what it means for your returns. I guess you're probably thinking of this war differently, depending on that vantage point. Because
White
if you're
Castle, we only have them in the freezer aisle. They're so dude. The freezer ones are about the. You might as well go to the restaurant if you have one. I'm lucky. I have one right down the street from me.
To just coast off of the AI boom, as opposed to being like an average American.
Living in Chicago,
really
dude. There's like a White Castle on like
what's
every
happening
street corner,
in the S&P 500.
Like
that is a pretty different vantage point.
Everywhere.
Just extraordinary. Yeah, and it wasn't just that one
Not complaining.
person. Apparently, there was a sort of rough poll, a show of hands about, hey, do you think the stock market is going to end
It's got a Culver's
up even further on the year? Or do you think it's going to end down from where we are right now? And the overwhelming consensus was that the line was going to continue to go up. The headline describes it as blissful ignorance. And look, I think this is proof positive that the stock market is not only divorced from the reality of what
you still have the onion chips? Wait. Oh,
ordinary Americans.
They don't have those anymore.
Lives are. It is a negative indicator. The more the stock market,
dude, they like discontinue those in all of Chicago at least, and
goes up.
I'm now jealous.
Oftentimes,
the onion chips are so good.
It's been because we did a bunch of layoffs because we can use AI to replace a bunch of workers. Like that is what they're betting on. When we talk about this big bet on AI.
All right, so. I'm gonna just say it. My go-to White Castle is I like to get the sack of 4, get it with the medium fry, whatever. Like if I'm feeling a root beer or whatever the hell. But I also like to add 2 of the double stacks.
It's not just the technology is going to help us cure cancer or whatever. No, what they are betting on is that AI is going to be able to replace a large number.
Damn, I love those tiny little bite-sized bastards. They're so good.
Of human beings.
I had a sack of 10 once by myself because I'm like, I keep saying it that I'm trash, but I really am.
That is the bet. Now, will that bet pay?
And I ate it in my fucking driver's seat because I was just like,
pay
fuck
off or not? It's not entirely clear. I think that in some ways it will. You could also have a major bubble pop when one company succeeds and the rest of them fail, et cetera. There are a lot of dire outcomes.
Hey,
that could come
420,
from
let's
this.
go.
But I think it's very important to understand that largely at this point, when the stock market goes up, given the large bet on AI, that is a negative indicator for the well-being of Americans. And so, yeah, if you're in the top 0.01%, as these individuals, hang down at the this Milken gathering, as they would likely be, the little more gas
My mob name would be Pepper Bag of Burgers.
prices at the pump. Yeah, you don't care about that. Who cares if the Strait of Hormuz is open? It's
Pep 10 sack.
not really affecting my life. I haven't changed my consumption habits. So they are blissfully oblivious
Cheers.
to what the reality
We are now in the fun half.
is. And they don't care.
You guys
I mean,
don't know
they
what that
genuinely
means.
don't
It means
care.
that we kind of
about-
chill, but we also watch some. I mean, it's very much the same vibe, but we're just a little lifted.
the way that this will cause ordinary people to struggle and suffer. Now, I think they're somewhat delusional that, look, at the end of the day, you do need some kind of
$10 is crazy. Yeah, it is.
consumer base. At the end of the day,
No, that's why I like to just get a 10 sack, but God, their fries are so good, man.
you do need to avoid
Some
some
people
sort
hate
of
'em. I love 'em.
revolutionary fervor, which is very much increasingly on the table.
Them steamed fries.
Especially the more they push things in this direction. But for today, apparently, they're feeling
My
pretty
mom
good.
would tell you the story.
Yeah,
My first
but
French fry
we have
ever
another
was from
indicator
the
from
White Castle.
Costco. Let's put this up on the screen. This
Hey,
is
it's Peppy 10 sack.
the Costco CFO. Who
All
is
right.
saying that members are basically switching from beef to chicken. Actually, I'm just going to read this whole quote because it's very interesting. By the way, not just in this current, quote, recession or concern for recession, he said, historically, we've always seen some, like within fresh protein, we've always seen when there's a recession, whether it was 99, 2000, 09, 08, 09, 10, we would see some sales penetration shift from beef to poultry and pork.
This is the
We
Costco
have seen
thing.
some of
Yeah,
that now.
I was
I
about
think
to say.
anecdotally, I heard
I
a few
literally got this as an email
months ago from our head of food and sundries buyer that we saw some switch even from some canned products like canned chicken and canned tuna and things like that. So again, just to emphasize, this is really the tip of the iceberg in terms of
I was called that for a little bit.
in price inflation that we're likely to see.
It was funny. I was at my comic shop on Wednesday, and they were talking about like the 70s and 80s and how it was like the best for, like the scene. You know what I'm talking about? And they were talking about like and they were also talking about, the puff puff, and it was so funny though, because they were talking about like, it's just harder to find, blah 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 blah. I always had to find my guy, and then I just chimed in. I'm like, I was the guy.
If the war were to end,
they just were like, nice.
Today, hypothetically, that a lot of these prices would still be spiking for the months ahead, and there's already what feels like. I mean, we had.
I was so much the guy that on one of my friends, he had a sidekick. You guys remember the sidekick? So on the sidekick, he had the Bone Thugs banger. I'm the weed man. I'm the weed man.
Rohit Chopra on last week, former head of the CFPB, Crystal, to talk about the circular funding in a lot of
now, every
AI
time I hear that
companies.
song, it's like, hey!
Actually, just in AI in general, the entire structure, which is now like 30% of the S&P 500, is the Mag 7 companies, which is actually really
Good
horrifying
times.
because if you have investments from NVIDIA to Microsoft and then Microsoft to NVIDIA and that sort of thing, and they're not anticipating
Puff the Magic
particular
Dragon. Puff the Magic Dragon was one of the that bit in Meet the Fockers or whatever. Not Meet the Fockers, the first one. Meet the Parents. God, that was funny.
shift in the market, or they don't have it as a high likelihood. They haven't priced it in.
This is one of my favorites. You know what this means, right?
Exactly as they probably should be doing. And everything starts dissolving in front of us. What could happen economically? What could happen culturally? We are not prepared for what we could be seeing in the next 6 months, year, 2 years.
That's the thing. And anybody that's telling you that everything with the economy is great and just like, okay, this is just short-term pain, dude. Again, number one, we are how many weeks in past the jump off point that we were originally sold. So that's hint number one that this might go a little longer. Number two, the fact that these types of indicators are there and that the stock market's not moving. That's terrifying.
Right on the cusp of something potentially catastrophic, I think, at least.
I have a feeling that they're hiding a fucking depression from us that's coming.
I mean, I hope.
And there's also the food shortages that are inevitable.
That's not the case. But also, all of this is going to amount to more and more spending from the U.S. government, which I think a lot of people on the right were correct to point to. I mean, yes, you have greedflation. That's
to be honest, I love the dichotomy between talking about our favorite fast foods and the economy going to shit.
Absolutely already taking place. There's no question about it. You see it sometimes in the earnings call.
That's how I know the economy's going to shit.
Showing
they charge me $4 for a fucking daily double. That's insanity. That used to be my fucking $3 sandwich. And that was a guarantee. I was like, hey, the economy sucks, but I got my free fries on the app, I might as well get my fucking $3 daily double, which would come to like $3.70 something. Yeah, motherfuckers, $4 on the fucking app now.
But also, the government spending is going
price me out
to cause average people who now are losing jobs because of the AI boom to spend more. Prices are going to go up.
Shortages lead to violence and unrest. Dude, did you not live through T-apocalypse?
Like, that's
like, come on, bro.
How this works. And so it's just a complete mess.
Dude, I used Scott for the first time in like where I bought it. Like, no.
Complete mess from the administration.
That's one thing where it's just like, I will spend that little bit extra. Like, there are things that I will take the hit on. Not when I'm cushioning the booty hole for just a quick cleanup. No. I'm not using that fucking sandpaper.
That was elected on a pledge to stop inflation, to bring inflation, or to halt the growth, at least, of inflation, and is now back.
What are we talking about?
Up to about the inflation level about the monthly inflation level as when Trump took office. It's around 3% in January.
I recently went to a friend's house where like I had to go, and it was one of them where it was just like, hey man, I gotta use the bathroom, just heads up. It's gonna happen. It's like, I got crap. Poop talks, yep, we're there. Hey, it's the fun half, okay?
25.
So any improvement that
would... yeah, they had like I'm not even sure if it was Scott brand. Like, it was like dollar store brand, like fucking poke your hole, like you're literally like your finger will poke through even with like, at least 5 or 6 wraps on there. It's just like, duh.
Was made has been reversed effectively.
I don't need the touch of death. What
tax
are we
cuts
doing?
too. Have you seen the calculations that what average people are getting from their tax cuts has been erased by gas price increases?
Dude, this shit we talk about on this show.
Yeah. Well, and I learned from you that they were really betting hard on everything's going to turn around for us. Once people see their tax bill and they getting their tax breaks, then that's going to save us. And guess what? Here it is, May. God. People know what they're getting in terms of their refund, and they're not.
But one ply, that's what it is. Yes, they got single ply. Yeah.
Feeling the love here. They're not feeling like this is.
Do you think that I kept my mouth shut when I said, like, when I walked out of there just saying, yo, you guys got to have some self-respect.
Going great for them whatsoever.
Like, what are you doing?
Zooming out, it's just
And then I also made the argument. I'm like, you're not saving money. You're using the entire roll just to fucking take care of yourself. What are you doing?
Very volatile mix. You've got this AI backlash.
That started Poop Talks this time, so I don't think it counts. All right, cool.
Both at the ground level in terms of data centers, you've got deep concerns about the way they want to replace labor.
Yeah, TP that could be used as tracing paper. Yes.
If this technology is anything like what they say, even if in the long
where it's like, did you just like cut up a roll of fucking confection paper? Like, what are we doing?
The most hopeful, optimistic projections, which I don't believe, but let's give it to them, that over the long term, it's going to...
Dude, I didn't have peanut butter like before, but now I...
cause more job creation than it is job loss. In the immediate to medium term, like, go look at the Industrial Revolution, how long it took for in the developed world, right? In the places that really ended up being net beneficiaries of the Industrial Revolution, it took over 100
Don't ever make a fucking racial comment like that in my fucking chat and expect to be okay.
years for all of that to ripple through the economy. It's not like you just flip a switch. It's going to be extremely disruptive and extremely painful.
That's hard, man.
If anything approaching what they promise comes true, and if it doesn't come true,
hope that was worth it.
Then you've got the biggest bubble probably in human history that's been inflated here. I mean, the amount of money that's being spent on these data centers is utterly, utterly insane. So you've got that. You have, in addition to the labor displacement, obviously that is going to lead to a further spiraling of vast inequality, again, of the worst that we've probably ever seen in human history. You have an extraordinarily volatile political climate and an empire here that is coming unglued. And that part of why it's coming unglued at this point is because of this disastrous
That's not only an
war
instant scratch, that's a report.
that the population does not want, that has now been decisive.
What's my stance on AI data centers? They shouldn't be a thing right now, especially when we're going through an energy crisis. It's insane.
Lost from a strategic
It's all right, Peach Creek. I'm glad you missed it.
and it's imposing massive daily costs.
It was extremely. It was completely unwarranted
on the American people. I mean, it's a pressure cooker, Emily. That's the only way you could put it. It is an absolute pressure cooker. And obviously we talk to Professor Pape every week here because we found his insights on the escalation trap very valuable. He's also writing a book on the likelihood of political violence.
Robert was like, I was not done with that conversation yet.
And we need to have a conversation with him about that as well, because he's deeply concerned about the confluence of some of these events and the way that they contribute to a rising trend of political violence.
I think I mentioned this last week, but my final thought here is Rod Dreher has been, he's an Orthodox Christian conservative, has been working on a book about Weimar America, sort of drawing up parallels between Weimar.
One of my favorite ones is when he's tweaking in the movie, and he's just he's outside the White House going bunghole, bunghole, bunghole,
and what we're seeing in America.
Like, are you threatening me? Blah, 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 blah.
Right now, just any like cultural indicators, looking at some of that, and economic.
Or no, my bunghole goes blah, 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 blah.
Indicators and looking at that stuff. And he finished it a couple of weeks ago and said in his newsletter on Substack, basically that he believes the one thing that would really be the tipping point from America as we know it today to something much, much darker.
I like watching the type of videos I already watch, but with Pep's added commentary. That's why I'm here, baby.
Including more political violence.
Thank you for that.
Would be an economic crisis. And Chris, I feel like people sense that. I don't think it's you have to write a manuscript on this. And I'm not saying, of course.
Oh my God, Beavis. It was one of the first impressions I ever learned how to do.
Not making the cliched apples to apples parallel between Weimar Germany itself and what came after in America and what might come after. But obviously, when you have economies, as you just laid out, with this
I think it was Beavis and
level of instability and precarity, you could go to some dark places really, really, really quickly.
Hey.
Yes, you can. Dark places. When do we get the full Macho Man in costume show? Oh, God. That would be... We got to reach a goal of like 501 stream. Oh, you know what? I'll do that. If we reach 501 stream, I will totally do the full costume Macho Man. Oh, my God. Can I just say... Hold on. Before we go into this bit, can I just say, guys... So, the last show... That was hilarious, and I gotta say, like, there was you guys saw the birth of a proper bit, because that Bob Ross versus Macho Man, or Bob Ross and Macho Man bit, I kind of reenacted it a little bit for my wife because she was sleeping during that part. That was certified, like that is fucking primo, like, God damn it, yeah. Put a little snow on those mountains, yeah. Dude, that was so fucking funny. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I did Bob Ross and Macho, like Bob Ross and Macho Man on Friday. I think it was like right around the 2-hour mark. I'm gonna try and release it as its own thing because that was hilarious. And like, yeah, Televati, you came up with that? Well, I guess I gotta give proper credit to the bit, but yeah, no, I mean, it was funny because, God damn, I mean, that hit. I think that's when after I fell asleep. Oh God, Mitch, you missed a really good bit. Like, fuck. Oh, and freaking Bob Ross having Macho Man on. He fucking accidentally outed Bob. Yeah. That's what I'm saying about having a little bit of the booger sugar. Yeah. All right there, Macho. Oh my God. We're having... Oh, what was it? No mistakes here. Happy little trees. Yeah. Uh-huh. No, dude, it was... legit so fucking fun. And when I said not just snow up on the mountains, know what I'm talking about there, Bob. All right there, Randy, you don't need to go out and me to everybody on this program, but No mistakes, only bold moves. Yeah. So yes, that one is actually getting released. Bob Ross was a Vietnam War vet-ish. He was, by his own admission, he was a combat pilot that, you know. I remember the pixel cartoon Jake made. That was your voice. Yeah. Yeah, that was me as like Macho Pepper, whatever. Yeah, it was fun. That's why I'm looking for. Dude, I'm so fucking glad he's back. He better make this an announcement on this space, because I have been literally like, dude, I would love for him to go back to his spot, and I like being his lead-in, but also just fuck, man, I'm so excited for him to start making content again. I love his stuff. He's the proper, like, he does, like, that very proper mix of, like, silly and, like, informative. I feel like I'm always just a little bit on the silly end, and just, I'm trying. I'm getting a little bit better. We'll see. we shall see. MAGA Pep was pretty rad. I'm going to be doing, MAGA Pep again. That was funny, though. Very, very funny. Deserves to know. Hantavirus. All right, let's get this.
Today, for the first time, passengers started evacuating the cruise ship at the center of the deadly hantavirus outbreak, which has killed at least 3 people on board.
Okay.
The ship docked in the Canary Islands earlier, where a medical
I did learn something about this where, yeah, this isn't something that we like need to just brush off entirely, because I was like, oh, so that's why people are worried, is because this is transferring to more people than like the control group.
Was in place to receive passengers
it's like, oh,
in what's
so
expected
it's evolving.
to be a
That's not
2-day
good.
process. They'll then be flown back to their home countries on charter flights.
Am I worried about it still? No.
The French,
because I was trying to point this out to somebody that was going off in chat on Friday. This isn't a novel virus, so like they've been developing a vaccine for this since like the late, I think, 60s or some shit like that, and they've had multiple different ones out there, but like
Prime Minister said one of the
if say one comes out for this strain, I'm not gonna be as freaked out.
5 French
COVID, like there was like that one moment where it kind of did make, like, I was like, oh, that was kind of quick. But at the same time, after I learned what mRNA, I was like, oh, okay, whatever.
Passengers exhibited
also, I saw a bunch of people didn't die, so I was like, okay.
We're also learning that the 17 Americans on board will be observed at a
You know what did it for me? I watched my my younger brother get COVID and lose pretty much his sense to do anything. I was just like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Center in Nebraska. And amid concerns
Not
of a
playing that
continuing
game.
spread, Trump officials and health experts this morning worked to quell fears we could be heading into another COVID situation.
The key message I want to send to your audience is that this is not COVID. This is not going to happen.
Some dude ran in front of a jet. Yeah, unfortunately saw the video of the night vision. It was as bad as you thought.
Lead to the kind of outbreak.
Let's just say that the jet was, or the engine was on fire for,
Do understand that this is not a respiratory disease, meaning it's very difficult, if impossible, to pass through coughing or breathing. It's very rare to see it transmitted between humans.
And joining us now is Joseph Allen, professor of exposure assessment science at Harvard University.
Okay, so it's still the same thing then.
Joseph, thank you so much for joining us this evening. You
Oh my God.
Who had the chance
What?
to speak with a doctor who was on that ship. I'm wondering if you can bring us into that conversation and what it helped you understand about the transmission of this disease.
Yeah, sure. And thanks for having me on. And let me just take a step back and say why I contacted this doctor and why we spoke. I've seen a lot of
Okay, so it's just this one doctor kind of saying this.
the official messaging come out, and
Okay.
some of the messaging I just heard there.
Until 2025. I got it. Yeah, I got mine like 2023. Yeah.
Is incorrect, and I can talk about
Yeah, I dodged it for like the main portion of it.
this in a minute. But the messaging I've heard from CDC and others is that this requires prolonged close contact. Now, when I go read the literature about prior outbreaks of this virus, not on a ship, it is very clear we've had transmission that happened very rapidly and did not require close contact. So I wanted to kind of double check myself. So I reached out to this doctor. We were on a Pro TV program earlier in the week together, and I asked him, what is actually happening on the ship, and where am I off, or where are other people off in this messaging? And he confirmed to me something really important, and that's messaging has not broken through. This is what he experienced as he related to me. Yes, as the first patients were sick and being treated, there was close contact with the treating physician on board and several other staff who were helping that person. Those people got sick. In fact, the ship's doctor got removed from the ship. This other passenger, who happened to be a doctor, then stepped in to start to treat patients. As he relayed to me, the other people who got sick after that, many who have been removed from the hospital, did not have what he called close contact. They shared time in the dining room or in the lecture room on this ship, but they were not in close physical contact. So I find the official messaging contradicted by what we know from previous outbreaks and is published in the literature, and what I was told about the experience on the ship.
So what do you think is the most important thing right now?
Okay, so, all right. This kind of like was what I was saying about how, all right, this isn't
that the American public should
this isn't
know
like really
about
spreading
what it is that you have
as much
learned
as
and,
we thought.
and what is being said in the literature or what has been written about the literature that is not being communicated, or you might
it may not be hantavirus.
feel like it's not being communicated sufficiently.
That's
by
a problem.
Health officials,
but it keeps coming back as positive for hantavirus or hantavirus.
Yeah, so I do think the overall threat to the general public is low, but I do think the public deserves to know what the science is about how this is transmitted, because we need to know how to keep people safe and also know who we should contact trace. From that earlier outbreak, which was on land, it's presented in the New England Journal of Medicine, the first set of human-to-human transmission with this exact virus happened at a birthday party. And at that birthday party, which was only 90 minutes, there are reports where one person transmitted to another where they did not have any physical contact and, in fact, simply said hello to each other in passing. Now, that doesn't sound like prolonged close contact to me. In fact, it's not. There were also people who sat at different tables at that birthday party and got sick. One man at that party who got sick eventually died, passed it to his wife. At his funeral, she transmitted it to 10 other people. So I think we've been underplaying exactly how this is spread, that you need some prolonged close or physical contact when in fact,
okay, this is a lot worse than I thought.
In fact, the evidence suggests it can be transmitted by people who aren't in close contact, and in fact, it can happen rather rapidly.
The Fauci ouchie.
So I don't think that's been communicated to the public, and this is really important for the
giving it that.
People
I think that's stupid to give it that derogatory term.
Quarantine right now, because we have to give them the message that it's not just this intense contact where transmission can occur. We don't want secondary transmission to other people in their house. And they have to recognize that that can mean if you're in the same room, you still need to be taking precautions.
He didn't develop it. That's why I'm just like, eh.
And it's not just this super close contact for extended periods of time.
Why do you think it is that the message that has been coming out of our public health officials has been one that emphasizes close physical contact, given your read of the literature, given your understanding of what happened on that ship? Is it that people are not up to date with their understanding of the science here, about what scientists know, I should say? Is it about, trying to create a sense of calm or to depress panic? What do you think is going on here, and how would you counsel public officials to change their messaging?
Yeah, I'm not sure the motivations, but some of it is to try to reassure people, which I think is fair. This is not going to be a COVID blow up, but some of the messaging I heard before I got on the air from the government officials that this is impossible to pass, that it's really difficult to pass. The literature is very clear that that's simply not the case. I have to be honest.
See, and that's where I get kind of mad at people that are just like, listen to the people that are convenient and tell you the thing that you want to hear. It's like, I don't know. There's nothing bad about being a little alarmed about something like this, where this guy's just like, no, all the studies are kind of proving otherwise, but okay.
I do forensic investigations like this frequently. And when I first started hearing this message of you need prolonged...
kind of what happened to Fauci. That's why, honestly, you won't catch me going like, oh, Fauci, so bad.
Close contact. I thought, okay, there's probably a good scientific basis for this. I went and read the best paper on transmission of this virus. I was expecting to find that statement supported by the paper. And in fact, it's not at all supported by the paper. And the things I just shared with you, this scientific paper shows that, in fact, you don't need prolonged periods of time and you don't need close contact. So I've been harping on this on social media, and whoever I can get this message to, that the official messaging is contradicting what we know in the science. We know very little actually about the spread of the Andes strain. We have 1 or 2 studies. We have this event happening on the ship. I just think it's smart to be a little more cautious about our messaging to the public and making it seem like it's so incredibly hard to transmit. We all have a collective interest in making sure that these people are safe and cared for.
I mean, if we don't want a second COVID, then yeah. Like, the thing is, I don't like the fact that our lesson was just to put our fingers in our ears and go, la, 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 not real, la, 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 la.
And that we don't.
So many people think that COVID just wasn't real.
Ongoing secondary,
which is insane to me.
Transmission. To prevent that secondary transmission requires telling the public how it is
how many people are just like,
so that they can take the appropriate precautions and not be misled about what may happen in their home if they go back for quarantine.
I have 2 Trumper nurses in my family that even were during that time they were like, no, this shit's very real.
So Joseph, that's
watching how quickly people die from this is, you don't do that.
Actually petrifying that your interpretation and reading of the literature does contrast with the official messaging and guidance that we're getting.
So if Jake isn't live right now, I have a feeling I know exactly what he's doing.
From our public health officials.
He's going to be going live soon. That's a very good sign. He got his computer problems fixed. I'm going to just say it. So from what he said to me, he had a computer crash, and at the time, he was not able to financially fix it. Now, I think it's fixed.
I guess just big
I really hope so.
Picture, because COVID is the marker for everyone when it comes to
I also
how
heard
we
another
think
thing
about a
about,
pandemic.
and I'll let him cover that one.
How would you compare this to COVID and transmission? And then as a second part of that question, you're an
when you see the price of RAM, it's just like, okay, that actually makes sense.
expert in closed spaces, and our physical spaces, have they improved since COVID when it comes to how we're going to approach?
No, this is my point, is the fact that enough people are so it broke their brains in the wrong way. So many of us should be trained for this, where it's just all right, man, we should do the right thing now. And I'm not saying shut everything down. Oh my God. No, isolate these people the right way.
A possible pandemic.
Having family go near them. That was insane. When you find out that some of the early COVID victims, they had family seeing them up until pretty much the last time. And you're like, oh. And it was the whole family? Oh.
Yeah, it's a really good question.
They weren't actually quarantining the way that, I thought it was going to be like the movie Outbreak. When I saw how flippant they were at first, it was oh, no wonder this happened.
I think the overall threat to the general public is low. That said, I just think we have to be diligent. The system is working the way it should if and when we're getting people the right information. Look, we were lucky this happened on a cruise ship because it's largely contained.
Trump was not a COVID denier until Biden was and he had to deal with it.
We're being careful about how we transport these next...
Because he wanted to use the angst that a lot of people had that were his base during that, and he felt like he lost... okay, do you want to know how you can kind of tell this? Look at the GOP autopsy on the 2020 election. Look at the way that they kind of did blame his response to COVID. They also they also blamed his response to COVID, the fact that he even shut everything down because he had to, and then everything else that came after it, as far as the Operation Warp Speed.
Set of passengers, and we'll stay on top of.
He was in a lose-lose situation at that point
in terms of the contact tracing and active surveillance to be sure we don't have.
But then it was easier after Biden came in, and then had the fucking 8% inflation, all that bullshit. We still had 2 more years of that.
This secondary transmission. So I think the general.
It's easier for everybody to just go, yeah, it was Biden.
Risk for the public is low, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't be vigilant, especially.
COVID will clear up by April, Easter. Yeah, we'll bend the curve. You guys remember that? Bend the curve.
To the people who are going into quarantine, and this is where the building factors come into play. If it is spread, like I think the evidence suggests, through the
GOP released their autopsy. autopsy. It's not the official.
Air, not just close
it's the one that it's the speculative autopsy.
Contact. Well, then that means the building matters.
Kind of the same one as the Democrats.
Then we have to pay attention to things we paid attention to during COVID, which is good ventilation and good filtration. Most homes, most offices, most schools don't have really good ventilation or filtration, so they can need to be improved. And let me just
but the other problem that you guys don't say is how prevalent this is in spaces that have mouse and rat droppings. It's almost like this would lead to a whole new thing where we need to have a lot of money available for places to get cleaned up. Do you understand that this is a very dangerous disease, and there should be a federal or a state agency that comes in and cleans your house and makes sure that you don't have fucking mouse dropping so you could get this type of disease.
There too. I don't think this is going to be an issue for schools. I don't think it's going to be an issue for offices. I'm talking just about the extra precautions people should take, in particular the people are going to be...
Because they're only talking about the person to person. They're not talking about the mass, literally being around mouse droppings.
Quarantine right now.
I mean, shit, do you know how many fucking places have black mold right now?
So they don't get someone sick in their household and then
they're newer builds.
These secondary transmission trains continue. We have to put an end to the secondary transmission.
All right, Harvard professor Joseph Allen, thank you so much. Really appreciate you joining us tonight and help us make sense of what is going on. Thank you.
I have a friend that looks so much like him. It's kind of creepy. All right, this is hilarious.
All right, let's talk about this guy. Professional douche on YouTube is a troll that goes to right-wing rallies. When
I might have to do
police folks attended a Blue Lives Matter rally, he wrote a sign that says, "We deep throat the whole boot." Here's what happened next.
I usually just... Hey, man, thank you for setting this up.
Oh, no problem.
Appreciate it.
There you go. You know if that's open?
Hi. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Can you explain what your sign is?
Yeah, we support the police.
Yeah, we support the police.
That's not supporting the police.
I love this guy. What are you talking about?
You're saying we deep throat, that's inappropriate.
Why?
Because it's inappropriate. It's deep throat the whole boot. I don't even know what that means. But
if you don't...
I don't really know what that means because I'm dumb.
If you don't deep throat the boot, then you don't support the police.
Yeah.
If you don't support the boot, then you don't support the police. I love them.
I'm going to ask you to move that down then, if you would, because that's not what we're about. We're not having inappropriate signs. If you want to go down that way and do that, you certainly can.
Okay. See, they're honking at my sign.
Yeah, I need you to go down there.
All right.
Could you please go down that way? Because that's not part of our cause. We're here just to have fun.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to leave, or I'm going to have to ask the police department to move you.
Okay.
I like how he's wearing a shirt that says professional douche.
Hold on to
We're offended.
We're offended.
We're going to go call the police. Where? We're going to report this to the police because we're very offended.
Because we're very offended. Dude, I get the opportunity to do this. I think it's in 2 Saturdays.
Officer,
oh, no, it's on a Sunday.
We're very offended by this sign.
We're doing a MAGA rally.
Okay.
In the suburbs. I think I might have to make my way out there and do it.
We're very offended.
We're standing outside there. We're supporting the police. We've asked to have not
Far
appropriate
to do it,
signs.
though.
This
It's a
individual
Lake
has
County.
inappropriate signs. He's not supporting what we're doing. We've asked him to please move down away from our area so that people are not confused with our signs, but what he wants to do. He's within his rights, but he needs to move further down.
That doesn't matter.
And not harass individuals who are exercising.
It's actually kind of funny. That doesn't matter.
So the dude who believes in the First Amendment runs to the cops to cry about pro-douche being there.
Yeah, what a fucking... Dude, seriously? Number one? What a Karen.
Then this happens.
All right, that's nice.
I'll be there, James.
Okay.
Actually, I plan on having my MAGA hat because I want them to make sure that, like this guy, where it's like, no, I'm here to support the cause.
Okay, you said you were going to go down there and stand, okay?
But then I decided.
Yeah,
to
but you.
I decided to stand here.
You're doing it to antagonize people. So.
I'm supporting the police.
Yeah, we're bashing nicely.
If you don't deep throat the whole boot, then you're not a police supporter.
I don't get what you mean by that, but.
It makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, but
it makes perfect sense to me.
Why are you doing this? That's what I don't understand.
It's fun. It's within his rights. It's a counter protest.
But they've asked you nicely. I mean,
it's literally a counter protest.
You cannot move down and show your sign down the sidewalk? Or?
No.
Okay. So my opinion is, I just assume shut the whole thing down. Unless you're going to allow him to stand here.
I moved down. I told him yes.
I know. So, but we're not going to have a disturbance. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm not disturbing anyone. I'm just
well, yeah, you know you are. So.
I'm just peacefully standing here. That's all. I just want to support the police.
At this point, the cops have no idea what to do. Other folks in the crowd start getting a little restless, more so ticked, and then...
Oh, well, I can do it. I'm going to ask you to leave as we've done for other events.
He's on a public sidewalk. That doesn't matter. The thing is, technically, like, this is where I wish this was one of those lawyer videos that's like audit the audit, because he'd be well within his rights here.
That's fine. I told him to move down there. No, I'm not moving down. I'm asking to move down nicely.
Because the ones causing the disturbance are technically the ones bothered by it.
But, no, I mean, we're all the nice officer has asked you to move down. Yeah, you said you would comply indoors. Yeah, I'm sorry to ask about the pictures.
So I'm going to ask...
The problem is, MAGA doesn't understand, like, theoretically, they could do this, but they don't have the balls to do it. I mean, as much as James is just like, you don't have the balls to do that, it's like,
you either move down or to leave, okay?
I am just that annoying. Trust me.
Okay, I'll stay.
I also know my rights, and if they want to attack me, go ahead, man. Oh, I need money.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to leave.
Will I sue? Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay.
That's easy money right there.
Yeah.
Please.
Down the sidewalk. No, I'm not going
to... We're about to live through a recession. I'm more than happy to take some fucking MAGA chodes money.
Are. So, you know what you're doing, and I've asked you nicely...
That doesn't matter.
...to do it.
That doesn't matter.
What's doing down there? You're not with this.
That doesn't matter. No. Police get an F on this one because they don't understand that this is technically him practicing his First Amendment rights.
You're here to attack.
This is a counter protest. He hasn't gotten in anybody's face. He hasn't touched anybody. He's literally one person.
Ask you nicely.
And if they have a permit, technically he's well within his rights. Sorry, pal. I know. This is what happens when it's like they realize that they are wrong and they're butthurt. But watch.
He does.
All right. What's it going to be, guy? You going to move down or am I going to escort you off?
I'll stay right here.
Okay. Let's go.
Are you ordering?
Yep. Is your vehicle here or?
What?
I'm going to escort you to your vehicle, or I can escort you inside.
No, you're going to arrest me if I don't leave?
Go ahead.
You're causing disturbance now, sir.
I'm not causing any disturbance.
I've asked you nicely.
If you want to arrest me for this, I'll fight it in court.
Okay.
Listening to Fleetwood Mac is kind of ironic, considering they were
You get your wish.
hippies.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, you're going to have to take that down or something, all right? You want her to take it?
Really?
130, we have one in custody.
For what charge?
One in custody, 1231.
He would get arrested, but he'd be released on $1,000 bond. The charge would be dropped. No shocker there. Now, if you thought he was done, he's not. After Trump
got his money back for that, too.
called Epstein a hoax, he held up a sign that read, Free Epstein.
I don't think you understand. I'm with you.
Epstein. Yell in my ear all the time about your Epstein of it.
You came over to me.
You fat slob. Worthless mother. You hit that mother. Hit you again with that. You do it, I'll do it to you.
Okay.
Stop it. I'll hit you right in the mother ear. You blow that mother one more time.
That's assault.
I'm gonna blast you in the You want to hear for a Do it one more time, mother. Do it. See the happens. You won't hear for a
This is what law and order looks like.
You want to see a real megaphone?
Drop your daddy. We love Epstein. Drop your daddy. We love Epstein. Free Epstein. Drop your daddy.
The man is dead.
No, he isn't.
How do you know?
I'm QAnon. Epstein's alive. He's going to be the next president.
Drop your daddy. Suck Trump's. Suck Trump's.
I will suck. Oh, is that what you do?
Because it's Trump's. We love Trump.
Yeah, well, that doesn't mean we suck his bro.
Bro, dude.
Get you
Oh my god, this guy's.
knock the
I'm just gonna say it, this guy's gay.
right now. And I'm not gonna do it. One of you
What would you
there's women around here. Don't go suck it.
You insinuate that I even think about a penis? Why would you say that? Why would you say that I suck? That I'm out there thinking about every other men's sexual the giant penises? Why would you say that? I'm sitting there thinking about sucking off the giant poles. Why would you say this?
We support Trump.
Yeah, say we support Trump. That's all you have to say.
You don't support Trump if you don't
No,
suck his.
I don't suck any.
I don't suck no dick. I don't suck no penis. I'm not gay. I swear.
Not more like you.
Oh, come on. Leave him. Just
Whoa.
go. Leave him alone.
You're like to suck.
This dude's so triggered by it. It's fucking hilarious.
Now, if you thought he was done, he is not.
Yes.
Because
keep going.
remember this?
Wait 3 or 5 years. Pardon me?
Are you an MS-13 member?
Leftist would, dude. If I saw more fucking MAGA counter protesters at the protests I go to, I would be genuinely shocked. But nah. The only ones I see are guys like Jake Lang who make a whole thing about it, which that's why you're just like, oh, they would break his camera. Yeah.
Hey.
You know, the guy that's trying to burn a Quran.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. I got a question. No. I got a question for you. Why don't you come up here and hand me that picture? Bring it.
Okay.
USA. They got morons like this all over the country. This guy wouldn't like the surface nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE officer. He hasn't got the
That's not the dunk you think it is there.
balls to be a border patrol agent. This guy lives in his mother's basement.
Is that where you guys got this shit? Damn, the fact that he's using mom's basement is just like cringe.
The thing that surprised me, you don't have purple hair and a nose ring. Get out of here, you loser.
Whoa.
And guess who heckled Tom Homan?
We're here with breaking news.
We're here with breaking
You an
news. I love this guy.
MS-13 member? It says so right here.
Hey, that's okay. I got a question. No. I got a question for you.
Answer my question first.
Why don't you come up here and hand me that picture? Bring it.
He's an MS-13 member.
USA. They got morons like this all over the country.
That's rude.
That's rude.
This guy wouldn't like the surface nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE
He applied to be an ICE
officer. He hasn't got the balls to be a border patrol agent.
But answer us. We want to know, are you an MS-13 member?
Keep moving.
Is it true that you supplied the drugs for Epstein's parties?
Keep moving.
This guy lives in his mother's basement. The only thing that surprised me, you don't have purple hair and a nose ring. Get out of here, you loser.
Nailed that. It's rough. Yeah.
That's rude. Take that off. Support Tom Homan. He's an MS-13 member.
You got it, man. Come on. Thank you for your cooperation. Come on.
Do I have to?
Yeah, you have to.
And you're such a bad me off stage in 13 minutes and 50 seconds.
Where is he?
That's right, professional douche. There's a lot that I love
What's waiting for him?
about this. First, go
Where is he?
subscribe to his channel. The second is he blends right in. And I think this
That's hilarious.
will go over so many people's heads
It
who
does.
watch this.
See, I don't blend in as well. I'll just say that much. You know, immediately they see the hair and they're just like, oh my God, look at this lefty.
Live in
Whoa.
attendance by this dude's side. Because I think
God.
that many of them, if it wasn't for one person, would just go with it. Or it would take a good 15, 20 minutes for them to understand it. The trolling of the Proud Boys, the trolling of
the
Tom
fact that,
Holman,
like,
it's all
those
just
cop
getting in
guys
good
took
trouble. And honestly,
they
pretty
took a
hilarious
fucking
in the
long
process.
time.
Hey, I
Finally be
appreciate
like,
you watching. Now, if you
Wait, is this
can,
guy
please
making
do
fun of
become a
us?
channel member by going to
like, that shit was hilarious.
youtube.com/TYT Sports and clicking the join.
Like, wait a minute, guys. I think this guy is poking fun at us. Oh, no.
Yep, I just want to tell you something that happened today. I don't go out with anyone if I don't know how they lean politically. So I asked a man today, quick question, who'd you vote for? And he gave me the most non-answer. First he said, who do you think I voted for? I said, I don't know, you're kind of hard to get a read on. And then he said, well, my pick didn't win. Which is a really clever way around the question because, okay, you didn't vote for Donald Trump, you could have voted for RFK Jr.
Yeah.
I said, lots of people who ran didn't win. He was like, yeah, well, I didn't vote for him. I said, great. I also get the feeling you didn't vote for her. This man said,
yo, Pop Jake, what up?
To be honest, I don't remember.
Homunculus.
You don't remember? Right. You just forgot. You don't remember
Red flag.
who you voted for. In arguably the most important election in United States history. You don't remember. Okay, yeah. Your pick didn't win, but you don't remember who your pick was. Right. I hate it out.
So Jake isn't showing up, I guess.
This is horrible.
It's okay. Guys, like I said, I have a feeling that he's testing out his computer and what I think that, like, my regulars here, you will know what's going on. You know, every time that, like, I try to start stream and then, like, it puts it into a waiting room, that is actually a glitch on my end because I don't do waiting rooms. I just go into my lives. So I have a feeling that Jake is doing the same thing. Be kind to him, folks.
Horror story stuff.
Also, be kind because OBS is really, really screwed up recently, and it does really weird shit like that.
To give one an idea,
Would you date a liberal?
No. I don't know.
Hell no.
No. Absolutely not. Maybe if I was gay, but I'm not.
I mean, it depends on how far gone they are, because some people they're liberal by default by like education system, but some are just insane people. Some can be saved. Some can be saved out there. But
Absolutely not. I've done it before. It was super hard and it didn't end well, so definitely not again.
If you're out at the bar with your buddies and you're scoping out the crowd, what is a for sure red flag that's a liberal stay away?
Either dyed hair or a tie-dye shirt.
Tie-dye shirt?
I was going for the dyed hair for sure.
if they have
Where that at?
like tattoos of like astrology stuff or anything relating to that, any of like this basically like social, like frankly occult activity, it's
Liberal women are just a little too crazy for me.
but let's go a bit further.
They speak liberal, they have liberal friends, and then they go online and they are a white supremacist. They're the most insecure men I've ever sat down with. It was really difficult to have some of these dates because they were so insecure, because they don't really know who they are and they don't know how to figure that out.
She said the men she dated got all their news and information from the so-called manosphere.
They did not listen
Surprise.
to anything else. They're only listening to independent media, and they're only listening to men talking to men. They love the MMA guys because those guys do what they can. They're modern gladiators. They're badass. One of these guys brought me to a political meeting.
And did they talk about politics?
Barely. They talked about, it was a bunch of men complaining about girlfriends and wives, regurgitating Andrew Tate type of advice about how to train your girlfriend, how to train your wife to be submissive. And so this group was supposed to be a political group, but they're talking about relationship problems. And the fact that that's what most of the time was spent on, you don't need to be a neo-Nazi. You need therapy. The thing about these guys is their biggest support system is online, but that also is very isolating, and isolation is what breeds hatred.
Groups like Patriot Front offer community, but community based on racism and hate.
People have to really think about, do you have the capacity to talk to people that you don't agree with? Because that one nice conversation you might have might change someone's day enough to not have to seek out help in an online support group, which is actually a bunch of white supremacists using political beliefs as an excuse for how they feel.
This was a remarkable
Jake's trolling his top tier
piece of journalism.
That's why when he went to the protest, like he would be good at like a MAGA protest.
From Vera Papasova. Sadly, there is a lot more.
Recently, I was dating a guy and we got in a political argument. And after we had been talking about DEI and gun control and abortion, you know, the big hitters,
I'll be right back. Happy.
he was like, I wish I would have known you were so liberal before I fell in love with you. I wish I would have known you were so Republican. Oh my God. I mean, he told me he was an independent, but I think he supported me being a liberal and he did not support himself being a liberal. But he would say things like, well, I like support that if you support it, but I don't think he actually supported that. I don't think he actually supported anything I believed in, which is why we are not together, obviously, anymore.
As a married man who got into dating a little bit later in life because I lacked the confidence, as I've learned through my therapy, through a lot of bullying, and because I looked different when I was younger, but we're not talking about me here. Let me be very clear about something. If you are a man and you are watching this and you are dating, do you understand how easy it is right now to find an amazing person? Truly. The bare minimum is believe in women's rights. If you're dating a woman, of course. If you're looking for somebody else, it is, I don't know, human rights. Like just anything. The lowest bar is, are you a fascist? That's it. And if you say, no, I'm not a fascist, you have a good chance of finding your soulmate these days. Because what it is showing is your moral compass. It is proving the kind of person you are with one single vote. I don't think we've ever been here before as a society. Maybe we have. But at least in 2026, oh my God, it is so easy. Not only have I seen horror stories like these, but I've also encountered them through people that I know and their younger siblings, etc. Just think that people should be able to make a decent wage. You don't vote for a pedophile protector. Yeah. You think that the LGBTQ community is awesome and you believe that they should have rights like you and me. I mean, this is like playing basketball on a Nerf hoop, man. Like it's so easy. And every single story that I have seen when I was looking into this about the dating scene is guys just fumbling and stepping over themselves over and over and over again, guys.
Friendology,
guys,
or
it
phrenology.
Could not be easier. Just be a good person. Be a decent person. Listen to your significant other. Listen to the person that you're on a date with.
There we go.
Put your phone down. Care. Show that you want to make an effort, and also that you believe in their right to exist as they wish. It is remarkable seeing these stories. It truly is. Because God, I feel for y'all. I really do. If you can and are willing, please become a paid member here at TYT Sports.
The saying that there will be gnawing and gnashing of teeth is real. This is a possible famine on biblical proportions. Get a load of this. 70% of all American farmers are saying that they cannot afford all the fertilizer that they need this year. Now, to be clear, nobody is handing out ration cards and nobody is saying that there's some sort of shortage. But the fact still remains that right now, in the middle of the 2026 planting season, less food is being produced. And the thing about this is that most people will not notice it until the prices move much later in the fall. Now, we've seen the pieces of this coming together all over the place. Fertilizer prices going through the roof due to global disruptions, water wars across the western United States, water and power wars going on between farmers, ranchers, and losing land to data centers. And now the USDA is even reporting a shift in planted acreage. One of the things that I like to do on this channel is connect the dots. Wait until you see what this corn to soy shift the USDA is reporting does to meat prices and milk prices down the road. Even potatoes are being affected. You know, in the West, water decides what grows and what doesn't. Idaho right now is facing a record spring shortfall of 181,000 acre feet of water. To translate that for you that don't understand acre feet of water, that's enough to cover 181,000 football fields 1 foot deep. Junior water users in the state of Idaho have already faced curtailment issues this year. There's been some temporary relief, but as we know, their water can get shut off at any given moment in time. That's because they didn't create more water. What they did was they, relieved a little bit of pressure momentarily. If you don't know what's going on in Idaho, I suggest you watch my video. It's titled Cut Off. Bottom line, guys, is that when water gets restricted, entire fields don't get planted. Fertilizer prices have gone parabolic. I'm sure you've heard about this all over the news. It's a very, very big deal for farmers, not just in the US, but around the entire world. Now think about that. This is a very big deal around the entire world. If 70% of US farmers can't afford all the fertilizer that they need for this growing season, think about that across the entire world. Because that's what we're dealing with. And in a global commodity system, these prices have extraordinary impacts on every food item that's treated as a commodity. That could be corn, that could be soybeans, that could be any of those things. That drives the cost of feed prices up in 6 months. Urea, up nearly 50%. Nitrogen, up 30 to 40%. And like I said, this 70% number is coming from the American Farm Bureau's survey of over 5,700 farmers. And actually in their survey, 78% of those were all in the southern states. Because of this, farmers here in the United States and around the world are cutting back. They have to. There's no other choice. They apply less. They plant less. None of this makes the evening news as a crisis. But where it does show up is quietly lowering yields across the entire continent, around the world. The saying that there will be gnawing and gnashing of teeth is real. This is a possible famine on biblical proportions. We cannot feed 8 billion people around this world without fertilizer. Now, there's lots of regenerative ways of growing crops. There's lots of ways that we can grow crops. We can still produce a lot of food, but we cannot do it to the scale of feeding 8 billion mouths. Think about that. USDA's March 31st planters report showed these numbers in real time. They showed already that farmers...
Can you imagine when they start having things like the Met Gala and Trump has his little ballroom and this shit, that when they tell us, oh, you need to cut back on your water consumption, your energy consumption, your food consumption. When does this break?
Planning on planting 3.5 million acres less of corn. Now, a lot of that has shifted to 3.5 million acres more of soybeans. Soybeans don't require as much fertilizer. So we'll go from eating corn-based diets to soy-based diets. Real healthy. Bottom line, corn needs heavy nitrogen, soybeans don't. And of course, you're all thinking, well, whether it's healthy or not, Charlie, soybeans are still food. But here's the bigger picture here. Corn, not soybeans, is actually the engine behind America's food system. It actually does more than just feed you and I. It feeds the livestock that ends up producing your meat and your dairy. These observable shifts driven by cost, driven by input pressure, are quietly changing who can stay in the game and who can't. And think about it this way. When independent producers get squeezed out by the system, get squeezed out by these global events, your choices and where your food comes from shrinks right down with them. Right now, grocery stores are still stocked, but the pressure is building very hard upstream. That pressure is exactly how tighter supplies and higher prices start to form. Regardless of what people think, it doesn't happen with empty store shelves. It starts with a reduction of output at the source. Less grain is going to lead to higher feed costs, which is going to put further pressure on livestock when we're already at the lowest cattle herd that we've been at. And that will ultimately lead to higher prices in meat, higher prices in milk. And it doesn't just stay in the beef industry, it spreads to pork, it spreads to chicken, because as one protein source becomes more expensive, the next protein source gets a higher demand, that pushes that protein source up. It's a chain reaction. Now, many of you in our comments often talk about the centralization of our food supply. For those of you who don't know what that means fewer but much larger corporations in control of where your food comes from. What we're seeing here is exactly how centralization can accelerate in practice. Now, this video isn't about panic, it's not about empty shelves tomorrow. But what we're seeing is measurable right now. Higher fertilizer prices, 70% of farmers in the United States saying they can't afford all the inputs that they need, tightening water supplies, and observable acreage shifts. And to be completely honest with you, it explains why food prices, for most of us, still feel
Never thought of eating Cheetos with chopsticks. Brilliant for not getting your fingers all dirty.
rather expensive, even though mass media on the news is saying inflation.
Chopsticks. This is like my main silverware. I have like 8 pairs of these.
Everything's good.
I ate chopsticks with a lot.
The trick to all this is nobody calls it rationing because it doesn't look like what you would envision to be rationing. What it looks like is efficiency, kind of like a bunch of small decisions that are spread out across the food system. But that's how food systems work. They don't
I had sesame chicken this for lunch today.
break all at once. They slowly tighten over time. The question, I don't
and I ate it with chopsticks.
think anybody's really asking this, but some people are. The question isn't whether or not food is still being produced. It is. It will be.
Yes, and it's going to be way more expensive.
The real question is how much less food is being produced.
Right, and it's also like with the gas stuff, you're already starting to see shortages in the way that like they're not able to go to, say you have like a rural gas station, right? If they're running out of gas now, their schedule is going to be a little off. It's not that they ran out of gas and there's like a true shortage, but it means that people are starting to kind of panic and they're starting to fill up a little bit. I mean, ironically, they're starting to fill up more. They're putting, some gas cans away.
And for how long will less food
be? I think that most people are starting to kind of like feel that way.
Produced. And with
which is crazy that all of a sudden you got the hantavirus and then you got the war and all this stuff. But then you have a bunch of MAGA people like online that are just like, everything's fine. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, they're probably the ones stocking up.
There's a retraction in something. Who controls the supply that's left? We're going to keep tracking this development because I think it's a very serious development. Everybody around the world, every single farmer, you hear it in Europe, you hear it in Asia.
2 months in dry food is alone.
You hear it in India. They're all facing extraordinary input costs in the middle of their planting seasons. They're all
better than bouillon and ramen.
All having to make
sure you got those.
Difficult.
And I mean, like, make sure you got those. Like, trust me, you can make some gourmet fucking ramen with that.
Decisions. All of those difficult decisions are cumulatively adding up to a major shift in what's being.
This is the benefit of being like, poor.
Planted. What is it?
We know how to fucking make shit gourmet.
Being planted. What our food supply is going to look like 6 months from now. Yep. And those shifts in acreage impact not just those products, but every product that they feed, every product that they go into, every product that they support. Yep. So you're looking at an entire shift of availability in our food supply, all happening in real time. And most of you aren't going to notice the impacts for 6 months to a year. When you do, are you going to remember what caused it?
Hope so. You would think. I mean, you would really hope so.
Ben Shapiro spent a decade building the Daily Wire into one of the largest conservative media empires in America. But now this
as I said, fun half. We're just kind of winging it.
Last week, between mass layoffs, a public fight with Candace Owens.
But if you guys must know, I went through all the segments today.
To a YouTube audience that has gone down anywhere from 70 to 85% in 18 months, you've got a question being asked on both sides of the MAGA civil war. Is this empire actually collapsing in real time? And depending on who you ask, the answer is either yes, we're watching Enron, or no, calm down, they're fine.
It was an absolute bloodbath. Do not allow them to spin it. Okay, I'm talking entire departments, big people at the firm, lawyers at the firm, the chief operating officer, the executive vice president, virtually the entire marketing department, the production team has now been reduced to a mere skeleton crew. No one was safe. Not even Ben's team was safe. Because make no mistake, this is like the equivalent of Enron, right? It's a virtual overnight collapse.
Okay, so on May 1st, we had the Daily Wire confirming mass layoffs, with the company telling The Wrap that the cuts were largely concentrated at its Nashville headquarters, and they said that the restructuring is tied to investment in new production formats and geographic expansion, right? And they didn't, in that initial announcement, give a headcount. And so then you have Candace Owens walking in, who you might remember was fired from the Daily Wire in 2024 over her comments about Israel and a series of statements widely criticized as anti-Semitic. And you had Owens posting on Twitter claiming that 50% of the company's staff had been let go, though she then bumped that number to 60%, and she went on her show and called it an absolute bloodbath, like the equivalent of Enron saying it's a virtual overnight collapse. But then you had the Daily Wire firing back, with editor-in-chief Brent Scher posting on Twitter, quote, "Yes, the company had layoffs today. It's always really tough. No, it was nowhere near 50% of the company. That's insane, and also insane to post without verifying." And while a spokesperson for the outlet said that the layoffs amounted to 13% of the staff this year, that figure didn't include layoffs from the prior year. And so the company appears to still have more than 200 employees, and you had Puck News putting the number closer to 20%, or around 42 employees. Though also an independent industry tracker called layoffhedge.com pegged it at around 100 roles. And so the situation is, no one outside of the company really knows the number. Owens probably inflating it. The Daily Wire, I could see them underplaying it. And the truth is maybe probably somewhere in between. But whatever those numbers are, where the story gets harder for the Daily Wire to spin is with the audience data, because that's third party, that's not internal. And according to data from vidIQ, Ben Shapiro's YouTube views, they're down roughly 70% since December of 2024. Though you also had IV Time citing different analytics tools, putting the drop at closer to 85% from his late 2023 peak. But either way, you have people saying, those are not normal declines for a flagship channel, saying, those are collapse-shaped declines. Also, data from Social Blade shows that the Daily Wire's YouTube subscriber base has plateaued or shrunk in 15 of the last 16 months since the start of 2025. By March of this year, the company's website traffic was about half of what it had been a year earlier. On the Spotify chart, Shapiro's show is currently ranked 48th, Owens is 16th, Tucker Carlson is 8th, Theo Von's 5th, Joe Rogan's, of course, number 1. And for comparison's sake, by 2020, the Daily Wire had been Facebook's top English language publisher for 3 straight months. By 2023, it was being valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars. But now 5 years later, you've got the company fighting publicly about whether it's still actually healthier. And as far as why is this happening, you have the Daily Wire's official explanation from Shapiro being essentially 2 things at once. First, they acknowledge that revenue's down from 2024, though Shapiro says that cash flow still dwarfs what their critics have. And second, Shapiro argues that the audience losses are the result of staying principled, while other right-wing outlets, in his telling, chase clicks by, quote, embracing radical Islam, theorizing about the evils of Winston Churchill, extolling the wonders of Russian supermarkets, and mocking the widow of Charlie Kirk. And so that is a very specific, very pointed list. And if you've been following any right-wing media for the past year, I know that we've been trying to talk about it more and more, because what's happening there is very important to talk about. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and a handful of figures, they've been peeling more and more of that Daily Wire audience off. And then also you have people like Megyn Kelly saying, well, it's not really about algorithms at all. They're saying that it's actually about Shapiro's unwavering position on Israel and the Iran war at a moment when a substantial chunk of the younger conservative base has been moving in the opposite
robots will either save us or end us.
So folks like Tucker Carlson,
dude, I grew up during Terminator 2 Judgment Day. I think that,
they've managed to benefit from that shit.
He's gotten very, very popular lately, I read, with Muslim viewers, because he's been standing up for Islam.
Again, I also grew up with Jurassic Park and Aliens, so
I know for a fact.
But with the UFO files coming out, you never know.
He has a lot of young men flocking to him. And so while he may have lost...
Oh, did we talk about the Nephilim thing? How all of a sudden there's like the one where they're just like, look, it's a biblical angels. It's like, we prepared to have this conversation? Because honestly, that's opening up a whole can of worms, because they like to kind of glaze over the whole, actual demons in the Bible, because I'm not sure if you guys know this, but there's a lot of demons in the Bible, but they're not from Satan. They're from God. Like, God did it.
Contingent of
the book of Ezekiel is fucking crazy.
The Fox News audience that's very, very pro-Israel and pro-Trump, and you can't say anything about Trump. For every one of those who leaves, there is another newer, younger audience member who does want to hear these traditional lines challenged.
With then Shapiro responding to her clip on Twitter saying, "Go get them clicks," with Kelly then shooting back, "Don't you have a company to save?" And whether you think Kelly's right about the cause, the underlying observation here, it's not really debatable. The conservative media center of gravity, it's been shifting. Carlson's audience is growing. Owen's audience is growing. Nick Fuentes, who is thought as kind of a fringe, no one even cares about figure just 2-3 years ago, is a huge audience now. And the Daily Wire, which was just a few years ago the dominant brand in this space, is not anymore. But then also, this is my favorite part of the situation, there is a very specific business decision that's been getting a ton of blame for the company's financial pressure. And it is, and I'm not joking here, a fantasy series called The Pendragon Cycle, Rise of the Merlin. Right, to give you a little quick background here, the Pendragon Cycle, it was the personal passion project of Jeremy Boring, Daily Wire co-founder, former co-CEO, the guy who left the company in early 2025. And it is a 7-episode Arthurian legend adaptation filmed across Italy, Hungary, and Romania. According to the Hollywood Reporter and Mediaite, the budget was 7 figures per episode and 8 figures overall. So believed to be somewhere between $10 and $30 million total, depending on which reporting that you believe. Right, Page 6 cited $3 million per episode, putting the total above $20 million, making it the most expensive production in Daily Wire history. Right, and with this, according to Candace Owens, so take that with the appropriate amount of salt, Shapiro and his
Pep reads the Bible would be hilarious, actually.
Other co-founder Caleb Robinson.
All right, we're doing that as a bit coming up.
Had grown disillusioned with Boring's leadership.
I'm going to find some of my favorite bits.
Specifically because of Pendragon.
All right, yeah. We got the book of Daniel, because, dude, Daniel is fucked up. When you actually break down Daniel, you're like, what?
Pendragon.
He did what?
And Jeremy's high school
Ezekiel's a good one. Ooh, 2 Thessalonians is cool.
dream drove the company into the ground financially.
Dude, I am not.
With a project, I want to be clear that not even Disney Studios would have invested tens of millions of dollars in. That's a tremendous financial risk.
And then we will end it with Revelation, because why the fuck not?
Now, that said, Boring has publicly defended the show. He called the criticism of his management.
Read the Bible as Macho Man? Yeah.
Lies and said that revenue grew.
Okay. Exodus 2:02. 2:2.
Per year that he was at the company.
I've read almost every day for a year and change that I left the Daily Wire after bankrupting the company. That's not true. Every single year that I led the Daily Wire, we grew revenue. Every year, year over year, for 10 straight years.
Matthew 21, yeah. Jesus comes to Jerusalem as the king. Not the king of the ring, but the king. Not quite Macho Man, but almost there. Aha! As they approached Jerusalem and came to Bethphage on the Mount of Olives, Jesus sent 2 disciples, saying to them, "Go until the village ahead of you, and at once you will find a donkey tied there, with her colt nearby. Untie them, bring them to me, yeah. If anyone says anything to you, yeah, say that the Lord needs them, and that you will be sent, and that you will send them right away. Uh-huh. Gotta say, sounds like this guy's stealing the donkeys, using Christ as his excuse. Uh-huh.
Last full quarter as CEO was at that time the biggest quarter in the history of the company. My last full year as CEO was at that time the biggest year in the history of the company.
So you know, the donkey starts talking, gets a little weird, yeah.
Just like the year before it had been, and the year before that, and the year before that.
With then Owens' response to that essentially being, sure, revenue grew, that just
you're converted.
Means that you sold more stuff. The question is what you spent to do it.
When he says revenue grew every year while I was there, all that means is we sold more stuff. Revenue means how much
on the 3rd day, Jesus rose to the top. Yeah, know what that means? He was the cream of God's gift to man. Got a little weird there because technically cream is semen, and he's the son of God. Got a little bit too graphic there. Turn off the ears.
Money the company is taking in, but how much it spends matters much more. What is the profit?
Right, whatever the actual financial impact of Pendragon was, that's the public-facing story now. This fantasy show became, fairly or not, the symbol of a company that's drifted from podcasts and political commentary into expensive prestige production that it may not have had the audience to support. And hey, I know for a lot of people it is fun to watch them just like eating their own tail, beating each other up. But it's also, it's very important and enlightening, right? Because it is part of a bigger pattern that we've seen playing out across the right-wing media for kind of the better part of 2 years years now. The traditional center of conservative media, Fox News, The Daily Wire, the older talk radio brands built audiences on a particular consensus. Things that were pro-business, pro-Israel, hawkish on foreign policy, broadly pro-establishment Republican. But that consensus is now actively under attack from within the right itself. We see
snap into a
that with Carlson, Owens, Fuentes, and just a countless list of
Slim Jim. Oh yeah.
others. And the audience, especially that younger audience, is by every available data point going towards that second group. And that's also interesting and enlightening because the Daily Wire situation, I mean, they were essentially viewed as an upstart 10 years ago. They were the scrappy ones that were able to thrive because the legacy ignored them. But now they're seen as the legacy right. They are the internet's Fox News. So also without that...
A libertarian. If Mary was 14 when she got pregnant with Jesus, what does that make God? A libertarian.
Fox News money, and they're watching a generation of independents and podcasters peel off their audience. People that used to be aligned with them or even worked at that company. But as far as if the
God comes down as Macho Man to have the age of consent fucking argument.
But he's gonna die, at least according to Shapiro. No.
Would you not know?
And time will tell whether that is true.
When she bleeds, then she seeds, yeah.
Or it's just kind of PR posturing. But also, while it is incredibly important, and I'll be honest, a little bit of fun to talk about the MAGA Civil War, there is a version of this story that's been talked about less, and that is the one that is happening on the other side of the aisle. Because it appears that Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro just got caught by Axios quietly working against a congressional candidate endorsed by AOC. So you see, Pennsylvania's third congressional district by Cook Political Reports count is the most Democratic district in the entire country. It's a D+40. And the current congressman, Dwight Evans, he's retiring, which means at the May 19th Democratic primary, it's effectively the November election now. Whoever wins, unless the sky falls, that's going to be the person that goes to Congress. You've got State Senator Sharif Street, the establishment favorite, former chair of the Pennsylvania Democratic Party, son of former Philly Mayor John Street, backed by the city's Democratic Committee, and the building...
You guys just saw in real time. That was one of those ones that like crossed the threshold where like I said it, I was like, oh.
And trade team. Then you've got Dr. Ayla Stanford, a pediatric surgeon and political newcomer. Right? And she built her public profile during COVID, running mobile testing clinics in Black communities. And she's actually endorsed by the
so far.
Retiring representative. And then you got State Representative Chris.
Dude, this is a trolley fucking just cratering down a fucking hill. No more rails.
The progressive 5-term state legislator from Northwest Philadelphia, endorsed by the Philadelphia Inquirer editorial board and a long list of national progressives. And that list, it's where things get politically interesting. Rab's national endorsements include AOC, Chris Van Hollen, Jamie Raskin, Ilhan Omar, Ro Khanna, Pramila Jayapal, and the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Right? And the Justice Democrats, the DSA, the Working Families Party, and the Sunrise Movement, they're all behind him. AOC's even fundraised for him and is reportedly heading to Philly this month to campaign for him in person. So you've got essentially the establishment, the centrist outsider, and the progressive. That's the field.
Candace would say that makes God a hebephile.
And then boom, over the weekend, Axios turns this into a national story. Because according to Axios, which talked to 3 sources familiar
canceling myself for laughing
with the situation, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is, quote, quietly trying to derail Rab's campaign. And the key word is privately, talking to allies.
Y'all notice that you can't clip videos anymore on YouTube? Oh.
Telling them that he disapproves of Rab, and according to the reporting, asking Philadelphia's politically powerful building trades union to back off of attacking Ayla Stanford, with the belief being that if the unions go too hard at Stanford, they could inadvertently help Rab win. Now, Shapiro's spokesman pushed back hard on this Axios piece, saying this is
there's no right way to say that.
Another DC story more focused on clicks than the reality on the ground in Pennsylvania, saying the governor has not endorsed or opposed anyone in this primary.
I was wondering if it was just me.
And he looks forward to working directly with whoever wins to win in November, which, to be fair, is technically true. Shapiro has not publicly endorsed anyone in PA3. But that's also kind of the point of this reporting. The argument isn't that Shapiro is openly opposing Rab. The argument is that he is working against him without leaving fingerprints on it. Though also with this, I do want to note that it does not appear like Shapiro is actually anti-progressive across the board. But he's backing Bob Brooks, who's a Bernie Sanders endorsed candidate in Pennsylvania's 7th congressional district. He also
I've actually made it like an option for you guys to do that.
His alliances with working families, party members.
So yeah, if they took that away unilaterally, then it's not on my page.
Philadelphia. And so then the natural question becomes, well, why this guy specifically? Why Rab? And well, with that, you have both the Axios reporting and the Philadelphia coverage pointing to kind of a couple of things. The first being policy. Rab's been a sharp public critic of Shapiro's record from the left for years. On immigration, Rab's called for Pennsylvania to stop state collaboration with ICE. And while Shapiro, he's been publicly critical of ICE operations in the state, he's written letters to DHS objecting to ICE ICE facilities. He said that his administration will aggressively pursue every option to block proposed federal facilities. Rab's argument is essentially that the rhetoric, it doesn't match the on-the-ground cooperation, right? Since multiple PA agencies are still signed on to immigration enforcement work. Then also, the second and possibly bigger flashpoint is Israel. Shapiro's Jewish. He's publicly said that he supports the country of Israel, but he's been openly critical of Prime Minister Netanyahu's leadership. Right, and with that, Shapiro said on a recent podcast appearance,
I have profound differences from with the policies of Netanyahu. I think he and Trump have politicized and poisoned the relationship between the United States and Israel. And I think at the end of the day, that makes America less safe.
But Rab's position's to the left of that, right? He's been one of the loudest voices in Pennsylvania politics, calling Israel's conduct in Gaza a genocide, and he's made criticism of pro-Israel lobbying organizations a centerpiece of his campaign. And actually, that part of his record got very scrutinized last week. And it's because of this December social media incident that I want to try to be careful about. In December of 2025, two gunmen, a 50-year-old man and his 24-year-old son, motivated by what Australian authorities described as Islamic State ideology, opened fire at a Hanukkah gathering at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia. Right, 15 people were killed. And in the immediate aftermath, an Instagram post went up on Rab's campaign account that in part said, quote, "We all know the gunmen were likely Zionists themselves." Right, in that post, it resurfaced last week. You had Rab's campaign saying that a former staffer made the repost without authorization. You had Rab himself saying, quote, "He has never and would never say anything like this abhorrent comment." The campaign condemned anti-Semitism in the strongest terms. You had Stanford's campaign calling the post disqualifying, and Rab has so far not publicly named the staffer. And so all of that is why some Democrats, reportedly included in that is Shapiro, are uncomfortable with Rab potentially becoming a national party voice. But then also another reason this is getting a lot of attention is because you have people saying, well, this Democratic situation in the Philly primary, it's not about the Philly primary. Rather, it's about what the Philly primary signals about 2028. And there you have both Shapiro and AOC widely seen as potential 2028 presidential candidates. And those two, I mean, they represent two very different theories on how Democrats win. You have the moderate governor lane, which says that you win nationally by holding the center and flipping persuadable Republicans, and the populist progressive lane, which says that you win by energizing the base and running on big economic justice ideas. So you have many seeing this PA3 race essentially as a proxy fight between the two theories. If Rab wins, AOC gets to point to a national progressive victory in deep blue Philadelphia. And if Stanford or Street win, Shapiro gets to point at the limits of the progressive lane, even in friendly territory. And you had a Pennsylvania Democratic strategist telling Axios, Chris is an actual problem for Shapiro for what he wants to be when he grows up. But with all that said, I think that then we also have to kind of do a reality check on this situation. There are a few things that people have to keep in mind as the national framing on this race just gets louder and louder. One, there's not a lot of trust in the polling right now. Reportedly, there's been no public independent polling of this race so far. So claims about who's ahead or who's behind, by what margin, that should be kind of taken very lightly, like with a grain of salt. Two, Rab's not actually the obvious frontrunner. Stanford has more cash on hand than Rab or Street. Street is the city's Democratic committee, the mayor, the building trades unions, and the AFGE behind him. Though also the Inquirer endorsed Rab. Outside super PACs have spent roughly $1 million on TV ads, boosting him. But also, this race could end up going to any of the three. And then also, three, I think the Democratic Civil War framing right now, it is real, but I think it is also overstated and overheated. We're seeing Axios using that phrase, strategists are using that phrase. It makes for a clean narrative. Oh, I love the headline. But also, if you take a look at the actual policy gap between, like, let's say Stanford and Rab, it is narrower than the framing suggests. They're both Democrats. They both want to flip Republican seats. And the fight, it's about tone. It's about foreign policy and which donors and labor groups have a louder voice in primaries. And honestly, as Democrats head into a midterm cycle where the maps just got worse for them, and in 2028, who knows what the maps are going to look like there, it is going to be important to learn lessons, but also specifically local lessons about what can win. Or because both...
Yeah, well, honestly, that's where everybody needs to kind of do their due diligence because, yeah, watching any amount of Philly D or any of these people, including myself, is not going to do it for you. Like, goddamn. Like, seeing how many people are just waking up to the idea that they could actually, like, lose their vote over just them not really paying attention to politics, it's kind of genuinely scary. We do have a lot of pink eye in chat, apparently. Look at that. Pretty sure that this is the closest that we've ever gotten to, like, that 50-50 scale. Pep, that picture behind you looks like a TV. Is that a puzzle? No, it's a TV. No, it's a TV that has backgrounds or backdrops from it's just Roku. I found the one that kind of fits me best as far as just also look cool on camera. doesn't do that weird thing that it has, like, you know, the little lines that are going down and all that. But all right, so let's do the Piers Morgan bit. We don't like it, we'll bail. But
point and tell you it'll take 3 months or 3 years.
Gonna be the case.
But it's such a rotten, corrupt, incompetent regime. This whole structure is going to collapse.
He lied to his base, and what the American public doesn't want is 10 years, 20 years of a prolonged war being advocated for by chicken hawks in Washington and around the world.
This was a major international war crime. This was a violation of Article 2 of the UN Charter. You can't just attack a country which is not a threat to you. The Prime Minister of Israel already has an arrest warrant out from the ICC. Another one should go out to Donald Trump.
I strongly
Honestly,
believe that President
Iran.
Trump wants a deal. I strongly believe the Iranians want a deal. You could argue that there is probably only one country in the world that doesn't want a deal. And I think you
Man, when you got a shelf that has one plate on it that you don't even know what it means,
probably know better than me who that.
Rich people buy dumb shit. Like, let's see, how many of these items are actually personal? All right, this one, no. This one, no. This one, no. This one, yes. This one, yes. This one, yes.
Country is.
Many US presidents have discovered at great cost that it's very difficult to end a war you started. Reports this weekend indicate that President Trump is, quote, bored of the Iran excursion. Iran, meanwhile, seems bent on humiliating him. The White House waited almost a week for a response to its memorandum, which is basically a proposal to start talking about a proposal to end the war. Tehran then watered down most of US demands and added several of his own, including formal dominion of the Hormuz Strait and reparations. I've just read the response from Iran's so-called representatives. Trump said last night, "I don't like it, totally unacceptable." And so here we go again. The US must also grapple with the fact that Israel, its partner in this war, is in no mood to end it. Israel is fighting a separate front against Hezbollah in Lebanon. You may remember that Trump brokered a ceasefire there last month. Despite that, 39 were killed in Israeli strikes yesterday. Israel is bombing Lebanon every day. Both wars are popular inside Israel, a complete reversal of the public mood just about everywhere else. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu appeared on US TV yesterday.
Just realized we haven't seen someone in chat for a minute.
But all of that is still there.
They're all right.
And there's work to be done.
It's getting harder and harder for me to just be like, yo, dude.
How do you envision the highly enriched uranium will be
I hope to see some mass protests soon.
removed from Iran?
God damn.
You go in and you take it out.
With what? Special forces from Israel, special forces from the United States working in tandem under...
Said it, and I think he's right. He's very committed to this.
It's not over, says Netanyahu, clear as day, and it's been a bumper weekend for comments by Israelis which seem designed to infuriate Americans. Jonathan Pollard is the hugely controversial figure in the US. He's the Navy intelligence analyst turned spy who sold secrets to Israel. Some of Trump's top donors lobbied for his freedom, and he's now an Israeli citizen, but he's apparently no fan of the US president.
He's loved in this country.
He's loved in this country. Well, that just shows you how stupid a lot of people in this country really are. You have a guy like Trump who doesn't really know much about anything that's going on in this region, except maybe,
Oh, shit. Yeah, I hope Ryan's okay.
maybe the price of real estate. And he's dependent on people like Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff, who I call Tweedledum and Tweedledee, that are only interested in one thing, and that's their bank account. It's as simple as that. This is not a man that you can trust.
Well, trust is becoming a major barrier to ending the war. Can Trump trust the Iranians? Can the Iranians trust Trump? And can either side trust Israel to end the war, even if they do?
Oh.
Well, joining me now is the former Israeli Prime Minister and opposition coalition leader, Naftali Bennett. Naftali Bennett.
Wasn't he in the Epstein files?
Welcome back to Uncensored.
Great to be here, viewers.
So last week on the show, I tweeted and then read it out that it was interesting, I said, in relation to a poly market, prediction market, putting you marginally ahead of Benjamin Netanyahu to be the next Prime Minister of Israel. I said, interesting, the only candidate with the balls to come on uncensored, which you are now proving once more, because Benjamin Netanyahu has, having done 3 interviews with me before October the 7th, not come on since. So I appreciate you having the balls to come on uncensored.
He looks like a villain. Is that what he's going for?
And in relation to that poly market, it's now got Netanyahu just above you. You're on 38% chance. He's around 41%. What do you feel about that? I mean, there's a lot of people think you are going to be the next Prime Minister of Israel. What's your response?
We're going to win. In October, we have elections. We're going to win. We're going to win big. And Israel will open a whole new chapter, a new page. We've gone through several years of really difficult years of on the brink of a civil war.
Oh boy.
And then October.
Why does it do this thing where it like ping pongs from person to person?
October 7th, and then
can't they get a new leader? Or is it like that corrupt? I think I just answered my own question.
Israel wants a new start. It'll be a wonderful government of people from the right, people from the left, religious, secular, a bipartisan government. And it's going to be a renaissance for Israel, a renaissance for Israel inward, a renaissance for Israel in the region, and with our relationship with the whole world itself.
How would you be different to Netanyahu?
I would unite. I would unite Israel from within. I would respect all citizens, whether they voted for me or didn't vote for me, whether they're Jewish or Arab. And I would be open to the world. Obviously, on security matters, it's no big secret. I'm tougher than Netanyahu himself on security. But in terms of running a country, you'll see a competent leadership, a clean leadership, one that focuses on just building better lives for its people and not on the rest of the politics that's going on there.
Many people think that this Iran war is turning into a fiasco, that it was ill-conceived at the start, that there was no proper game plan that had been established, no real mission stated with any clarity, that the goalposts have repeatedly changed, and that all the pressure came from Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government on Donald Trump to join this war, and that they laid out, according to the New York Times, a plan of taking out the Ayatollah and his top people, and then the IRGC would collapse from within, the people would rise up, they'd all be too distracted to concern themselves with the Strait of Hormuz. Now, only the first part of that has happened.
Thank you.
Given where we are with this war, nearly 10 weeks in, I mean, are you optimistic about the way it's going? Do you feel good about this?
Well, I think it was necessary, and I want to explain why. The alternative was to not act, and Iran was in the process of creating a shield which would prevent any future attack. The shield was by moving nuclear material underground and by producing such a big amount of ballistic missiles that it would deem Iran unattackable. And once it would reach that a zone of immunity, then it would race forward towards a nuclear weapon.
Why do I have this feeling that he would not really have any like drastic changes in policy than Netanyahu?
We had to act before we lose the ability to act, and that's what we did.
Right, but as I'm looking at this, and I was saying this from day one, if the objective is to make sure that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, then at some stage you have to get the enriched uranium. Benjamin Netanyahu in this CBS interview overnight said, we've got to go in and take it out. But he hasn't explained how that's going to happen. No military expert thinks that's possible without boots on the ground. That would be a dramatic escalation of an already bogged down war, which President Trump may have no appetite for politically, never mind anything else. How are you going to get the enriched uranium?
Well, I think there's a few things that need to be done. The enriched uranium is one of them, and dismantling the nuclear program is another. And the third is putting a cap on the ballistic missile production. And what I would urge you and your viewers to imagine what the Middle East would look like. Now we've seen what Iran can do and wants to do, but it's an Iran that doesn't have a nuclear umbrella. Imagine the same
There's literally nothing different
Iran with a nuclear umbrella. So my point is, it's not easy. It's not easy first and foremost for us. We're the ones who have been on the recipient end of all these ballistic missiles, not only, also UAE and other friends in the Middle East. But the alternative is much worse. So we're not in a choice between great and terrible.
This is sinister.
We're in a choice between very difficult.
It's also like odd that we're not talking about his Epstein ties.
And worse, and we chose the very difficult path.
Right, but some would say that this is going, if you're in the Iranian regime, this is going quite well for them in the sense that, yes, they've taken a pounding on their military capability, that is undeniable, but that actually by controlling the Strait of Hormuz, they've now established a asymmetric war in which they have all the cards.
He's selling boots on the ground that aren't his own. Yep.
And by also attacking their Gulf state neighbors in the way that they have showed there that it's a different war they can be waging that doesn't involve direct engagement with the Americans or the Israelis. So if you're the Iranians, why would you do any kind of deal that means you surrender any control of the Strait of Hormuz? And why would you give up voluntarily your enriched uranium or nuclear program? That's the bit I can't work out how you're going to make that happen if they conclude we don't need to do it.
Well, my analysis is different. I think Iran exposed its true colors. Now everyone knows what it wants to do, what it would do, and certainly can imagine what it would do if it had the whole nuclear umbrella and the massive amounts of ballistic missiles, which it didn't have. Now it had several thousand. Imagine it had 30,000 ballistic missiles, including intercontinental ones. So now we all see Iran for what it is. And to be fair, Iran has taken a huge hit. Its economy is really gone. Infrastructure. This regime, Piers, I believe, will not survive in the long haul. Now, I can't point and tell you it'll take 3 months or 3 years, but it's such a rotten, corrupt, incompetent regime, despised by its own people, old, and this whole structure is going to collapse. And what we can do, even if it doesn't happen right now, throughout the next few years, not unlike the Soviet Union of the late 80s, we can encourage that collapse. So a new, better...
How dare Iran attack the people that attack
sort of
them
regime
first.
comes there, hopefully a free one that doesn't kill 30,000 of its own people just for demonstrating.
But we had, guarantees from President Trump, this will be all over in 2 to 3 weeks. Then it was 6 weeks. Now you're talking a few years to effect any kind of regime change.
There it is.
The goalposts, like I say, have been changing
Piers,
quite
I'm not
dramatically.
suggesting... I didn't suggest that we continue the war for a few years. I suggested that in many dimensions, economic, diplomatic, industrial, cyber, covert, overt, many different vectors to encourage the ultimate collapse that will happen. This regime is just like the Soviet Union. I don't know if the year right now is 1986 or 1956, but there's a lot that we can do to help accelerate that collapse, not through war. Not only through kinetic means, there's many other means.
What if this war's had the opposite effect? What if it's hardened Iranian public opinion so that more of them now support the regime because they've seen bombing raids that have killed their loved ones, for example, which is inevitable in war? And what if the IRGC have looked at what's happened with the Strait of Hormuz and realized that at any moment they choose, they can strangle the global energy market? And at any moment, they can also attack their Gulf state neighbors and cause them enormous economic damage. I mean, you talk about the economic damage for Iran, but what about the economic damage to the Gulf states around Iran? And what about the economic damage to the US economy, which is now causing Donald Trump in the run-up to the midterm elections enormous political damage? The damage is not just being done to Iran here. And as someone I heard yesterday, I think on Fareed Zakaria was saying, if you're the Iranian regime, just surviving is victory. And actually, they'd be quite happy stringing this out as long as possible because they know Donald Trump's on a ticking clock here, because otherwise, politically, it could be disastrous, whereas Israel is not. So could you see a situation where the Americans pull out of this war and leave you guys to it?
Nope. No.
Well, you asked a bunch of questions there.
I don't think that,
first of all, I
don't
would
think so.
say that Iran cannot sustain this forever.
They got balls, but they ain't got balls like that where they're just like, no. Because if we run out of stuff and then they come after us and you're not here, well, then what?
It's taken a huge hit. It
And
can't
the
pay
Iron
its
Dome
own
isn't
salaries
as, impenetrable as it was before.
Apparatus
Good
of
night,
terror
Natch.
and corruption. They
I'll
also have
I'll be right
tremendous
back.
pressure.
Assuming stream is
Secondly,
okay,
wars are bad.
No, I should be good.
By no means do I want to give an impression that this is great and we love it.
I should be here for the next half
wars
hour.
are bad, and it's best to end wars.
As I said, I was
but
going
there's
late tonight.
Just one thing worse is having a nuclear Iran.
Yeah, I got about 45 minutes left to stream.
Conducting the same actions, and then we lose all leverage. So it's between alternatives over here. I can say that this war will also create new alliances in the Middle East now that everyone has seen Iran for what it is, and Israel will be a major factor here. Now, regarding American policy, that's really up for America to decide what's right for it. In many cases, we have shared interests, but in some cases, it's different. For example, from Israel's perspective, Iran is an existential threat. From America's perspective, it's a strategic threat. And that's different, and we respect that. So we're going to work together with our friends in America and see what we can do to bring a good end to all of this.
But are you of the view, and are most Israelis of the view, that this can only be a victory if you do remove the enriched uranium?
That's a necessary condition. It's not sufficient. Removing the enriched uranium is vital, but it's not enough. If they continue producing new uranium, it's worthless. If they go out and build 30,000 ballistic missiles and then 5 years from now they're unattackable, unassailable, that's also very bad. So taking out the enriched uranium is important, but it's not the only important thing.
But presumably then you're going to have to restart military offensive against the Iranians if they won't voluntarily give up their nuclear aspirations and their enriched uranium. The only alternative, if victory is that they have no longer got them, is to recommence a military offensive, right?
Well, there's a bunch of methods here, and when you want to achieve ultimately a diplomatic goal, the goal of dismantling Iran's nuclear program, it's not only military. It's a mix of military, diplomatic, economic, and I think by navigating this mix in the right way, we can achieve it. It's not all just about bombing.
Final question, Naftali Bennett. The war against Iran and the war against Hezbollah in Lebanon are both very popular within Israel. But what's been going on in the last 3 years since October the 7th, since the massive strike back by Israel against Hamas in Gaza, and what's been going on in Lebanon and Iran, there's been a massive shift in public support for Israel, particularly in America, but it's global as well, as you know. But a recent Pew Research Center survey found last month that 60% of American adults now have an unfavorable opinion of Israel, compared with 53% a year earlier, and a 20-point shift since 2022. Just 37% of respondents had a favorable view of Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu told 60 Minutes last night.
It's almost close to Trump's approval rating. Weird.
That the deteriorated support was down to social media and several countries manipulating social media to hurt Israel. But could it be simpler? Could it just be that many people outside of Israel do not share the view inside Israel that what you've been doing is a good thing?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a reality. I'm acutely cognizant of our international standing. And yes, we've taken a huge hit. That's just a fact. I wish that were not the case. Took a huge hit all across the world, including and especially in America, on both sides of the aisle. I will say that I prefer to be alive and unpopular than dead and beloved. But that aside, we have to do a lot of work. And my new administration, hopefully when we win the elections, we're going to tell a new story of Israel, of what Israel ought to be. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to be soft. We're going to be tough, and in some cases tougher. But tougher can also be decent. For example, inward within Israel, the way I at least respect the rights of all Israelis and whether they voted for me or not, whether right, left, Jewish, Arab, whatever. And I think the way that we handle ourselves will tell a whole new story, a vision of growth, of prosperity, without forgetting the fact that we have to defend ourselves. But there's ways to do it. And I'm optimistic that we'll be able to repair at least some of the damage in public opinion that we've taken. But as I said, at the end of the day, my kids here, that I've got 4 kids in Israel, their lives matter to me more than our ratings right now in some latest poll.
Naftali Bennett, as I said at the start, I do appreciate you having the balls to come on Uncensored, and you do regularly, and I thank you for that. Thank you very much.
I'm never afraid to speak the truth, and if I may say,
about peers.
Whenever I'm here, while you're very vehement
mostly
about your positions, you ask fair questions and you actually listen to the answers. So I always like being here.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much.
Yes, he rushes him off.
Well, joining me on the panel now is Paul Rykoff. He's the founder of Independent Veterans of America, Colonel Richard Kemp, the former British Army commander, Benjamin Rudd, who's the senior fellow at the UCLA International Institute, and Matt Kennard. He's the journalist and author of Irregular Army. So welcome to all of you. Colonel Kemp, good to see you again. This war in Iran, Donald Trump said at the start all sorts of things, actually, but it was all going to be over in 2 to 3 weeks. It was going to be a reprise, effectively, of what happened last summer, short, sharp shock, and it was going to decimate Iran, destroy the nuclear capability that we'd already assumed had been destroyed a year ago. And it was all going to be easy and done quickly. Obviously, that hasn't happened.
He's going for it.
And the goalposts have been changing a lot. And they're now very, very focused on one goalpost, which is the nuclear capability encompassing the enriched uranium. We've just heard the man who may be the next Prime Minister of Israel, according to the polls, say that, rather like Benjamin Netanyahu did last night on CBS, that they have to get
getting a low echo
the enriched uranium, and they have to go in and take it. You're an army man. How are they going to do that without a large commitment of troops on the ground?
Well, I think first of all, I'd say that while President Trump and his military planners may have thought that this operation would be relatively short and not go on as long as it has, of course, you can never predict how long a war is going to last.
Adjust my gate tomorrow.
When you engage in military operations, the enemy obviously has a major say in what you're doing, and things do change unexpectedly. And I'm sure that the American military planners would have allowed for that and potentially even expected that. As far as removal of Iran's nuclear, highly enriched uranium is concerned, yeah, I think there's probably 2 options. One is by agreement with Iran.
All right, is this one of them horns that was less like
to remove that highly enriched uranium, and the other is going in without Iran's agreement by military force and pulling it out. I think the second option is extremely unlikely. I don't think President Trump, nor indeed Prime Minister Netanyahu, would countenance either of those 2 things, or certainly the military option. I think if the Iranians do agree, and it doesn't look too likely at the moment, to give up basically their highly enriched uranium, then of course it would require ground presence of some sort. It would require experts to actually collect the material and move it safely out of the country. And it would, of course, require some form of security forces to do that. So either way, yes, it does require people going in on the ground.
Benjamin Rudd, welcome to Uncensored. I mean, I have to say, the longer this has dragged on, the more I'm baffled about why this was ever started. Because yes, they've smashed up the Iranian military. There's no doubt about that. But they haven't decimated it in the way Donald Trump talks about. The IRGC is still clearly firmly in charge. The son of the Ayatollah, the new supreme leader, appears to now be running the show again after sustaining serious injury. They've got complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. We've tried a blockade. We pulled the blockade. Every time anyone tries anything with them, they immediately attack one of the
Gulf assessment. We used to say the exact same thing about Iraq.
States. It seems to me that strategically, Iran has proved to be a much more effective opponent than perhaps Donald Trump.
It doesn't really benefit you to be like that confident when we're already, the second month into this, and it was only supposed to last a few weeks.
When he was persuaded to join Israel on this mission.
That's just the facts.
Thank you for having me on. I'm glad to be here. It's as a refugee from the 79 revolution and someone who's studied it in depth. What's fascinating is that revolution took 2 years to unfold. For the first 6, 7, 8 months, for the first year, everyone thought that the Shah was in complete control, that the military, that the country was completely unified under his command, that the people were behind him. There was a gross misreading of intelligence of the domestic situation. All of this to say two things can be true at once. Number one, that the American objectives, strategic, have been vague and, at best, and that's being generous, and have not been met. And two, we don't know exactly what is going on within the Iranian hierarchy. The supreme leader, I would maintain, is incapacitated. Again, we haven't seen him. We haven't heard from him. Is he alive? Is he barely alive? I mean, we assume he is based on intelligence reports. Is he in charge? I don't think so. I think it's more of a military junta led by 3 or 4 of the top IRGC commanders who are speaking on behalf of the supreme leader, very much sort of in line with Shia belief about
it was going to be like Venezuela, and then he got
imam.
He got a shocker,
the clerics who speak on his behalf. It's very sort of similar to that setup. And then secondly, Iran has a domestic problem. It had one before this war started. It had one going back years. It is incredibly unpopular. And that unpopularity and the pressure, domestic pressure, will only increase as the conditions in the country worsen, as hyperinflation increases, and as the ability of the people to lead their lives in the way they want becomes more and more challenged. The question is, can Iran hide that from the world, which they have tried to do by shutting off the internet? So yes, you can have a critical assessment of the U.S. operation. That does not mean that internally and domestically, the country is where its leadership wants it to be.
Spring has sprung, but one thing that doesn't change with the seasons is the importance of being comfortable. Support for Uncensored comes from Cozy Earth, purveyors of the most comfortable. Paul Rykoff, I mean, it seems to me that what is most interesting to observe is the failure so far of any kind of uprising by the Iranian people, which suggests that the IRGC still maintain a tight control, and there's a fear of that. And obviously they also don't want to be hit by flying bombs and so on going over the cities. But there has been no uprising at the moment. So the idea of a regime change seems a long way away, if not impossible. But the Strait of Hormuz issue has become a global emergency. I mean, I was reading today one of the Saudi executives, I think from one of the oil companies, saying that every week that goes by now is ever more catastrophic for the flow of global oil, gas, and general energy and fertilizer and so on. And although some ships are getting let through, that's only with Iran's control and agreement. So where do you think we are with this?
We are in what I would call a sucking chest wound for America's military and economy that is now overflowing and impacting the rest of the world. And I think your question of the Iranian people is the right one to focus on, because they're a very important barometer here. No matter what Donald Trump says, they will tell us when the regime, if the regime is gone. We will know. And right now, they're smartly keeping their heads down because they can't trust the regime who is bent on killing them. And frankly, they can't trust Donald Trump, who's killed a lot of them as well. So they're in a very, very difficult position. But back home, I think is where you're seeing more and more people calling for a regime change, because Donald Trump has entered us into a war that is overwhelmingly unpopular. He's done something very, very special. He's actually united all Americans against him in this war. You've got the far MAGA right, you've got the far liberal left, and you've got the middle, that 2/3 of Americans think this war was a mistake and don't support it.
And I would argue, he said 2/3, I'd say, it's a very small contingent of people that are really supporting this.
But Donald Trump got way ahead of his skis here, committing the military first and not committing the American public. And so far, he's been all gas, no brakes. There have been no guardrails in Congress. I think they failed. So he's got another unauthorized, unpopular war. And now he's coming back to the table with Pete Hegseth to ask for more money. He spent already $25 billion. He wants a new defense budget that's $1.5 trillion,
Again,
which is
waste, fraud, and abuse.
Additional 500.
We're also paying for the ballroom now. Seriously.
$1 billion for Iran. And America
insane how they just let this go.
Doesn't want it. What they see is the Strait of Hormuz not open. They see the enriched uranium unsecured. They see the regime still in place. They see them still having military capacity. And maybe most importantly, back here in America, they see gas prices at $4.30 a gallon. And you've got 13 Americans dead, hundreds wounded. So most Americans don't think this was worth it. And American wars don't get more popular over time. They get less. And that's the trajectory of the popularity of this war. And Donald Trump's got a real political problem. But the rest of the world, as you smartly noted, has a serious and growing economic problem.
Yeah, and I think this has been my concern from the start of this. It wasn't like out of any great love for the Iranian regime, which I think has been a disgusting and oppressive regime from the day it took over in 79. Matt Kennard, let's look at there's the kind of asymmetric war going on involving the Strait of Hormuz, and we've discussed that earlier. There's also an asymmetric war going on in terms of the aspirations and interests of America and Israel, it seems to me, where all the mood music coming out of Netanyahu, and we saw a bit of it with Naftali Bennett earlier, is that they believe this is nowhere near finished, this mission, that there cannot be any kind of victory until Iran's nuclear capability is destroyed and the enriched uranium has been removed. Now, I don't see that they're anywhere near doing either of those things, and nor is there any incentive right now for Iran to surrender those things voluntarily. So where are we? Because the pressure, as Paul Rykoff rightly observed just then, is piling on Donald Trump. I'm sure from the softening of his own rhetoric in the last few days, he's desperate to get out of this thing, but he doesn't quite know how to. And he's got the Israelis saying, we cannot just walk away. This job is only half finished.
Yeah, I agree. And look, the whole enriched uranium nuclear program is a smokescreen. The reality of it is Israel has wanted the regime change in Iran since '79. So has parts of the U.S. government as well, and they're using the nuclear program as a way of trying to basically distract.
No, I hate to admit what I was doing. I was looking at Twitter
from the real purpose. And that's why, they went in last year.
It's true.
And there was a 12-day war, and that was called a success by the Israelis and the Americans, and we're back to where we were. And the other massive point is, look, we're talking about the strategy and who might win and who might lose. This was a major international war crime. This was a violation of Article 2 of the UN Charter.
So this is what I was looking at. Trump says he will discuss U.S. arms sales to Taiwan with China's President Xi Jinping, who opposes them. Taiwan recently approved $25 billion in extra defense spending for U.S. weapons and says it hopes that there will be no surprises in talks.
You can't just attack a country which is not a threat to you, and it's not a threat to them.
It's semi-profesh.
And they should be indicted for it. We've already got the Prime Minister of Israel already has an arrest warrant out from the ICC. Another one should go out to Donald Trump. And I actually think it's a bit disgusting to talk about the war in these terms of how can we open the Strait of Hormuz, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about a major international crime where the Americans and the Israelis killed nearly 200 schoolgirls as one of the first acts of the war. And they claimed that it was a mistake, but it might not have even been a mistake. We've seen how the Israelis act. We've seen how the Americans act, and we've seen what they've done in Gaza, what they've done in Lebanon. They target civilians, they target kids. They want to send the impression that they will tolerate no resistance. So we're dealing with outlaw rogue states that need to be held in check. And the legal institutions can't do it. The ICC and arrest warrants have done nothing. In fact, European partners of Israel have not enforced it at all, even members of the ICC. So where do we go from there? We live in the law of the jungle now. And I think that the reason that this will
I know you were messing with me.
Carry on, the reason that
I was just giving you guys a peek in what I was doing.
This breach is because I
don't give a shit.
Even know.
If I was playing Candy Crush, I would have told you.
What to do now.
But I don't play Candy Crush.
They obviously believed going in hard, as you said,
more of a
Netanyahu
Go guy
gave this PowerPoint presentation to Trump and said, look, the IRGC will collapse if we kill the Ayatollah. It didn't happen. So where do they go now? The uprising, which they've been trying to foment, by the way, for years. And there was a good article in the Israeli press which came out in recent days about how Mossad has been fomenting unrest in Iran and was even involved in the December protests. It's not working. And as you said, this criminal attack has actually had the opposite impact. It's got people behind the government in Iran, people who previously weren't, because
kind of weird to see a panel like this where it's pretty educational.
They see that they're being attacked by hostile violent powers that want to take control of their country. Because why is Iran a threat? Iran's a threat because it's not under the control of the United States and Israel. The Gulf dictatorships, many of them are worse than the political situation in Iran. Look at Saudi Arabia.
Some chicken dumplings?
Get put to death for a tweet there.
From scratch? Damn, dude, you're a good dad.
Who's the biggest supporters of Saudi Arabia? UK and US. So the whole human rights stuff is rubbish. The uranium is...
You wouldn't catch me making shit from scratch right now. I mean, shit, after all that White Castle talk, it's actually kind of difficult for me to just not want to be like, I just want to go to White Castle. I'm broke as a fucking joke.
Program is rubbish. And look, Piers, I'll end with this. You led the charge against the war in Iraq, which was based around, or supposedly based around WMDs. That was completely false. So the nuclear deal is the same. It's part of the same dynamic. And look, Tulsi Gabbard, who is the director of national intelligence for Trump, she made testimony in Congress in March 2025, where she said the intelligence community has come to the conclusion that Iran has no nuclear weapons program. That's Tulsi Gabbard saying that, and then Trump obviously rubbished it a couple of months later. But we live swimming in propaganda, and so much of this war is propaganda. The real reason they are bombing Iran is they want to get rid of a government that does not do what they're told.
Okay, Colonel Ken, I mean, there's a lot of people that share a lot of those views about this. You know, my view is slightly more nuanced in that I can understand, you know, for example, when the Iranian nuclear capability was attacked from the air last summer in that 12-day war, it seemed a very clean, surgical, effective military action with a specific purpose that we were told had been incredibly successful.
From the frozen isle, and I do have White Castles around. What are you doing, Chuck?
Part of
Let's go to a White Castle.
The failure of trust.
Dude, there's a whole movie about making like a whole journey, and you know, do it their way. And it's worth it.
Is that we were told after that 12-day war, their nuclear capabilities being destroyed, and yet here we were back within just 8-9 months, launching a full war against Iran to get rid of their nuclear capability, which they were about to imminently deploy. And this reminded me of what happened with the Iraq War in 2003, which, as editor of a Daily Mirror newspaper in the UK, I very loudly opposed, even though I had my own brother fighting in it when it started. But the reason was I wasn't convinced by the evidence that said that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction and was about to use them and could hit London in 45 minutes, none of which turned out to be true. So those with long memories, you know, are very cynical about this. What would you say to try and reassure people who are cynical that Iran did have the nuclear capability, was about to use it? And how do you explain, if that is the case, that what happened last summer clearly wasn't a success after all?
Well, I don't suggest that Iran was about to use a nuclear weapon. I don't think Iran had a nuclear weapon, but it was clearly, and I think, you know, even there are plenty of conspiracy theorists around who say that there is no such thing as an Iranian nuclear program. Well, I think the International Atomic Energy Agency would disagree with that and has disagreed with that in its reports. To my mind, all the studying I've done, I have no doubt that Iran was working on a nuclear program.
This guy just took it to a whole new level.
It's not just me who thinks that. It's not just the West who thinks that.
I was interested before.
It's many countries in the Middle East who saw that program in progress and were themselves taking steps to arm themselves against it. For example, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, no. I'm not about to watch a half hour of this dribble. I mean, maybe earlier, but goddamn, like it was interesting before. All right, what do we got? Talabani. I don't know who that is. Who's? All right, who is this guy? Let's see. Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan region. Nope. We'll chill for a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna take off. Because yeah, you guys did just kind of make me realize hungry, and yeah, I also had to remind myself that I gotta wake up early and do my business, and then I gotta do the whole This space thing. God damn it. I really do run myself like... Hey, you don't know any paleontologists, do you? I do, actually. My aunt is a paleontologist. No bullshit. My mom's sister. Funniest part is, she's an ex-Seventh-day Adventist. She's still a Christian, but yeah, she got a little out of the, no bullshit. She was part of the dig where they found, like, there's, like, this really big cache of, what the fuck are they called? The big horned dinosaurs. Not pterodons. Triceratops. They found, like, a whole Triceratops. So. That's cool. What are those? Paleontologists? She searches for dinosaur bones. Yeah. Yeah, no, she was part of a huge dig. One of these days, like, I'm gonna have to ask her, like, if I can, cop a dino bone from her. Or it's just like, hey, man, come on, don't you love your nephew? Maybe I'll trade her some, let's see, what do I have that's worth a dinosaur bone? Some jokes. There we go. Some witty retorts. It's just like, hey, I can write you some roast material. No, it's actually really cool. She has like a whole bunch of shit. It's just, all over her fucking house. She also has some, what I would call larger pieces as well. Her estate sale should be fun. Oh god, I just realized that that's gonna be a whole thing with my family. Fun. Yeah, I definitely want... Dude, I want a dinosaur bone. Fuck yeah. Like, damn. Dinosaurs are, too cool to dismiss them for 7-day bullshit. Oh yeah. Well, the Seventh-day Adventists, it's like that whole speaking in tongues Bible literate. Like, it's like you take the Bible literally, which, yeah, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but most evangelicals, they don't take it literally. They're just like, oh, yeah, it's kind of like parable shit. Jonah didn't actually get eaten by a whale or like a giant fish. Not a whale. They always say Jonah and the whale was actually a giant fish, which, yeah, it's kind of funny if you think about it, because they say 3 days. He wouldn't have lasted more than like 4 hours, because the second that he got into the stomach cavity, he would have been dissolved by a bunch of fucking complex acids. So, yeah, science. It's science. Most evangelicals worship money, not the Bible. Yep, that's what I found. Think back to my school, and I realized how many of those people were they were ridiculous. Like, they all are rich as shit. They send their kids to this private school where you find out that they're all degenerates. Like, fuck, dude. You know how many times, like, through prayer requests, like, you would find out, like, oh, such and such's mom was cheating. My favorite one was this girl, Nina. She, like, let the tea spill in 5th grade. I've told the story here, I think, before. But, I'll never forget it. It was the beginning of the day. We were doing our prayer requests, right? And before, she sat right next to me, so it was before my turn. I forgot what I was going to pray for. I just went, I did a hard pass where I was like, we got to focus on Nina. She's got it going, like, she's got some shit going on. So they get to Nina, and they're just like, my teacher's just like, and she's like crying, and she's just like, what do you want to pray for? And she's just like, I don't think that my mom and dad are going to be together much longer. And she just let it go, where she's just like, my dad was, was with my mom's sister, and my mom caught him. And this all happened like the day before. So, yeah, it was like the first time that I realized I was really into like the tea, where I was just like, oh yeah. Oh, you're telling me that like my family's not that fucked up? All right, let's go. Like, I will listen to this all fucking day. And on top of it, it was one of those families like where they her dad, like, he was like, you know, wanted to be a pastor kind of shit. Fucking one of those like elders in the church kind of like, yeah, dude. Yeah, that was I was like, what? All right, that's in 5th grade. Good times. Damn. Yeah, dude. No, that shit was wild. I couldn't believe, like, the amount of shit that they would, like, that we would find out because, yeah, we were just a bunch of kids, like, telling our fucking parents dirty laundry at the beginning of class, like, you know, God needs to heal us because my dad's a fuck-up kind of thing. Good times. That's my favorite part about prayer requests. I got to deal with that every day until junior year. That's and it only got more and more intense, like, because we had the prayer requests, and so like the way that my schooling was kind of broken up was that we had like our religious courses. We had 2 religious courses in the beginning of the day, and then we had one in the middle of the day. It was more like a devotional, but then, yeah, sometimes we'd have chapel, which was a full hour. So like, that was every Wednesday, where our after lunch period, we would just go to chapel instead of like science class or whatever the fuck it was. And then, yeah, my the end of my day was either a study hall or another religious course, which I was stupid. I took the religious course 2 years in a row, where I wanted to read the Bible because I wanted to be a theologian. I wanted to go and study that and possibly become a pastor. I was one of those guys, man. Because I was always like enamored with like the public speaking aspect of it, and then I realized I'm like, oh, I don't want to be a pastor. I want to be a stand-up comic. Yeah, no bullshit. I have read the Bible twice, guided is what I would call it, where I had help with from a pastor and some church elders and like youth pastors and shit like that. And then I read it myself, where I didn't want my hand held, because I always felt like we always focused on really specific books of the Bible and didn't, like, on purpose, we didn't focus on other ones. I was like, oh, that's where I found out about like the demon shit. And I was like, this is like in every version of the Bible? Like, damn, dude. Like, you guys kind of left out some fucking pretty important like stuff as far as like, you know, the supernatural abilities of God. But yeah, Pastor Pep, yeah, no, it'd be Pastor Pepper. No, yeah. Actually, there is a Pastor Pepper. I'll just say it that. I'll say that much. My brother is a pastor. I'm proud of him. You know, not necessarily like I don't agree with a lot of his stuff, and he's a little more extreme than even I was. Like he's borderline Seventh-day Adventist. Like he likes to be a literalist when he needs to be. But I'm the dudest pastor. I mean, I would have been. I mean, I don't know. Like, I had a pretty cool youth pastor until we found out that, yeah, he was, you know, just another creep. That was, totally, you know, using his position of power to fucking sleep with some high school girls. Why is this such a common thing? I don't know. But it seems to be a pretty fucking common thing. I mean, look at that guy, that church leader, that, like, he was part of Trump's fucking, like, faith group or whatever the fuck that got sentenced to 10 years in prison. They let him out for fucking 6 months, after 6 months. I'm sorry, your Christian pastors were ridiculous creeps. It's not just my pastors. There was, like, a whole bunch of pastors. Like, dude, I've seen it a lot, man. I've seen them, like, forgive some fucking pretty egregious shit when it comes to dudes, especially, like, if it's gonna break up the family unit. And then they, like, simultaneously will shame, like, the daughters and the mothers in that family unit. Like, no, dude. Yeah, churches are creepy as shit. They're creepy as shit, and honestly, they don't get scrutinized enough, in my opinion. But, yeah. The closet, wait. For the God or people of the street? What are you talking about? I can't imagine they're all different. Humans are interesting, Mitchell. I mean, ish. We kind of are. No, we really are. I will say that much. Like, I love some good, like, people watching. And yeah, overall, we are pretty interesting. Nuns are also abusive as hell. It's not just the men. Oh, fuck, yeah. But I didn't have nuns. I didn't go to, like, Catholic school. I went to, like, a evangelical doomsday like school. Yeah, we were, dude, the shit that we learned in high school was traumatic, because we had, like, that's what I would call it, was like traumatic religion, where it was all about fear of God kind of shit. Very inspired by, like, the Left Behind series, like that stupid book series. I swear to God, like, it had more inspiration with some of our faith leaders than the Bible itself, which that was kind of like my first, like, kind of hint that this might be kind of not great. But, well, I'm off to bed. Thanks, Pep. Great show. Or good show. Oh, shit. Good show. Not great. All right. Tough critic. Bon Nui. Good night. Appreciate you being here. Fill the crypts. Humans can, well, humans can be cringe. Oh, shit. There's a part of me that wants to stick around for 20 minutes. It was great. All right. Well, now I feel like I have been vindicated. I do have that a little bit. Whenever somebody says good show, I'm just like, oh, it was good. It was good. You hear that? It was good. Which, yeah, I know. I'm fucking nuts for that. That's insane. That's insanity. That's pure insanity. For somebody not to just be like, oh, yeah, you know what? That's good. You know, good's great. Good's great. Like, no, it's not to me. I need to be told that I'm great, and then I'll feel so much better. It was fine. All right, now, you passive-aggressive dickbags. Come on, wait a minute. I said I was swearing less. Well, dickbag's not really a swear, is it? Cruise on Tucker, don't care. Sovereign. Ow! Here we go.
My mistakes.
Don't have a name. All right, fuck it. Let's play a court video. I'm gonna stick around for the 7 hour. We're gonna watch a court video. Oh, thank you, Floating Hearts. I appreciate that, Bloodstone. By the way, guys, thank you for hanging out tonight. All jokes aside, no, I really do appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that has contributed to the show. Appreciate you guys just hanging out, having fun. Also, thank you for hanging out in the horizontal stream. Like I said before, like I think I covered this last week, but I do want to like try to maintain the horizontal. It's just kind of, yeah, kids are notoriously channel surfing at 11. Hey, I mean, people are channel surfing and they hit me up. Fuck yeah, that's not wrong. I meant like this channel. Like if people are out there surfing the channels and they wind up on mine, let's go. Yeah. How's the horizontal doing? Pretty good. We're okay. We got people hanging. Yep, stands back. Right.
The judge told me when I went to court on Wednesday night.
What was on video?
They said they have a video of me and Cassius Bond in Tennessee.
Okay, I don't get access to any of that. Right here,
in Texas,
all we're worried about is identity. Are you Naomi Burnett?
Oh God!
And if you are, we establish the identity.
All right. Well, now we know that this is 100% a sovereign citizen.
That the charges are proper. If so, how do we go forward? Is this your name? A lot of times we let someone bond out if the person is not a danger, right? And we know that they're going to go back.
I love this guy.
But we don't know much about you,
I have no criminal record. I have a degree, a bachelor's degree.
Hi, Ms. Burnett.
Hello.
Okay, so it looks like you're wanted somewhere. I don't know where.
One out of Rutherford County, Tennessee. One was issued out on September 9, 2024. For 3 charges: theft of property $60,000 to $250,000, and identity theft of at least 10 counts, and a fraudulent.
Oh damn! Even the judge was like, oh,
$250,000.
No!
I will obviously be opposed.
Damn!
Charity waived on November 20th.
Did she have an open local as well?
No, Judge.
Why did it get reset so much?
I do not know. Well, with karaoke.
Oh, it's karaoke.
Oh my God!
Okay. Miss Oak.
Yeah, dude, 250K. Oh, yeah, 60 to 250K.
Go.
Oh.
So, Miss Burnett just told me that.
Yeah, you shush. You shush. You don't know talkie. No talkie.
Of identity theft. So she's believing that this is just stemming up from someone else using her identity to do different things that she has.
Oh, so she's saying that somebody else stole her identity to commit identity theft on somebody else.
No, and she did write a report on this, I believe, a few weeks before.
No, Judge, this was somebody else doing exactly what you're accusing me of.
This charge came down on her.
So you're telling me that the felony capias and the 60,000 to 250,000 theft of property and the 10-count identity theft, the fraudulent use of a debit card.
What'd she steal? A fucking car and a house?
Card of 60,000 to 250,000.
What'd she do?
All that was someone else?
Huh?
Yes, Judge. That's what I'm being told. Ms. Burnett, go ahead.
Yes. So last year, I already filed a police report against Cassius Bond. He stole my social security number and he used it to open up an electricity bill in my name. And I also have other charges against him regarding burglary of an habitation. He broke into my house and stole my phone and he stole money from me. And he also put his hands on me. So I'm guessing these charges are from him. I've never been to Tennessee before in my life.
How do we verify that?
I've never been to Tennessee.
No, well, I mean,
he's like, well, I mean,
the problem is that, a lot of people tell me something, right? When in fact, the sky's blue instead of purple. People come in here, tell me, yeah, the sky's purple. Man, this pig was blue. And what? Pigs are pink. Yeah, man, this pig was blue. You got to believe it.
I have proof of being in Houston on those dates, whatever dates they're saying.
Okay, so I guess, I could have you get with the lawyer somehow, you guys. We've given you a lawyer. She's here to help you out in whatever manner that they can. I would suggest that you guys get together to figure out how. That's a lot of baggage.
Yeah, I was working with the assistant district attorney. We were pressing charges on him. So I didn't know he was out of jail. He was supposed to be in jail still.
I mean, I guess I can have you guys talk about it. You've already waived, right?
Yes, Judge.
Do you know if Tennessee's going to come get her?
As far as I know, they are, unless they tell me different from 5 days ago. But the waiver was sent on the day she signed with the magistrate, so they would have told me.
You basically have 9 days left.
With the nature of the offenses, they can be done remotely because their identity, the very nature of the offense is that they could be done remotely. And if it was similar to conversion for the theft of property, they could have occurred from here, but the impact in Tennessee.
Here's the deal. We give the other jurisdiction 14 days to come get you. You've already been sitting in there and you waived already. So they only have 9 days to come and get you. If they don't come within that time, Harris County releases you. So, but I'll tell you, even if Harris County releases you, that warrant is always going to remain out there until you go back to Tennessee and try to take care of it one way or the other.
I don't mind going to Tennessee. I have transportation. I just don't want to remain in custody.
I know. No one does, right?
Well, yeah, but 9 days is 9 days.
But
and I was told there was some type of video, so I don't see how it could be electronically done.
Also, it is worth noting that
we don't know. We're speculating. We don't know.
The judge told me when I went to court on Wednesday night.
What was on video?
They said they have a video of me and Cassius Bond in Tennessee.
Kid just walking around the courtroom.
Okay. Just give me a second, Jake. Okay. I don't get
is that his kid?
Access to any of that. Right here, all we were worried about is identity. Are you Naomi Burnett? And if you are, we establish the identity, that the charges are proper. If so, how do we go forward? A lot of times we let someone bond out if the person is not a danger, right? And we know that they're...
Anybody else a little tripped out that his kid's just like, but Dad, I need to know where the snack machine is.
Go back.
I don't have any money for the snack machine.
But we don't know much about you, you know.
I have no criminal record.
It takes quarters. I don't even know what a quarter is.
I have a degree, a bachelor's degree.
I bet this lady does. Hey.
But
so if it's a matter of verifying the identity, if she's contesting identity, then she can withdraw the waiver and we can go for a governor's warrant. Or
I don't think she's contesting identity. She wants a bond, is what she wants.
Like I said, with the amount in the offense, with $250,000 on both theft of property.
But Dad, what about maritime law?
Fraudulent use of credit card, and the fact that it's 10, which would be a third degree or second degree felony here, is that I'd be opposed with the sheer amount that is being alleged.
Yeah, one of the other things is that the higher level of charges, the more unlikely it is that we're going to give a bond, because the higher likelihood a person has of taking flight and not going back. So I don't know at this time whether I'm comfortable in setting you a bond. Okay. I don't know what connections you have here. I don't know what connections you have there. And the last thing I want to do is lose you, because that's a lot of stuff to answer to. And we want to make sure.
I mean, that, to be fair, those accusations are not substantial.
That, whoever it is
shit,
that has those charges is able to answer for those
property.
charges.
So I also say that I already have a lawyer ready in Tennessee.
So what we can do, is I can have you talk with Ms. Oko, figure out if there's some way that you can show that it's someone else, right? And if so, then we can talk more. Okay. But understand that I can't just take your word for it,
Understand?
Okay, so
even if I have police reports on him for already stealing my identity.
I'll let you talk with Ms. Oko, see what you can formulate, craft some kind of plan so that they're satisfied and I'm satisfied, and then we'll go from there.
They didn't say what she stole.
Okay, it's not a no. I mean, they
just said it was actual property.
Flesh.
I know, right?
So it's not like she just committed wire fraud or anything like that.
We're famous, by the way. Over 30K people watch it. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I have to read off my phone, so I apologize, but
it's okay.
It says
she's back in court after realizing that she went viral for her first court appearance.
Your Honor, I was convicted of driving while intoxicated in this court on October 14, 2019, under clause number 222. You already got it. I was sentenced to 4 days in jail, and I have completed that sentence, including paying all fines, costs, and restitutions. I am here today because I meet all the legal requirements under the Texas law for non-disclosure of this conviction. Specifically, number one, my conviction was for DWI with a blood alcohol level below 0.15, which actually was 0.11, I specifically remember. I was not placed on community supervision for this offense. This offense did not involve an accident with another person. I finished my sentence over 5 years ago. I have not been convicted or placed on deferred adjudication for any other crime except for minor traffic violations. This conviction from 6 years ago is still hurting my reputation and my ability to grow in my career. I deeply regret my actions and have learned from my mistakes. Since then, I have worked hard to turn my life around, and I am asking for a second chance. Granting this non-disclosure will allow me to fully move forward, both personally and professionally. It would help me reach my potential and improve my future. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I don't think I can. Show me where you think I can, but.
That was not a bad apology. No, it wasn't. But now I kind of feel bad for her where it's like, dude, how bad you fuck up.
Non-disclosures are traditionally for people who take deferreds, complete the deferreds. Right?
Okay.
Are eligible to have it sealed.
I get it, yeah.
Expunctions are for those that meet the requirements where if a case gets dismissed, they can have it expunged. Yep. Here, when you plead guilty.
Yeah, she pled guilty.
I don't think you're eligible for either.
Oh,
and
this is when you don't plead guilty.
The thing about it, I can't give you legal advice. I can't tell you.
No, this is why I get a lawyer.
How to look this, how to look that. But if you have a piece, or if you can show me the law that says I can give you a non-disclosure, and I can tell you, Ms. Wickenhofer, I love it, and I've told you this before, I love it when people try to better themselves, right? If I can, I will, because I'm always about trying to make someone's life better, right? Yes, but I have to follow the law. I can't just say, okay, I can't just rubber stamp and do it just for the sake of doing it. There has to be a law, because if not, they appeal it and I'll get overturned.
Yeah, I think it was the points I said, because I was under a certain amount of alcohol in my system.
That doesn't, what matters is the ultimate result in the case. Did you plead guilty? Did you do a probation?
If you already pled, you're fucked.
Did you do a deferred? I think that the legislature even now made deferreds available for certain types of DWIs so that people don't get convictions, right? But, and we never do them, right? But you can, right? And it's surprising that no people do deferreds on DWIs.
Traditionally in Harris County, Judge, we don't even offer deferreds on DWIs.
But theoretically, if you go without an agreed recommendation, we could, and I think that we may have. I don't remember, but
so they don't grant deferred here then in Harris County.
No, you can. You
have to pay more money. So it sounds like.
No, it's not about money. It's about, there are other options that are better.
Okay.
For some. So
I think that's probably why I didn't do it, because they didn't give me the option to.
You always do, though. Every single case. I talk to every single person that comes up here, and I make sure, hey, look, you're making a lifetime decision. Are you sure that you want to do this? Because it's not Target. You can't return it once you do it.
Yeah.
I literally, every person I scrutinize, micromanage. That's why we're still here. It's 1:10 when most judges are gone by now, right?
Yeah.
I really care about everybody that rolls here, and I want everybody to get the great result. And I don't know what was happening in your life
at
the time when this happened. Why did it end up like this? Was there something other? Did you have other charges elsewhere? If you can,
why did she plead guilty?
Show me in the law that I can,
especially when she apparently has
that means you got to get it,
in writing.
No. Go through the actual, this is the Code of Criminal Procedure. In here, there are certain provisions with regard to non-disclosures, who is eligible for them. You have to read it, You got to digest it. You definitely are not. I don't think you're. I mean, I can't give you legal advice, right?
Yeah, I understand. It's something I need to do, but I just don't. I don't know. I just want something to be done. I just don't know what can be done. It doesn't sound like anything, which really sucks for me. But
yeah, and the thing is that I even tell people that within a certain amount of time, if you get buyer's remorse within 30 days of doing something, we've really reopened cases for people who get buyer's remorse. But here, the case is 5 years old. I have no jurisdiction. Even if I wanted to reopen it to do something, I can't. The only advice.
Any service I can do, like any extra thing I can.
That sucks.
What I would do is really go to a lawyer.
Yeah, you gotta pay for a lawyer.
You're gonna have to spend a little bit of money. Go to a lawyer and fine tooth comb non-disclosure law.
Okay.
And see, is there an out? Is there this? Is there that?
Mm-hmm. Just ask questions. Okay.
No, it's not just ask questions. You actually need to pay for an attorney, like he just said, to go through that big ass book to make sure that they find the very applicable non-disclosure law that will help you in your case, because apparently he thinks that there is a law in this book, otherwise he wouldn't be telling you this.
They have to hire a lawyer to really.
I don't think that he would be putting you through the rigmarole if he thought that this was open and shut, but he thinks that there's a non-disclosure clause that a lawyer could find theoretically.
Dig into it to see what you can do. Okay. But I can't give you legal advice. I can't sit there and comb the code with you to see is there a provision that would get it, because there's so many little nuances.
That he's literally he's kind of like wink wink nudge nudge, like, come on, go get you guys spend some money
here and there. Right. I mean, even so much as a 0.15 or above or 0.15 or below, how long it'll suspend your license versus this, there's just so many little nuances. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. What was that book called again?
The Code of Criminal Procedure.
Okay. All right.
So,
thank you.
Google Code of Criminal Procedure, Texas non-disclosure, and even if you do that in Google, you'll have so many other lawyers' sites. Read through all those.
Okay.
But I don't think that I can. Once you plead guilty, that's it. That's why I caution everybody. When you take the easy way out, when you do something like this, it's a lifetime thing.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, because when she was sold on it, initially she probably thought, oh, okay, once I plead guilty, at least I'm done with this, because then, it goes on my record, sure, but I'm not going to get time. She saw it as a plea and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that she probably didn't have an attorney when she did this. Not great. I mean, the facts, like I just said, he kind of walked her through it, where he was just like, this is what you need to do, and if you don't do this, then I can't help you, but this is what you need to do. My Discord app disappeared. What? All right, cool. I'm going to be on Dieter's show tomorrow. I always enjoy going on there. Like his co-host. You got a good time over there. So, what's going to happen is I'm going to do my my propaganda tomorrow morning. Then I'm going to take just about an hour off. I'm literally wrapping up show here, so I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. It was a good time. So, alrighty, folks. Also, quick apologies for the late start. Like I said, can't really control the whole friend in need thing, so I'm glad that I was able to go and hopefully cheer him up, man, because goddamn, nothing hurts me more than to see my friends go through it. So, all right, guys. Speaking of friends, I'm going to be rating Cosmopolitics over on Twitch. If you want to head over there, she is doing watch party of some kind. I don't know what she's watching. She's watching something cool. All right, cool. So I'm gonna send you guys over there. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Oh, Twin Peaks. That's Twin Peaks. It's a Twin Peaks watch along. You know what? Love me some Twin Peaks. If you guys haven't seen it, it is weird as shit. But yeah. All right, guys. I will catch you all tomorrow. And thanks for hanging. Peace.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.